Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Weird Invasion right here on GMT Recap. In the year 2046 of the Blue Planet calendar, the online full-dive virtual game Apocalypse seamlessly merged with reality. The terror in Apocalypse ravaged humanity. The world was swept by war, civilization crumbled, and all life was destroyed. The power of humans was essentially nothing compared to the gods and demons that existed within Apocalypse. At this moment, all of humanity had logged out, leaving only this young sorcerer who stubbornly remained. Clearly, it's just a game. So why has the terror of Apocalypse become reality? No one is immune. The final warriors of the world have turned into hell. Humanity has lost all hope. But even if I have to sacrifice myself, I want to be like a great figure, just so I can use my life to obtain a gemstone. Sumu continuously fired his staff at death. Finally, seeing death's scythe coming closer, Sumu could only helplessly scream, "I can't accept this." Suddenly, the space changed, and the same scream echoed, but this time it took place in a classroom. "Sumu, what are you causing chaos for? A nobody like you can even participate in the competition, and you still have something you can't accept? Sit down right now and stop disturbing the order here." The teacher angrily shouted. Sumu was still in a daze, not sure what was going on, when he heard an announcement over the loudspeaker: "The university entrance exam will begin in 5 minutes. Candidates, please check your papers for any mistakes, and then fill in your name and candidate number." Sumu, in shock, thought, "An exam? Could it be that I've reincarnated 10 years back, just before the apocalypse was revealed to the public? Is this real or fake?" Suddenly, Sumu's hand brushed against something: "My apocalypse ring. It's come back with me. The apocalypse ring is the device to enter the apocalypse game. Could it be that I can enter the game early? Even though I don't understand why I reincarnated, but..." It was then that Sumu noticed the harsh words of the teacher: "Do you hear me, you worthless trash who has a father but no mother to raise him? Sumu, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or just pretending to be dumb? Do you want me to throw you out right now? Always spouting nonsense, and the moment you shut up, you want to get rid of me. You think you deserve respect? I remember you, Mr. Chin. In the apocalypse, you were just a deserter, betraying your own students." With that, Sumu turned and left, ignoring the exam and ignoring the teacher, Mr. Chin, whose face was turning red with anger. When Sumu returned home, he discovered the house was empty. There was only a piece of paper on the table: "Son, your father and I have gone on an expedition with the science team. Please take care of yourself. Your mother has transferred money into your account. You can buy whatever you need. When we return, we'll bring you a gift." Reading these lines, a warm feeling surged within Sumu's heart: "At least the heavens have given me a chance to return. Mom and Dad, I will definitely make sure you both continue living." At 11 a.m., Sumu decided to try using the apocalypse ring to log into the game. The game hasn't officially launched yet. If I can log in successfully an hour before the rest of the world, I believe I can change the gears of fate. Thanks to you, it must work. With hope in his heart, Sumu began to gently rotate the ring. The result: he successfully logged into Apocalypse. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse. Your current location is in the Nation H region of the Azure Crouching Dragon server. The future warriors of mankind are in your hands. Sumu thought, "Newbie guide, I did it. I really logged into Apocalypse before anyone else." At this moment, the guide continued: "Young warrior, please choose your profession." Sumu laughed out loud: "I choose sorcerer, definitely sorcerer. Later, I will switch to versatile healing support, and I'll never play the money-burning cheat of a sorcerer like in my previous life." The system displayed: "Command error, profession change not allowed." Sumu said, "What's going on? Why can't I change it? I didn't choose anything else." The guide said, "Warrior, why don't you check your attribute panel first? Sumu followed the advice, opening the attribute panel to check: Mushin, class, sorcerer level 1, experience, 0%, health, 100, spiritual power, 50, combat skill, 15, defense, 5, speed, 5. Sumu said, "Damn it, is there something wrong with this? Even if I kept my previous account after reincarnation, why did it reset my level and attributes?" Sumu angrily questioned the guide, "Is this your fault? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to train as a sorcerer? It's like falling into an endless pit. If the warrior already has an account, why not quickly begin your adventure?" The guide said, then immediately ran off. Sumu, still furious, shouted, "Damn it, just running off like that. I reincarnated, am I not supposed to get some benefits from the Dragon Slayer sword?" As he spoke, Sumu suddenly remembered, my equipment and materials. However, when he opened his inventory to check, he found nothing inside. What kind of reincarnation is this? I've inherited the sorcerer class, a money-grabbing scam, but why haven't I inherited any of my gold or equipment from my old account? While Sumu was pondering, he noticed an item in the far corner of his inventory: Death God's arm bone, quality unknown, level unknown, attributes unknown. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. The description of the equipment left Sumu confused. What is this? It doesn't even have any attributes. Isn't this a useless item? What about the benefits for the reincarnated people? The system displayed a notification: "Congratulations to Mushin for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse world. You have earned the unique and exclusive title for the first player, the fastest man to receive the newbie sorcerer outfit. The fastest man, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% casting speed, plus 5% evasion efficiency, plus 5% defense." Following the notification, Sumu was transported to Newbie Village. Initially, he was dissatisfied with the title, but when he saw the increase in his attributes, he happily accepted it. At that moment, a herd of pigs charged towards Sumu. "Long time no see, little piggies, I missed you so much." While speaking, Sumu cast a fireball at the pigs. The fireball hit one of them in the head, but surprisingly, it did no damage. The reason was that Sumu had forgotten one important thing: he was still just a newbie. While Sumu was being chased by the pigs, he heard the scream of a girl who was being pursued by a gigantic wild boar. "Help me, warrior, please help me." At the same time, Sumu received main storyline quest: Hero saves the beauty. Kill the wild boar king, rescue Xiaohua, reward 20 gold coins, 500 experience points. Sumu said, "The first mission, with such a small probability, and I triggered it already. Could it be that in this life, I'm destined to become the king dealing with those foolish little pigs? Not such a bad fate, huh? Ha ha." Xiaohua ran up to Sumu, joyfully saying, "Warrior, you finally made it." He said, "Come here, baby." Everyone thought Sumu was going to open his arms to embrace the beauty, but no, just as Xiaohua was about to throw herself into his arms, he slapped her across the face, leaving both Xiaohua and the pigs frozen for 5 seconds. "Warrior, what are you doing?" Xiaohua asked. "I was just..." Before Xiaohua could finish, Sumu cut her off. "You were just picking mushrooms when you encountered the wild boar king and got chased by him." Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. "Warrior, how did you know?" "Humph, I even know that when you were little, you stole your grandpa's treasure to trade for candy, and you threw frogs into old Wang's fish tank next door. I also know that you're trying to seduce me and take advantage of the opportunity. See, you can't hide it anymore. You know too much, and yet you can see right through me." Xiaohua, the beauty, revealed her demon-like appearance, flashing a cruel smile at Sumu. "These are the tears and experiences of warriors from previous lives," Sumu replied. Seeing Xiaohua stretching her claws toward him, Sumu quickly turned and ran. As he passed the wild boar king, he said, "Hey pig, you guys play first." "Get lost!" Xiaohua shouted. The wild boar king, enraged by the remark, was about to do something, but before he could, Xiaohua sent him out of the game. Then she chased after Sumu, saying, "Next up, it's your turn." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to catch up, Sumu suddenly stopped and pointed down at Xiaohua's feet. "You're exposed." This move actually worked. Xiaohua stopped and looked down. Sumu was just waiting for that moment, and immediately launched a fireball at Xiaohua before swiftly turning and running away. The fireball caused 100% magical damage to a target, with a 10% chance to trigger falling flame from heaven. Xiaohua, frustrated, continued chasing after Sumu. And so, while running, Sumu would occasionally throw a fireball at Xiaohua. In the context of her past life, the dark magic of Xiaohua came from the ghostly pollution in the forest. She could not leave this forest. If she went too far beyond its boundaries, she would be unable to move. Therefore, Sumu stopped running, waved her hand provocatively, and said, "Come and fight me. I'll tear you apart." Xiaohua screamed and extended her long claws toward Sumu, but just as her body was about to reach Sumu, an invisible force suddenly stopped her, freezing her in place. "Did you really think?" "Well, I'm not being polite anymore," Sumu said, then attacked Xiaohua with a fireball. However, this time, instead of just one fireball, hundreds of fireballs fell from the sky, directly striking the spot where Xiaohua stood, causing her to collapse instantly. Congratulations to player Mushin for defeating Xiaohua, the demonized one. Received 500 gold coins, 1500 experience points. Congratulations to player Mushin for completing the heroic Save the Beauty special main storyline, received 200 gold coins, 500 experience points. Congratulations to player Mushin for completing the hidden Xiaohua demonized quest, received 1000 gold coins, 10,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Mushin for leveling up to level 2. Sumu couldn't help but laugh loudly as a fiery beam descended from the sky with a 10% chance, just as he activated it. "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you were destined to never escape from the palm of my hand. The hidden quest isn't bad, it's a quest that directly leveled up by 1. Let's see what reward comes from killing this Xiaohua." Suddenly, the death god's arm bone jumped out of the inventory. Its quality was undefined, level 1, and its death chi th attribute was not yet activated. Description: when you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you. The death god's arm bone had leveled up along with him. But why did it still need to be activated? He'd never heard of this item in his past life, and the name sounded quite strange. As Sumu fell into contemplation, another notification popped up: Death God's arm bone not activated. Find essence of the divine tree, 3000 mummies bandages, 3000 blood of the frozen trace, consume them to activate this attribute. Is there some mistake? It needs a lot of materials to activate. Forget it, I'll just level up quickly. These materials can all be obtained by fighting monsters in Newbie Village. Worst case, I'll just throw them away, Sumu thought. At the same time, Xiaohua had gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Sumu, Xiaohua gratefully said, "I was overtaken by that wretched ghost. Thank you for saving me, please accept my gratitude." Received Celestial Fire Staff, undefined, received Xiaohua's hairpin. Sumu replied, "What I was waiting for was your ghost to act up. Otherwise, how could I complete my hidden quest?" Sumu secretly smiled to himself, then took pleasure in admiring his new staff. The Celestial Fire Staff was surprisingly purple, and the hidden quest was indeed as promised. When he went to Newbie Village later to evaluate its properties, he guessed they wouldn't be bad at all. At this moment, Xiaohua spoke up with a suggestion: "Could you take me back to the village? My grandfather will surely be grateful to you. Would you like to accept the main storyline quest to escort Xiaohua back to Green Rain Village to meet the village elder and be rewarded with gold coins and 100 experience points?" Sumu naturally agreed to accept the quest. Upon seeing his granddaughter again, the village elder was overjoyed. "Thank you, warrior. Let me introduce myself properly." "Stop, let's skip this part for now, no need for pleasantries, just quickly issue the quest," Sumu quickly interjected. From his experience in his past life, he knew, if I don't hurry him up, this old man will keep munching on sunflower seeds while chatting away with unnecessary words. The village elder, hearing Sumu's words, laughed and said, "Xiaohua still has a ghost in her body. She needs the blood of a zombie that has been possessed by a spirit to cure the poison with poison, and only then can it be completely removed. I hope the warrior can help us." "Alright, Alright, I accept the quest. I know where to find the item. Quest accepted, zombie blood. Main story quest details: go to the Green Phoenix Forest to eliminate 30 spirit-possessed zombies and bring their dried blood back to the village elder. Rewards: 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a green novice staff. Sumu thought, if I'm going to hunt monsters, I should prepare first. Sorcerers naturally need to be cautious when venturing into the wild. So, Sumu didn't rush to start the quest but instead decided to find the alchemist first. After a while, Sumu took a deep breath and walked into the pharmacy. The beautiful-hearted female alchemist immediately tried to entice him upon seeing him, saying, "Come here, little brother." Sumu quickly turned his head away and said, "I need 28 small blue vials." In his heart, he thought to himself that each small blue vial costs 50 gold coins, which is equivalent to real money. Right now, he only had a total of 1,500 gold coins, so he couldn't help but think that if you weren't wealthy, there was no point in becoming a sorcerer. At this moment, the female alchemist didn't give up and tried to tempt Sumu by offering him a discount, but Sumu firmly refused. As he reached the door, the female alchemist, still regretful, said, "TCH. This kid is really boring, he didn't fall for it. He doesn't know the good points of his older sister." Sumu, holding the items in his hand, replied, "I can't mess with that big-chested, brainless blacksmith." Just as he mentioned the blacksmith appeared. Who was he talking about? Sumu looked at the burly blacksmith and hesitantly responded, "I was talking about the blacksmith, you're strong and mighty. Give me an appraisal paper." "Thanks. I wish you and alchemist be in a harmonious relationship. Looks like you know your place, kiddo." Saying that, the blacksmith handed Sumu the appraisal paper. Sumu took the item and didn't stay long, instead heading to find a quiet corner. Using the appraisal paper, he successfully appraised the Death God's arm bone. Death God's arm bone, purple grade quality, level 1, combat skill attribute plus 40 spiritual power, plus 25, special effect violent law increases magic damage by 3%, special effect concentration has a 30% chance of restoring consumed spiritual power when releasing skills. Damn it, and yet I created the ultimate Taoist skill, it's top notch. This time, I'm going to make a huge gain. The preparations are complete, Sumu immediately set off to carry out his mission. In the zombie forest, another group of zombies collapsed under the rain of fireballs, which excited Sumu. A 10% chance for fire to fall from the sky is pretty high for me. Could it be that the Death God's arm bone has transformed me, or is it just because I'm so handsome? Very good, I've gathered 6,000 dried blood. I now have enough materials to upgrade my arm bone. The server will officially open at 12 o'clock, and soon, it'll be a battlefield where hundreds of people fight for a single zombie. Ha ha. As time passed, when the clock struck 12, Apocalypse officially opened its doors. Hundreds, even thousands of players logged in, and the once peaceful scene became more lively than ever. Damn it, this game is too realistic. Brothers, go touch the alchemist, at least it should be level E, right? I got slashed by the blacksmith to the point of passing out after just touching him once. How does an NPC even do that? I tried a few more times and got slashed out each time. My experience points are now negative. How come this old village chief is so good at chomping on sunflower seeds? And he hasn't even given me a quest yet? Sumu, standing nearby, listened to the newbies chatting and secretly chuckled to himself, "Newbies, cherish the time you have in Newbie Village." At the same time, on the World Chat channel, many people were complaining about the lack of monsters for their quests. Of course, no one knew that the reason was that Sumu had already wiped out all the monsters in the area. Wild monsters respawn every half hour. Just wait a little longer, everyone. Sumu thought to himself while busily setting up his stall to sell items. It seems I've really become rich now. After wiping out all the monsters, I have 113 white items, 21 green items, and 6 blue items, plus more than 100 red and green potions. Even though I could say my salary of 30,000 per hour is no better than a part-time job, my level is much higher. This is great. Speaking of levels, Sumu, a level 4 sorcerer, suddenly remembered as he set up his stall, it's best to hide information about my level and equipment to avoid drawing attention. After concealing his information and equipment, Sumu began to advertise, come have a look. The items aren't pretty, but the prices are high. Everything here is of good quality. If you're passing by, don't miss it. His shouting immediately attracted the attention of some new players. Look at that idiot. Instead of hunting monsters, he's setting up a stall here. He could sell for a few bucks when the server just started. Yeah, and it's Mushin. I think it's more like Mushin King. Forget about him, let's go hunt the evil spirits. If we kill 30 of them, we can make a lot of money to buy health potions. Sumu found the mocking words of these shallow people a little amusing. With your stats, even if you form a team, you still couldn't defeat a zombie. You must be thinking too highly of yourselves. Just then, a voice rang out. Not pretty, and the prices are too high. The owner of that voice was an extremely beautiful girl, Ting Shuewan Air. Is this ID hers? In the future, the top 10 sorcerers in our nation H's region will be the highest ranking commanders of the highest security zone after the apocalypse becomes a reality. The Guild of the Snow Listening Little Bamboo, where we are located, is supported by the enormous, mysterious official company of Nation H. At first, the Apocalypse game didn't activate the feature of 100% character appearance adjustment, meaning the player's appearance and body shape remained as is. It seems that Wan Air's appearance and figure in real life are also extraordinarily stunning. I never expected to meet this goddess here, Sumu thought to himself. Ting Shuewan Air initially approached Sumu's stall out of curiosity, then was left astonished. The server had just started, yet he already had so many items, even selling zombie blood. With the zombie area in chaos, where did he get all these items that dropped? Thinking about this, Ting Shuewan Air asked. How much for all of this? The blood essence materials are 5 gold coins each, the white outfits are 100 gold coins per piece, the green outfits are 500 gold coins per piece, the blue outfits are 3,000 gold coins per piece, totaling 54,800 gold coins, or 55,000 with rounding, Sumu replied. Ting Shui furrowed her brows and said. Other people get a discount when they buy more, so why are you raising the price on me? If you think it's too expensive, there's a way to get a discount, Sumu said with a mischievous look, like a green-eyed fox offering a suggestion. Let me touch your foot a little, and I'll give you a 20% discount. The words were immediately followed by a scolding from Ting Shui, perverted jerk, shameless. Sumu shrugged and replied, if you're not happy, just leave. After all, the opportunity has already been given to you. Once we pass this village, there won't be another store like this. This idiot clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation. Although Ting Shui Xiaozhu wasn't short on money, just as she hesitated, a group of young men came from somewhere, forcefully making an offer. I'll bid 100,000. I want all of these. Seeing that the leader of the group was the battle god of madness, Sumu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, oh my god, to think I'd run into these troublemakers. Even though the president of Madman Guild has lived an entire life, his memory is still intact. In my previous life, the battle god of madness was one of the top 10 warriors on this server. He was arrogant and ruthless, always snatching bosses and attacking others. He often took the best weapons and equipment from people, creating a huge level gap between himself and the others in the army. It's truly fate that we'd meet again. But this time, I'm not afraid of him anymore. At this point, Ting Shui turned to look at the battle god of madness and said, Battle god of madness, my boss and I have already agreed on the price. What's your intention? This girl is really quite charming, but if you're going to compete with me for these items, that's not going to work, he thought to himself. Battle god of madness chuckled and replied, Little sister, haven't you not completed the transaction yet? Whoever bids higher gets the goods. That's only fair. Whoever bids higher gets the goods, huh? Then I'll bid 150,000. Battle god of madness didn't back down and said, I'll bid 200,000. Let's wrap this up quickly. Sumu sat to one side, observing the two of them. It seemed to be Ting Shui and Madman. The two forces had prepared, and now they weren't hesitating to spend a lot of money to buy supplies in order to become the first to clear the upcoming dungeon. Although it was a bit expensive, purchasing these equipment could significantly improve the core player's strength in Ting Shui Xiaozhu. In this way, they could suppress all the guilds in the early stages. I can't miss this opportunity and let Battle God of Madness take it. After all, it's just in the game, but the first dungeon must be won. Ting Shui thought to herself, then shyly agreed to Su Mu's original request. You said it yourself, don't try to back out. Su Mu's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at Ting Shui, then waved his hand at Battle God of Madness. Did you hear that? I'm planning to sell it to this beautiful girl. You guys can leave now. Battle God of Madness was extremely frustrated but could do nothing about it, so he had to leave. However, in his heart, he held on to the grudge, waiting for the right moment to show Su Mu what a festival was all about. Returning to the male protagonist, although it was said he was taking advantage of Ting Shui, he did not make any improper moves. He simply engaged in a transaction of exchanging items and money. Is it just money you're after? I'm good with that. In response to Ting Shui's question, Su Mu felt playful and teased her a bit, but not too much, then explained, I have a grudge with Battle God of Madness, originally didn't want to sell it to him, consider it me helping you sail smoothly through the mud. After the transaction, each person went their separate ways. Ting Shui watched as Su Mu's figure disappeared, her heart filled with unease. From the very beginning, she had been able to acquire such a large amount of supplies. She couldn't help but wonder where Mu Xin came from. Then she thought. A person like him, who offended that madman organization today for the sake of a transaction, should still be helped in the future if necessary. Back in the village, Su Mu handed over the zombie's blood task to the village chief and received 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a green beginner's staff. Thank you, warrior. With this amount of dried blood, the ghost on Xiaohua should be able to be completely cleansed. It was said that many people in the village had been attacked by monsters, and the bandages in the village were running low. Su Mu then said, enough with the small talk. Alright, go get some more bandages. Su Mu accepted the task, these bandages can be washed and reused. The main task is to go deep into the Green Phoenix Forest, eliminate 30 maimed mummies, and bring their bandages back to the village chief. The reward is 200 gold coins, 1500 experience points, and 200 potential points. Su Mu added, by the way, I haven't used the 400 potential points from leveling up to level 4 yet. I'll just apply them directly to combat skills. After saying that, Su Mu opened up the attribute panel to check, Mu Xin, Sorcerer Class, Level 4, 41% experience, 120,000 gold coins, 230 HP, 180 spiritual power, 120 combat skills, 38 defense, 13 speed. Su Mu murmured, my experience and gold coins have already surpassed those of a newbie. Truly, I am Su Mu. No more thinking, I should hurry up and complete the task, widening the gap even more. It's just maimed mummies, right? Even though they're a bit harder to deal with. As Su Mu was speaking, he suddenly remembered, I forgot to do something important. I almost forgot that I could make a lot of money from this old chicken thief. There's an old saying that goes, if there's a benefit and you don't seize it, what is it? So, Su Mu turned around to meet the village chief and then fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Oh, I got injured while trying to save Xiaohua. Her hairpin, please help me return it to her. Su Mu did this because the hidden task reward for the hairpin could directly grant him 50 intimacy points, but giving it to the village chief would get him an additional hidden reward. Just as he had expected, as soon as he returned the hairpin, the village chief said, Warrior, don't worry, the path ahead is long, and I won't let you go. Congratulations, Mu Xin, you have received the eternal blessing of the village chief, which includes a 10% chance of landing critical hits, 10% movement speed, automatic regeneration of 10 health and HP per second, 50 points of armor penetration, and a certain increase in reputation value. After receiving the reward, Su Mu happily left. Some new players, unaware of the hidden task, saw Su Mu lying on the ground and receiving a buff from the village chief, so they imitated him and sprawled out, begging, Village chief, I want golden light too. Sumu heard this and laughed. You guys are really foolish. I'm going to hunt monsters now. Tonight, I'll be the one to defeat the first boss in the dungeon. He headed towards the demon swamp deep within the Green Bay forest. As soon as they arrived, the HP of the character continuously decreased, and the notification board appeared accordingly. The area ahead has been invaded by ghosts. Players should exercise caution when entering. In the state of ghost possession, HP cannot be restored by potions, and it will decrease by 5 points every second. You can use a purification potion to dispel the negative status. Every second, HP decreases by 5, and you still cannot use potions to recover HP. Ordinary players are likely to last no more than 30 seconds. Each purification potion mentioned in the system costs 200 gold coins. Only by continuous use can one resist the ghost invasion, a must to sustain life. Fortunately, Sumu had the blessing of the village chief's blessing charm, allowing him to recover the lost health without spending a single coin. After walking a bit further, Sumu heard a scream. A young couple was being chased by zombies. Unfortunately, the girl was caught. The young man, only a few steps away from Sumu, was struck by a zombie that threw a bandage with a sharp weapon attached, sending him flying. Sumu glanced at the information board of the possessed mummy level 5. A ranged monster with an S-tier attack power, it was clearly a rookie assassin. No wonder those two were doomed. However, the possessed mummy wasn't particularly fast, so Sumu decided to take advantage of this. From a distance, he cast a fireball toward one of the possessed mummies charging at him, sending it flying. The others, upon seeing this, frantically chased after Sumu. Just as Annette was about to capture him, he shouted, "You guys, isn't the material for the mission practically delivering itself to your doorstep? Come on, don't tell me you can't catch up with me, huh?" Sumu deliberately lured the mummies toward the swamp and the forest of dead trees, then quickly jumped to the other side of the swamp, making it impossible for the mummies to get close. He then started launching fireballs at them, taunting them without pause. "Why aren't you chasing me anymore? Are you scared?" The mummies screamed and continuously launched sharp spears towards Sumu, before simultaneously jumping to attack him. But who would have expected Sumu to be part of the dodge group? He easily evaded their attacks, even managing to gather the sticky ribbon they had shot and release it back at them, running around the tree trunks nearby to trap the mummies in the swamp, preventing them from moving. Just as he was about to set a fire to burn the mummies, the notification board appeared. A special bounty mission from the blacksmith had been triggered due to all newbie villages in the server activating the blacksmith's fury. The blacksmith had issued a special bounty for warriors to act as agents of justice. Mission description: eliminate 100 players who have interacted with the alchemist 3 times or more. Upon completing the mission, you will receive a mysterious bounty reward. Special note: only the first player to complete the mission will be rewarded. All newbie villages have triggered the blacksmith's fury. It seems the alchemist's emotions are indeed quite tempting. This is the charm of Apocalypse. It proves that, except for me, none of the men from either my past or present life are worth anything good. But this special bounty quest is exactly what I need to wipe out 100 rude male players at the current level of these noobs. Once I finish unwrapping the mummy and reach level 5, plus the advantage of being an experienced player with quest knowledge, killing 100 people will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Saying that, Sumu immediately cast Fireball to attack the possessed mummies that had lost the ability to move. Luckily, this time it triggered Falling Flame from heaven, causing a rain of fireballs to fall down, incinerating an entire area. As a result, Sumu didn't have to use his skill multiple times. He simply stood there, waiting for the possessed mummies to be eliminated, bringing in wave after wave of experience. System announcement: congratulations to the player Mushin for killing possessed mummy and receiving 69 experience. For gold coins, Star Shatter Skill Book. Details of the equipment: Star Shatter Skill Book, quality white, level 5. The item introduces 10% spiritual power of the sacrificial object, 50% defense, 5% increased physical attack, and a certain chance that normal attacks will bypass 10% of the target's defense. The cooldown duration is 15 minutes. Sumu took the skill book out, chuckling, I can't even use this book. The skill is so ordinary, but it can still be sold for a few thousand gold coins. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, catching his attention. Player eliminated. Disruptive player, alchemist, ranked above 100. Sumu looked at the falling firestorm in front of him in surprise, then laughed. What an unlucky player walking right into this area, dealing with monsters on one side and conveniently wiping out those cowardly men on the other. This is too relaxing and fun. Not long after, on the Chuck channel, several people jumped out to complain. The little mushroom was picked by the girl. Uncle, I spent 1,000 gold coins to buy a purification potion, and before I even had a chance to use it, a fire spell destroyed it. I have 3 wives, me too. What setup is that? Little bunny, any kind soul willing to give me some purification potions? The ghosts in the embalmed area are draining my health. It hurts so much. At the same time, a group from the Madman Guild, led by the battle god of madness, appeared at the border of the demon swamp. A bunch of amateurs, trash like you, blaming the game setup. Such a difficult quest, leave it to me. Brothers of Madman, follow me as we charge towards the embalmed area. With that, the battle god of madness, along with the excited members, roared in agreement and charged into the demon swamp, drawing the attention of nearby players. The madmen had quite the presence, and just from their name, it was clear that they would eventually form a powerful guild. Of course. Look at the white light on them, that's the effect of the purification potion. This potion is really expensive, they're so generous. Once they hit level 10 and unlock guild creation, the guild the madman form will likely be the strongest on our server. You better level up quickly and join them. Hearing the discussions from surrounding players, the battle god of madness sneered, muttering, a bunch of poor fools looking at madmen, how do you expect us to clear these quests? At that moment, he noticed a possessed mummy nearby, lying in wait, so he pointed at it and shouted, "Everyone, follow me." However, before they could act, a fireball suddenly flew in from somewhere and annihilated the possessed mummy. The battle god of madness exclaimed in shock. A fireball? A low-level sorcerer can hold their ground here? Is this sorcerer from another faction? But the girls like Ting Shui are still fighting low-level players. Could it be that someone has spent money in the game like us? Suddenly, a guild member pointed to the sky and shouted, "Everyone be careful, there's fire rain coming." Upon hearing this, the group looked up in confusion and were startled to realize that a downpour of fireballs was about to fall on them. Someone screamed in fear. What's going on? Run, hurry. The others in the Madman Guild also looked terrified and scattered in all directions. But because the range of the firestorm was so wide, no one could escape unscathed. Soon, screams of agony filled the air. Damn it, it's burning. Help me. System announcement. Destroying battle god of madness has met the reward objective. Destruction progress, 8/100. Destroying Mad Overlord of the Sword has met the reward objective. Destruction progress, 15/100. Looking at the notifications that kept popping up, Sumu, who had unintentionally caused this massacre, was now hiding behind a large tree, laughing with great disdain and saying, I just wanted to deal with the monsters. Why is it that there are always people looking for death? This worker team really has no fear. Speaking of which, the new skill unlocked at level 5, Flower Rainbow, is really great. The skill deals area damage and has a freezing effect, which is very useful. Flower Rainbow deals ice damage to all targets within a 50-meter range and applies a certain slow effect. It consumes 50 spiritual power, has a cast range of 40 meters, and a cooldown time of 30 seconds. There is a 50% chance to apply a freezing enhancement to the target. The next wave of mummies will reset in a while, so I just need to rest and organize my inventory. Over 100 pieces of equipment and 12 skill books should be enough for me to make a lot of money. Right, I need to send a trade message to Wan Air. Whenever I come across something good, I naturally think of that good girl. My spring has come again. With that, Sumu sent a letter to Ting Shui Wan Air, then leaned back against the tree behind him, smiling to himself and thinking, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if one heir is looking forward to it too. Unfortunately, the task of killing 100 people still lacks a dozen or so. If another group of those stupid madmen comes my way, just 2 or 3 more times, that'll be enough. As he spoke about the skill book that had dropped from them, which was a great item for sorcerers, he took the book out to examine it. Item details: Wind Shadow Skill Book, blue quality, level 1, suitable for sorcerers. Description: consumes 50% of current spiritual power, increases movement speed by 30%, and grants a 10% defense shield. Consumes spiritual power. Increase movement speed by 30%, whether escaping or pursuing, both are incredibly smooth and quick. Learn it fast. With that decision, Sumu immediately used the skill book. The system notification appeared: congratulations to the player Sushin for learning the skill Wind Shadow. Then, Sumu softly said, after reaching level 6, I will go offline to eat. The first kill in the first dungeon of the Apocalypse game is still waiting for me. In another area of the Misty Swamp, a 4-player team was grinding monsters. After dealing with the last monster, Yumu spoke, I have enough of the quest items, the team should retreat. Zigu spoke up, Sister Yumu, don't leave, let's form a team and continue to accumulate experience. Chant of the Undead and Wounded White Phantom chimed in, agreeing, that's right, beautiful Yumu. Zigu, the boss, is right. Men and women together, life isn't hard. Yes, beautiful Yumu, your healing was really timely. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to defeat those undead. Zigu laughed and said, Sister Yumu, don't always keep such a cold expression. Chant of the Undead also added, that's right, beautiful Yumu is the best. Hearing these words from the 3 of them, Yumu showed no expression on her face, but in her heart, she disdainfully thought, all men look the same on the outside. Except for him. Seeing that Yumu remained silent, Zigu suggested, Sister Yumu, I'll be forming a guild soon, how about you join and become the vice president? Chant of the Undead laughed and said, that's right, if we have a beautiful vice president like you, we'll definitely become the most famous guild on this server. Yumu suddenly turned around and shouted, simultaneously raising the staff in her hand, shooting a beam of light that grazed Zigu, causing a slight injury before continuing to fly backward, killing the newly appeared monster. Zigu gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. He glanced behind him and cursed inwardly, damn it, when did a new mummy appear? How did this woman notice it? Also, if this is a team of players, how come I lost health when her skill touched me? Yumu spoke up, you can't even remember the monster respawn locations, and you're still the guild leader? She then decisively turned away and thought to herself, it would be humiliating to be defeated by me. As expected, he's just the smelly guy who disturbed Alchemist. I can't waste time with these people anymore. I need to level up quickly, then where should I go to find him? There are so many Apocalypse servers, is Sumu in the same area? Behind Yumu, the 3 of them stared at her, whispering among themselves, Zigu, don't be angry. Isn't she just a girl? Let's go after her and introduce her to the boss. After all, this game is very realistic. That's right, just a moving vase. Does she really think she's that strong? Let her see what it's like to be a real man. He said, what do you guys know? Yumu has character. I will definitely get her in the future. Zigu, the handsome boss, must surely make all the girls fall head over heels for him. In the future, with Zigu and Yumu, the beautiful woman, as the leaders, our guild will undoubtedly become the top guild in every server. Zigu clenched his fist, smiling maliciously as he said, she's not just a pretty face. She can remember the locations and times when the monsters respawn so quickly. Her senses are incredibly sharp. Outside the Demon Swamp area, the players of the Madman Guild, after respawning, immediately ran back here and continuously shouted, this Mushin only kills monsters, why does he have to kill players? That's right, I was just innocently passing by and got killed for no reason. I need to find him and ask for an explanation. Why does Mushin kill people so recklessly when all he needs to do is kill monsters? As for Battle God of Madness, he gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself, my whole team was wiped out, how embarrassing. There must be some mechanism in the ghost of the swamp that I don't understand. If I don't deal with him 10 times when he comes out, I'll no longer deserve to be called Battle God of Madness. He immediately went to the World Channel to curse. World Channel? Battle God of Madness, the coward Mushin, if you have the guts, come out here. I'm waiting for you in the fog. Battle God of Madness, the coward. Battle God of Madness, the coward. Seeing Battle God of Madness spam repeatedly in the World Channel, some players couldn't help but exclaim, a loudspeaker worth 100 gold coins. Who is this Mushin? Is he really worth Battle God of Madness spending so much money just to curse him? At this moment, Ting Shuiwan led her guild members over and spoke up, Battle God of Madness, if you have the skill, come in and find Su Xin. What's the point of shouting here? Battle God of Madness angrily questioned, Ting Shuiwan, do you really want to help that Mushin guy? In his heart, he cursed silently, damn it, I've already wasted too much time, and the experience points will be deducted once I'm defeated. Our level is completely inferior to these girls. Ting Shuiwan replied. Is that a problem? Mushin, we and Ting Shui will protect him for sure. You madmen might want to consider fighting us first. In her mind, she thought, Mushin has sent over a new batch of equipment transactions. I need to win them for Ting Shui Xiaozhu. I have to seize every opportunity to get stronger. Before that, Mushin can't be suppressed by these madmen. Battle God of Madness didn't dare to fight a guild battle when his team's levels were lower than the enemy's. Thinking about who caused this situation, he angrily shouted towards the swamp of the undead. Turtle-like Mushin. Still need women to protect you, if you're a man, come out here and face me. On the World Channel, Battle God of Madness shouted again. Turtle-like Mushin. Still need women to protect you, if you're a man, come out here and face me. He shouted once more. Turtle-like Mushin. Still need women to protect you, if you're a man, come out here and face me. At this moment, Sumu emerged from the swamp of the undead and spoke. Oh ho, is that my good little nephew? The Battle God of Madness angrily pointed at him and shouted. Mushin, stop talking nonsense. If you dare to come out, then be prepared to take a beating. Sumu didn't bother to waste words with him. With a snap of his fingers, he erased all hidden personal information and the effects of his equipment, making everything available for inspection. Character attributes, Mushin, class, sorcerer, level, 7. The people around him were startled, pointing at him. Damn it, a level 7 sorcerer. Where did this Oh Huang come from? And he has a purple weapon, is that a focus and spell rage? Look at his buffs, what the hell is this village chief's blessing? With this equipment, level, and these buffs, this person is definitely not playing the same game as us, reported immediately. The Battle God of Madness was also stunned, his face frozen in disbelief, silently thinking. This Mushin is basically from a different dimension than us. How can we fight him? Sumu smiled at him and said. Madman's descendant, your grandfather is here, now what? Tell yourself not to be afraid. The Battle God of Madness gritted his teeth, pointing directly at Sumu, and shouted. Mushin kiddo, you've killed innocent people recklessly. We'll let this matter go if you surrender, but if not, we'll make sure you can't even step out of Newbie Village. The players nearby immediately grabbed their weapons and shouted, demanding an explanation. Right. Battle God of Madness thought to himself smugly, so what if this kid is at a higher level? He still can't win 10 or more matches, and the advantage is mine. Sumu fiddled with his ear and spoke up, I'm not attacking innocent people. You all decided to make Alchemist the target for the mission reward yourselves, how can you blame me? The female players around them whispered to each other upon hearing this. Turns out, they had all done the same with Alchemist, how disgusting. Yeah, that's really too much. Mushin truly believed that if Sumu had actually attacked them, it was to rid the world of evil. Battle God of Madness blushed and shouted, I didn't do anything, don't listen to Mushin's nonsense. In his heart, he cursed, "Damn it, Mushin, you got me embarrassed in front of these girls. I won't let you off." Feeling ashamed and angry, he drew his weapon, glared at Sumu, and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Mushin. If you have guts, come and fight, madman." Sumu showed no sign of fear. He drew his own weapon, smiling as he said, "Come on, old man, my hands are itching." Ting Shuewaner looked at Sumu, seeing that they wanted to gang up on him. Ting Shue spoke up, "We'll help you this time, consider it a thank you for selling me those items." Sumu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Waner, but it's better to hold on to that favor." He thought to himself, Waner isn't as cold as she appears. After that, Sumu spoke up to remind Ting Shuewaner, "Take your people and stay back a little." Then he turned towards the madman group and shouted, "Activate full battle mode." In his heart, he sneered and thought, "Do they think numbers alone can win? That can only happen if their strength is on par." Ting Shuewaner replied, "Do as you wish." In her heart, she thought, "I really can't tell if Mushin is just arrogant or actually has real power. I'll observe for now." Sumu smiled and began to concentrate on his skills. The system notification announced that the attack mode had been switched to full battle mode. "These rookies only cost me a little money." With that, Sumu waved the staff in his hand. Immediately, not just one, but several fireballs appeared, firing towards the Madman Guild players. "Follow my command." The warriors raised their shields, and at the Battle God of Madness's command, several warrior players moved forward, raising their shields in front of them to form a barricade, blocking the incoming fireballs. Battle God of Madness shouted again, "Sorcerers, archers, what are you standing there for?" At once, a series of fireballs and arrows were launched, all aimed directly at Sumu. To this, Sumu calmly smiled and asked, "Madman, is this all you've got? You rely on the many years of experience from your past life, combined with the title of the fastest man, to increase both speed and evasion. Your body moves gracefully and nimbly, dodging everything. This foolish battle god of madness has already had his subordinates use up all their skills, and the ones on cooldown, aren't they being trampled underfoot by me?" Quietly thinking to himself, Sumu swiftly vanished from the sight of the Madman Guild players. "Go ahead, where's Kido Mushin?" "Boss, his speed is too fast, we can't even see him." They shouted, their eyes darting around, searching, unaware that Sumu was hiding right behind a large tree in front of them. With so many opponents in front of him, it would be best to use a crowd control ice spell. It would be even better if a specific crowd control effect could be activated, and it was just right to use these madmen as guinea pigs for his new skill. With that thought, Sumu cast his flower rainbow skill toward the madmen. Before they even had time to react, Sumu's skill hit, exploding like a blossoming ice flower, dealing damage while also applying buffs within a 50-meter radius. "Damn it, it's so cold, I'm frozen. Warriors, raise your shields. Brothers, we're gonna die. What's the mage doing? Heal us, battle god of madness. Our shields are still on cooldown. Boss, our healing isn't available anymore." Their health kept dropping, and the screams of desperation filled the air. After Sumu's skill attack, most people had been frozen into ice, and the lucky few who weren't were left with a layer of buffs on them. Battle God of Madness pointed at the warrior player beside him and yelled, "Everyone's dead, what are you opening your shield for?" The warrior player hesitated before replying, "Sorry, boss, I wasn't paying attention." In his heart, the player thought to himself, "Mushin's attacks are so terrifying, isn't it normal for me to open my shield? I'm not ready to die yet." Sumu, hiding behind a tree, smirked silently and said, "Really stupid, the shield is blocked, those few seconds will let Great Fireball take care of them." He counted the time in his mind and then shouted loudly, "Grandsons, look up, are you surprised?" The Madman Guild players instinctively looked up at the sky. A second later, their faces were filled with fear, as they saw another rain of fireballs descending upon them. As they watched each member of their guild buried in the sea of flames, Battle God of Madness could only stand there, helplessly sighing inwardly. It's over, the warrior and wizard's shield skills were already used up, this time, were really done for. Even he could only save himself by constantly using recovery potions. At the same time, he cursed loudly. "Damn it, What kind of damage is that idiot Mushin dealing? Didn't he used to rely on some kind of bug in the demon swamp before? Just as he was about to retreat, Sumu dashed out from his hiding spot to block his way and asked with a smile. Why are you running? Weren't you so arrogant before? Battle God of Madness, somewhat frightened, shouted. Don't come here. If you come any closer, I'll fight seriously. In his heart, he thought, they're all dead already, Hongi can't possibly hold on. But just a few seconds later, he recalled that over 30 of his elite team members had just been dealt with by Sumu, and his anger flared up again. I'll fight you. Battle God of Madness shouted loudly, raising his weapon and using the swift wind slash skill, creating numerous wind blades that flew toward Sumu. Sumu thought to himself, the early stage fighter's gale slash has a 40-second cooldown. After using this skill, he'll only be able to make normal attacks for the next 40 seconds. I just need to keep my distance from Battle God of Madness. His body moved swiftly, dodging all the wind blades, and like a flash, he circled behind Battle God of Madness. Sumu shot a fireball at his back and said with a grin, Hey, Madman's descendant, you're too slow. Your grandpa is right here. Furious, Battle God of Madness turned around, bringing his weapon down heavily on Sumu's position and shouted, I'll take care of you. Sumu shot another fireball, hitting Battle God of Madness, then quickly jumped backward, laughing. Come on, Battle God of Madness, aren't you supposed to be invincible? Can't a man ever say no? Battle God of Madness cursed inwardly in anger. How can this Mushin, a sorcerer, be so agile? Just as he was about to continue his assault, Sumu suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Wait a moment. The Battle God of Madness froze in his movements and let out a loud laugh. I've been waiting for you, you monkey. Do you think I'm a fool? My cooldown skill is already refreshed, sure enough, your speed couldn't hold up for too long, you want more? Take another hit from my true slash. In his mind, he thought, Mushin is a sorcerer with weak health, he can't withstand a few of my hits. The opportunity has arrived. Sumu spoke, shattering his delusion, don't you want to check your HP bar? Along with that, Sumu launched another fireball. Hearing Sumu's words, the Battle God of Madness looked up at his health bar and his eyes widened when he saw it was nearly empty. A second later, a small explosion rang out, the fireball hit his head, depleting the last bit of his health. Sumu waved his hand and smiled, my bad, I accidentally overdid it. I just wanted to mess around with you for a bit. Mushin, just you wait, you haven't seen the last of me, Battle God of Madness. With those words, the Battle God of Madness's soul was ripped from his body and returned to the resurrection point. At that moment, the surrounding players began to speak, Are we playing the same game as Mushin? A sorcerer who wiped out the entire elite squad of madman? I wish I could hug Mushin's leg, he's also a sorcerer, can I take him as my disciple? Mushin is going to be my male god from now on, strong and handsome. Yes, Grand Minister is so handsome, my legs are going weak. Ting Shuiwan Air stood among the crowd, lost in thought as she wondered, Mushin, could he really be that powerful? System notification, congratulations to the player Mushin for completing the blacksmith's reward order and receiving a mysterious reward. The announcement, repeated 3 times across all servers of Apocalypse, drew the attention of every player to the name Mushin. On the Hidden Kingdom of Azatang server, players began to comment, Mushin, never heard of him before. Slaying 100 people, that's terrifying. Who is this Mushin? On the Misty Rain of Jiangnan server, a young man, having just finished his task, was browsing through The Alchemist when he saw the notification. He angrily fumed, drawing his sword to the sky and cursing, Damn it, I still need half my lives to go. Why did Mushin get there first? Mushin, I'll definitely meet you in the future. On the Great Imperial Capital server, the Z squad of the Little Soy team was speaking on a livestream, such a shame, we're just 20 kills away from completing the 100-man slayer. Hey guys, would anyone like to send me a few small gifts to cheer me up? Meanwhile, this person thought to himself, Mushin is kind of interesting. He managed to complete the task before even an esports athlete like me. Looks like our Team Z isn't the strongest after all. At the Tantianing Along server, the group of players looked at Sumu ahead of them and shouted, "Mushin, you've already completed the killing of 100 people." Meanwhile, in another location, Yumu's progress showed 90/100 completed. Yumu gently said, "Mushin, I thought I would be the first to receive the reward order, but someone else has completed it even faster than me." Sumu responded, "Mushin, is that you, Sumu?" At that moment, Sumu suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Who is thinking of me?" Then, he smiled and turned to look at Ting Shui Wan Air. "Sister Wan Air, we've already clarified the trade. It's the second time you're checking now." As he spoke, he pointed to a side, signaling her to find a place to talk. Ting Shui Wan Air agreed to follow, secretly thinking, this Mushin definitely has some strange conditions to offer. A moment later, Sumu spoke up again. "There are 152 mummy bandages, 151 white gear, 51 green gear, 19 blue gear, and 10 white skill books. The mummy bandages are worth 10 gold each, white gear is worth 50 gold, green gear is worth 500 gold, blue gear is worth 3,000 gold, and white skill books are worth 1,500 gold. Ting Shui Wan Air asked in astonishment, "You managed to collect all this?" Sumu acted all innocent, glancing at Ting Shui Wan Air's legs before speaking, "A total of 11.6 gold coins, that's 110,000 years for you. Want a discount this time, Sister Wan Air?" Ting Shui Wan Air blushed and replied, "No, you don't need to mention that kind of discount. 110,000 years, then 110,000 years. In her heart, she thought, "This damn guy, I knew it." Sumu sighed and said, "What a pity, I was planning to give you a little surprise for free." Ting Shui Wan Air quickly asked, "What surprise?" Sumu took out a skill book and said, "How about this? 10,000 gold coins, would you like it? It's a friendly price." Ting Shui Wan Air gasped, "The Wizard's Life Magic Skill Book." In her heart, she thought, how lucky can Mushin be? The Life Magic Skill Book is so rare, and even with money, you can't get it. Then, she shyly touched her hair and asked, "What's the condition for this friendly price?" Sumu smiled and replied, "You'll have to agree to let me touch your foot once in the future." Ting Shui Wan Air fell silent upon hearing this, suspiciously thinking, will Mushin really insist on this in the future? Will we even meet again? Sumu handed the skill book to Ting Shui Wan Air and said, "Then I'll consider that as your agreement. Enjoy the trade, Wan Air. By the way, here's a friendly reminder for you." "Ha? I haven't agreed yet." "Ha? What reminder?" "The tree people in Green Phoenix Forest Land are weak, but they give a lot of experience. You can focus your efforts on leveling up by killing the tree people." Hearing this, Ting Shui Wan Air asked, "Why are you telling me this? Do you have some ulterior motive?" Sumu smiled and said, "Wan Air, you're being too sensitive. If I told you this is related to a hidden quest, would you help me?" Ting Shui Wan Air said, "Maybe, but I can't help without any benefits." In her heart, she was confused and thought to herself, a hidden mission. How does Mushin know information that even the company doesn't know? Sumu extended a hand towards her and spoke, "Then it's decided, Sister Wan Air, don't worry, you won't lose out." Ting Shui Wan Air glanced at Sumu's hand, paused for a moment, realizing that she must have a good relationship with Mushin. "You're forcing me, Mushin. You really are making me more and more curious." Thinking this, she smiled comfortably and shook hands with Sumu. At the respawn point of Newbie Village, those useless players let Mushin take care of all of them alone. "Next time I see that kiddo, I'll deal with him on the spot." "Battle God of Madness boss, we know we were wrong." "Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely level up diligently. Next time, Mushin will wet his pants." While lecturing his subordinates, Battle God of Madness suddenly heard a reminder about a private message. "Who's looking for me?" He muttered to himself, then opened the private chat. "Mushin, that madman, bring your people and go out to farm trees for me. Don't stop until I say so. Battle God of Madness, that Mushin is so annoying. How can I listen to you? Mushin, if you don't go, I'll just keep going until I make you break your account." Every time I make a move, I'll screenshot and post it. Now I'm going to find you, battle god of madness. Let's go, let's go. Mushin, big brother, assign me a mission, and I will definitely complete it well. Close the chat window, he comforted himself, muttering, my brother doesn't suffer losses in the short term. Wait until I become strong later, I'll make sure you can't handle it. On the other side, Sumu was leaning against a strangely shaped tree in the dead swamp, resting his chin in deepened thought. Even with Ting Shui and Madman's help, it wasn't enough. To unlock the hidden instance, all the tree men needed to be exterminated, and that could only be done through the World Channel, where everyone would need to come together. Thinking about this, Sumu opened the World Channel. World Channel? Mushin, all the old Iron Brothers, please prioritize exterminating the tree men at Green Phoenix Forest Palace. If not, I'll invite him to experience the dual torment of ice and fire. Ting Shui wan air, Ting Shui, and we will fight till the end with Battle God of Madness. I was originally going to exterminate the tree men, but my madman brothers will help me wipe them out. Looking at the chat window, Sumu chuckled softly and said, with wan air protecting me like this, it doesn't feel so bad. Quite a while later, Sumu raised his head to look at the tree he was leaning against. These people had been fighting for so long, by now, the tree men should be almost dealt with. Speaking of which, could rare equipment really be found here? He had been sitting here for so long already. In his past life, the Grand Minister's secret power guidance said that just by looking up, one would have strange spots beneath the tree. After confirming it with his own eyes, this must be the right spot, right? It wouldn't be a scam, would it? I'm not the fool here, am I? This place is so desolate even birds wouldn't come to poop. Just as he thought of this, a droplet unexpectedly fell on his face. A second later, Sumu angrily pointed at the strange-shaped tree and shouted loudly, did the bird crap on it or what? Why isn't the equipment being used? Bullying the honest people, full of deceit, full of deceit. System reminder, all new players in village number 818, in 30 minutes, together defend against the tree god's revenge. Successfully defending will grant all players a mysterious reward. Failing to defend will cause all players to lose 100,000 experience points. The tree god's countdown to rage, mission remaining time, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing this, Sumu happily spoke up, the final hidden mission has been activated. Then, he spat a mouthful of saliva and cursed, what's all this about the mysterious Grand Minister? That damn scammer, I swear if I ever meet the person who posted this, I'll find out if I can deal with you. World Channel, Madman Little Tiger, the Wood God, you told us to clear the trance, and we ended up with this. Madman Xiaoyu, this mission looks really difficult, Mushin has trapped us. Mountain Pass Vigil, if we fail, we lose 100,000 experience, we're done for. Seeing everyone chatting on the World Channel, Sumu smirked to himself and said, let's head back to the city first, grab a meal while we've got half an hour, then go hide. This is perfect. A few seconds later, in Newbie Village, Sumu had just teleported back when he was surrounded by a crowd of angry players. Mushin, regarding the tree god's revenge, you need to give us a satisfactory answer. That's right, that's right. Our current level isn't enough to deduct points. Are you aware of your own standing, Mushin? How could you spend such a large sum hiring mercenaries? Sumu was a bit surprised and said, what? I don't need such a large-scale setup to welcome me. You all think the mission will fail? You're too negative. The players couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that Mushin was confident about completing this mission? Mushin's confidence was immense, shining like the sun. Sumu said, a full stomach makes for easy work. Where's an eye? Go make some food. The players looked at each other, then spoke up. Strange, why do I feel hungry after hearing him say that? Maybe this is the domineering aura of a master. If Mushin says it like that, then we should finish our meal and quickly get to the mission. Mushin, I will always support you. In the real world, apocalypse was the most talked about topic at the moment. Everywhere you went, there were ads and discussions related to it. Have you played Apocalypse yet? Super realistic, the emotions of the NPCs feel just like real people. Ha, not only have I played, but I also got beaten up because of Apothecary. I set up a stall, sold materials, and earned thousands of coins. What does the beauty NPC know? She just affects how quickly I earn money. At a fast food restaurant, Sumu was eating while scrolling through his phone, silently thinking, the game server is about to deliver the items to the door. After I get back to the game later, I'll catch the Slayer Tree God and obtain the essence of the Tree God. Then I can level up the Death Bone. It seems like more and more people are starting to play Apocalypse, and the participation rate is higher than in the previous life. I just hope humanity can change the outcome of the previous life this time. At the same time, the girl with the Yumu account was entering the store with a few friends. As soon as she stepped in, she spotted Sumu eating alone and walked over, saying, "Sumu?" Hearing someone call his name, Sumu turned his head to look. Upon seeing this, Yumu said, as expected, "It's you." Meanwhile, a few young people in the store were quietly discussing Yumu. "Look, that beauty pharmacist or whatever, she suddenly doesn't smell so good anymore." "You don't know, right? She's the campus beauty next door, don't even dream about her." "Sigh, that kiddo is really lucky, dating the campus beauty." "Is he as good looking as me? What's his deal?" At that moment, Yumu sat down next to Sumu and asked, "Sumu, I heard you ran directly here from school today. Did your class teacher get angry?" Sumu casually replied, Yumu thought to herself, to do something like this, is it really him? As expected, he's just like this. Sumu was slightly surprised and thought to himself, the campus beauty, Kang Jiyu. I don't really know her that well, yet she approached me to talk. Kang Jiyu spoke up and suggested, "Sumu, would you like to join me and my friends for a meal?" "My treat." Sumu replied, "I can't, I'm not free." In his heart, he thought, never mind, after all, I won't have any further dealings with Kang Jiyu in the future. I'd better hurry home and log into the game. So Sumu finished the last bit of his food and got up to leave the table. "I've finished eating, classmate Kang Jiyu, I'm leaving." Seeing this, Kang Jiyu hurriedly asked, "Sumu, are you also on the Azure Crouching Dragon server?" Sumu acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to leave. Kang Jiyu frowned and silently wondered, "Sumu, why is he being so cold towards me?" At this point, her friends gathered around her and began interrogating. "Jiyu, who was that person who treated you so distantly? Could it be that our Jiyu has taken a liking to him? Let me think, isn't he the weed from your school? Sumu, is he the one who just graduated from UAR's high school graduation exam, and now he's here to play in the qualifier? Jiyu actually likes a game addict like him? A school beauty with the school idol, the top student facing off against the trash? Isn't that just perfect?" Kang Jiyu interrupted, "Stop making trouble, the qualifier isn't just an ordinary game." At the same time, her heart was filled with confusion, silently saying to herself, "Sumu, clearly you've appeared in my sight several times, why do you seem to be avoiding me now?" On the other side, Sumu had just stepped out of the store, thinking to himself, "Kang Jiyu, the memories of my past life tell me that I should keep my distance from this woman. I'm not a hero here to save the world, but I can't sacrifice my own safety." Not long after, Sumu returned to his room. The game pod had also been delivered. After setting it up, Sumu immediately laid down inside. "Ah, this is perfect, so comfortable. Having a game pod and playing Apocalypse really feels great. Ah, this money was well spent. In my past life, it took me a long time to get this. This time, I'll take it step by step and explore the deep, unfathomable path of fate." With those words, Sumu activated the Apocalypse ring to enter the game. The system announcement rang out, entering the Apocalypse world. Have fun, players. Wrath of the Divine Tree, countdown, 1 minute remaining. As soon as Mushin appeared in Newbie Village, he was spotted by a group of players. Worry and anxiety were written on their faces as they spoke up, "Mushin, there's only 1 minute left before Tree God's revenge starts." The official website says those tree gods are level 5 monsters, we can't beat them. The tree god boss is a level 10 monster, so even if it's you, Mushin, you won't be able to do it. You're really going to get us killed. Sumu sighed quietly and muttered, these rookies, who haven't experienced much in life, are so noisy. Then, he spoke up, it's just a hidden mission, don't panic. The players responded, we don't want the mission to fail, it's urgent. Mushin quickly thought of a solution. What's all the noise about? If Mushin said it was possible, then it was possible. Meanwhile, in the real world, many people were watching the live broadcast, which was being streamed directly from the Apocalypse team on site. In an office, a man in a suit was watching the live stream while speaking to his secretary, intimately observed the actions of Azure Crouching Dragon number 818, Newbie Village. If they succeed in clearing the stage, we will arrange for our people in another Newbie Village to go and activate this instance. In an internet CAF, two young men were watching the live stream and chatting. This is a large-scale regional mission, but even a member of Nation H wants to get the first kill. Tell a joke, our nation's strongest esports team's players are too scared to challenge now. In the world of Apocalypse, the countdown finally reached 0. A heavy pressure immediately pressed down on the entire Newbie Village. It's too scary, the 100% simulation effect of Apocalypse is terrifying. Don't be afraid, darling, I'm here to go to the first defense line. I can't take it anymore, I'll go back after you guys finish your fight. We should retreat too. I can't take it, let's go quickly. Amidst the shouting of the players, Sumu was suddenly surprised to notice the presence of NPCs, such as the blacksmith and the alchemist girl. The boss map for this quest actually activated NPCs to join the battle. He remembered that in his previous life, it didn't seem to be like this. Strange. Just as he was deep in thought, the village chief suddenly stepped forward and spoke up. Dear young warriors, fight for the village, for tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief raised his hand, and the book in his hand immediately shot out a beam of light, which split into many smaller threads that entered the bodies of the players. System notification, encouragement from the old village chief, plus 10% attack, plus 10% critical strike, plus 20 defense points, plus 100 health points. Duration, 30 minutes. A short while later, the players and NPCs had reached the first line of defense, with the blacksmith standing at the very front. It didn't take long before they saw a large number of tree people charging out from the forest ahead, rushing straight at them. Let me take care of this. The blacksmith shouted, smashing a tree person in front of him with a single blow from his hammer. With his lead, the other NPCs and players also began to join the battle. In an instant, the area was filled with shouts and the light of skills being unleashed. However, since it was only the first day after Apocalypse had launched, most players hadn't even reached level 5 yet. How could they possibly be a match for an army of tree people, all at level 5? Very quickly, the group of players was continuously handled and returned to the respawn point. But that was not the end. The Traians, no longer hindered, immediately surged into Newbie Village and surrounded the respawn point. Whenever someone respawned and lost their 15 seconds of invincibility, they were immediately dealt with by the Traians using vines. It repeated like this over and over again, and the players collapsed, crying out, I really can't take it anymore, don't come near. Mushin had a plan, as he had mentioned. The Fiery Island, never did he expect that his once great life would be defeated at the respawn point. I'm not playing anymore, here. Hoo-hoo, after the 15 seconds of invincibility, you'll just get handled by the Traians again. It's so scary. This is basically impossible to fight against Mushin. This liar, come out and take your punishment. This scene was also witnessed by those watching the live broadcast. At Newbie Village 526, the players who were watching the live stream began commenting. Seriously, this mission is terrifying. Luckily, nothing like this has happened on our server. Oh my god, Newbie Village 818 is completely ruined like this. The players' levels will definitely drop to level 1. In the real world, in the office, the secretary spoke up. The number of these Traians truly makes it hard to resist. Even if our people wanted to complete this mission, it would be quite difficult. The man in the suit said. Record all the details for future use. Suddenly, his expression changed as a fireball rain appeared on the live broadcast screen, raining down on the Trance and starting to burn them. Back at newbie village number 818, the players' eyes went wide as they exclaimed. This is the skill of the sorcerer falling flame from heaven. What kind of insane damage is that? Is this some sort of scam? Then, they were left dumbfounded once again when they saw ice flowers bloom one after another, creating a wave of freezing cold that froze a large area of Trance within its range, shattering like a mirror into countless fragments. Flower rainbow, it really is the great sorcerer coming to save us. It's Mushin, it has to be Mushin. I remember when he fought the madman alone, the team used this skill before. Amid the cheers of the players, Sumu appeared. He drank a potion to replenish the mana he had just consumed and then spoke. I was planning to let you all train a bit more. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu quickly charged forward. The flames burning from his staff set everything he passed through alight. The Trance were much lower level than Sumu, so hitting him was like hitting the wind, but he didn't care. Like a moth to a flame, he rushed into the forest of divine trees. Outside, the players couldn't help but cheer as they watched. Look at how powerful Father Mushin's gear is. He just made the Trance run for their lives, and he didn't even lose a sliver of health. In the midst of the battle, after delivering several blows, Sumu glanced at them, raised an eyebrow, and said with a grin, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Come on, join in." As soon as you finished speaking, the players seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their spirits soaring as they rushed forward, starting to kill the tree guardians. At the same time, outside the game, everyone was stunned after observing this battle. A wave of confusion and exclamation continuously rose among the crowd. At the resurrection point, the three of them Ting Shui, Wan Er had just resurrected and couldn't help but be amazed. Ting Shui frowned from afar, muttering, "All the tree people on this side have been taken down." Ting Shui Wan Er gently nodded in agreement, it must have been that person. With a sense of doubt, the three of them moved forward and immediately saw a group of people continuously shouting and rushing forward. Ting Shui Xiao Tu sighed, "I'm also a sorcerer, but my damage output is far worse than Mushin's." At this moment, Ting Shui frowned from afar and asked, "What should we do?" Everyone had lost a fair amount of experience. Ting Shui Wan Er thought for a moment before speaking, "Go kill the tree people and recover the experience points we've lost." At the same time, Sumu here was continuously shouting, "Everyone, get ready, sorcerers, clear the status effects." Following his instructions, 2 males and 2 females stepped forward and used their skills to sweep across the battlefield. Ting Shui Wan Er happily called out, "Mushin, we've come to join the battle." Sumu glanced at her and saw her smiling at him, then raised the staff in his hand and loudly announced, "Sorcerers can sign up to join the team and coordinate with the large teams to act together." Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "All right, sorcerer, archers, get ready to follow my command, attack from the farthest distance." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of sparks fell from the sky. The players below were also not idle, charging forward with great momentum to fiercely attack the divine tree. Outside, upon witnessing this scene, people began to discuss fervently. "Look, newbie village 818 is actually starting to fight back." Exclamations of surprise kept ringing out in the crowded square. "Who is this Mushin? He just wiped out the respawn points. Is newbie village 818 really going to complete this mission?" Meanwhile, Battle God of Madness was also observing the battle, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "I need to call the Madman Guild members back online, or else they'll have been killed repeatedly for nothing." Immediately, he called the Madman Guild members online. Smirking slightly, he said, "Killing a Treant gives 100 experience points, and assist attacks give 20 experience points. Now's a good time to fix the roof while they're at it." On the other side, in the Nation DVSA research zone, a man, after watching the battle, spoke in a low voice, "The Tree God's revenge is nothing impressive." Did they really think it's that powerful? He then glanced at the person next to him and ordered, "Johnson, analyze the data from newbie village 818 Azure Crouching Dragon so our people can go kill the Treants and activate the Tree God's revenge." Hearing these words, Johnson's face showed a look of hesitation. He hesitated before saying, "Chief Officer, this mission is very difficult. Our current average level is Tier 3, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat it." A soft snort escaped Chief Officer as he coldly replied, "Dare to say that again? We are the number 1 in the world. Our nation, D, will definitely do better." Johnson's expression became even more unpleasant. Starting this mission now was indeed tough, but the chief officer had no understanding of the concerns Johnson was feeling. The officer glared and ordered, "Activate the tree god defensive mechanism, or I won't hesitate to replace you with another deputy." John could only reluctantly nod in agreement. At the same time, in Newbie Village 818, under Sumu's leadership, they had successfully made the entire tree god flee, and the area was filled with cheerful cheers. However, they couldn't rejoice for long, as a deafening sound suddenly rang out, causing them to freeze in shock. When they looked closely, they saw giant tree roots suddenly weaving through the forest. In no time, they had gathered together to form a massive tree god. With its fiery red eyes in the center of its forehead, it let out a terrifying scream, "Become my nourishment, humans." As soon as the words left its mouth, it swung its arm towards the crowd. The people, caught off guard, were knocked away. But it wasn't over yet, another arm reached out. Upon seeing this, Ting Shuiwan'er's expression immediately darkened. She exclaimed in horror. "It's over, another arm is attacking. We can't avoid it." In the blink of an eye, the 2 enormous arms of the tree god slammed into the ground, sending stones flying in all directions, and a cloud of dust engulfed the scene. Yet, neither Sumu nor Ting Shuiwan'er were harmed. For in that split second of imminent danger, Sumu had embraced her, pulling her away from harm, saving her from peril. Ting Shuiwan'er looked at him gratefully and softly said, "Thank you, Mu Xin." Sumu didn't pay much attention to her words, simply reminding her to be careful, then sinking into deep thought. It seemed that this attack from the Divine Tree Overlord was directed at him. At the same time, the players were still relentlessly attacking the tree god, but the damage they dealt was incredibly low. This caused their dissatisfaction to grow. Annoyed shouts echoed all around. The attributes of this boss, tree god, are just ridiculous. 30,000 HP, with controlling skills and resurrection abilities. How are we supposed to beat this? Meanwhile, smaller tree creatures began appearing under the Divine Tree Overlord. It seemed that they had received a buff, and were now extremely fierce, opening their large mouths to threaten everyone. Seeing this scene, the players immediately stepped back, all eyes turning towards Sumu. Ting Shuiwan'er was no exception, and she whispered, "Mu Xin, do you have a strategy?" Facing the dangerous situation, Sumu showed no fear at all. With a confident smile, he reassured them. "Don't panic, you handle the tree people like before, and I'll take care of that big fellow." Upon hearing this, Ting Shuiwan'er immediately responded, "Then you must be careful, leave the battlefield on this side to me." He gave a slight nod in response, "All right." Without delay, she shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic, quickly gather up." Warriors and assassins follow Ting Shuixiaxia, sorcerers and archers, together with Ting Shuixiao too, move as one, mages, please follow me. As soon as her words were spoken, the group quickly separated into 3 directions. She swiftly commanded, "Tree people at 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock. The soldier in charge of suppression, facing the 3 o'clock direction, the expeditionary fire mage stood in a circle. Sumu observed everyone's actions from behind, extremely satisfied. Truly worthy of Jiangwan, capable of securing a safe area in the future, and now, it seems, ready to showcase his talents? At that moment, the Divine Tree Overlord suddenly directed its gaze toward him. Immediately after, a series of vine-like blades, sharp as daggers, shot toward Sumu at lightning speed. He couldn't help but click his tongue. I wonder why Mu Xin, the Lord, always seems to target me? Although it was a boss with high damage and high recovery, Sumu knew its weakness, it was the sole lord of the Green Phoenix Forest. Once a friend of humanity, it had turned into the culprit of the demonic energy invasion, and its main weakness was its heart. Coming with purpose, Sumu's figure swiftly cut through the air, heading straight for the Divine Tree Overlord, launching a fireball at its heart. Unlike others, the damage Sumu dealt was much higher. Someone couldn't help but shout. While we deal only a dozen points of damage per attack, Mushin can hit so high, it's abnormal. However, they didn't know that Sumu wasn't satisfied with this. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "The tree deity's skin is thick enough, I had to cast 50 fireballs just to kill it. How exhausting. But the damage its heart takes can't be healed by recovery skills." Thinking of this, Sumu immediately used Wind Shadow to soar into the sky. Without hesitation, he shot a fireball toward the heart of the Divine Tree Overlord. As long as he wasn't attacked and could maintain his spiritual power, he could easily destroy it in a one-on-one fight. However, he couldn't let the leader engage in battle and disrupt the rhythm of Ting Shuewan Air. Sumu decided to lure the boss away. With that in mind, he shouted towards her. "Wan Air, I'll leave this place to you." Upon hearing this, Ting Shuewan Air nodded and continued commanding the others. She sent a group of wizards to the respawn point to heal and replenish buffs. After giving her orders, she turned to Sumu, her eyes showing concern. Over on this side, the Divine Tree Overlord continued to attack Sumu with its vines. What was even more surprising was how quickly the vines were growing. However, they were essentially ineffective against Sumu. In addition to Wind Shadow, he also had a movement speed boost granted by the blessings of the village chief and the fastest man, so these vines were no match for him. At the same time, Sumu realized something: these new thorny vines were thinner and still connected to the heart of the tree deity. Without hesitation, he cast a fire array, setting all the vines ablaze. The searing pain from the fire made the Divine Tree Overlord scream in agony. But it didn't die so easily. Sumu knew this, so he stepped back several meters away from the scene. At the same time, he struck down the falling flame from heaven, completely enveloping the body of the Divine Tree Overlord in flames. It seemed to want to flee from this place, but unfortunately, its feet were firmly trapped by 2 layers of frozen ice, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu twirled the spear in his hand, smirking as he said, "How does the taste of the dual freeze-fire torment feel?" Not far below the ground, Ting Shuewan Air was still commanding the players to slay the minions of the Divine Tree Overlord. At the same time, she noticed that the boss's health was down to only a third. She let out a sigh of relief, knowing that it would probably take another 2 minutes to finish it off completely. Immediately after, Wan Air looked back at the others and commanded, "The last 2 minutes, everyone, hold the formation and prepare for one final attack. Don't let any small monster slip through the lines." With the support of everyone, Sumu had no trouble whatsoever. He had successfully frozen the Divine Tree Overlord, reducing its health to a very low level, which made him quite satisfied. Sumu nodded and smiled, saying, "The appearance of the binding freeze of Flower Rain Bone came at just the right time. One final strike." As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant flame erupted from his school of magic, charging straight towards the Divine Tree Overlord. It barely had time to shout the 4 words, "Damnable humans," before it was consumed by the flames. Its entire body was destroyed into pieces, which then dissipated into the air. Even if it acknowledged its mistake now, it was too late. In that very moment, the Divine Tree Overlord collapsed. The divine trees beneath the ground quickly fell as well. The players, who had been zealously fighting, suddenly looked on in astonishment at this scene. At the same time, the system also announced, "Sumu has completed the world's first personal kill in the Revenge of the Tree Deity and has received the first world kill treasure chest for this achievement." Not only him, but all players in Newbie Village 8 also received rewards for completing the mission. In the blink of an eye, cheers of joy rang out everywhere. Ting Shuewan Air smiled with satisfaction. He did it. Those observing the battle from outside were equally shocked. 200 potential for all members, doesn't that mean it's equivalent to having a higher free attribute distribution than us by 2 levels? Not only that, but the internet also exploded. A flood of astonished comments kept appearing. Today's hot topic had been completely claimed by them. Of course, Sumu had no idea about any of this. He was carefully examining his reward, and after a long pause, a smile spread across his face. The essence of the tree deity, in this way, and the materials to activate the death god's arm bone were now ready. Immediately after that, he began leveling up, quickly reaching level 9. Next was the activation of the death god's arm bone. He wanted to see what secrets this thing held. The moment the death god's arm bone was activated, Sumu had to consume 3,000 drops of dry blood and 3,000 wet corpses to deplete the tree god's essence. Purple lights continuously surrounded the death god's arm bone, causing it to hover in the air. However, the anomaly was still to come. Suddenly, these lights enveloped Sumu, freezing his body in place. He cried out in horror, "What's happening? I can't move." Sumu suspected that perhaps the hidden quest was not yet finished. Soon after, he saw something coming from the direction of the green phoenix forest, resembling a thick fog of demonic energy. The players around him also found themselves in a similar situation, and on top of that, they were marked with a death curse. Ting Shuiwan Air hurriedly spoke, "Everyone, check if you've been marked with something." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and indeed, they all had the mark. They gasped in shock, "I can't move, damn it, I can't move either. I want to die." Panic quickly set in. Before they could understand what was going on, a strong wind blew through. Darkness suddenly enveloped the area, and their blood levels began to drop. Through just a few papers, their bloodline had been completely drained, but they didn't die and instead returned to the resurrection point. Ting Shuiwan Air listened to the panicked sounds of the crowd, her expression slightly solemn. It seemed that after the bloodline was erased, death did not occur. Everyone patiently waited, perhaps the server was still debugging some parameters. When the crowd heard this, they felt her explanation made sense, and they fell silent to wait. Only Wan Air was extremely worried. She didn't know why Sumu hadn't returned. Was he in danger? As for Sumu, he was deep within the green phoenix forest, surrounded by a suffocating darkness. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "What's going on? What is this god of death's minion doing here?" While Sumu was confused, suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the dark. The moment Sumu saw them, he was startled and exclaimed, "Those eyes!" He saw the eyes getting closer and closer to him, as if their target was him. Sumu's face immediately changed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He muttered in a trembling voice, "It's the god of death. Isn't the god of death supposed to be the boss that appears in the hardest instance, god of electricity, when the apocalypse is about to come? No one has cleared god of electricity yet. The apocalypse is about to descend, and then the god of death will descend into the world. Could it be because I activated the death god's arm bone that caused the god of death to appear early?" Sumu knew very little about the god of death. In his previous life, he hadn't even had the qualifications to enter god of electricity. While Sumu was lost in thought, a deafening sound suddenly erupted. Instinctively, he shuddered. In his eyes, the fear intensified. The sound was unmistakable, it was the god of death. This was the very sound he had heard before dying in his previous life. Not long after, a figure with blood-red eyes and a wide mouth appeared in front of Sumu. The sinister aura around him was so overwhelming that anyone who came near felt suffocated. Sumu's fear grew even more, and he trembled as he spoke. That huge scythe. The god of death has really come. Is this the end of me again? Rebirth, what kind of cursed joke is this? I've just started. Recalling the memories of his previous life, Sumu's body shook uncontrollably. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. He bit his lip in frustration and cursed angrily. Damn it, I can't break free from this prison, I can't move. At that moment, the deep, gloomy voice of the god of death resonated. The light is not here, darkness descends, the gods fall, and the god of death rules the skies. Sumu instinctively looked up and saw him staring at him with a ferocious gaze, his wide mouth constantly moving, emitting sounds of terror. Young sorcerer, do you want to live? I will give you a chance. He wanted Sumu to join the god of electricity, and in return, he would help him become the grand sorcerer of death, the ruler of the apocalypse, to raise his flag. Sumu's fear turned into astonishment. What's going on here? Is this some kind of joke? The god of death is speaking to me? And there's an apocalypse, some strange job, grand sorcerer of death. When did that happen? Such a heaven-defying attribute. The system presented Sumu with two choices, one to join and one to refuse. He read through them and immediately widened his eyes. It sounded like some kind of scam falling from the sky. In reality, both choices were very difficult. The first option might make him the enemy of humanity, and the second would directly lead to his death at the hands of the god of death. The reward for defeating the first target and the dark dragon armor that Sumu had obtained with great effort couldn't be lost. While Sumu hesitated and couldn't decide, the deep voice of the god of death rang out. "Youth sorcerer, speak your choice." Sumu panicked and shouted, "Wait, this choice is a bit difficult, let me think it through, I'm thinking. Betraying humanity, collaborating with the enemy, and falling into eternal darkness." That was impossible. He could only delay a bit longer, holding out until the progress of the death god's arm bone reached 100%, then he would decide. But the god of death was still pressing him. "You must speak your choice." However, at this moment, the death god's arm bone had only reached 95% progress. Sumu fiercely bit his lip. His rebirth really had too many obstacles. After thinking for a moment, he finally raised his head to look at the god of death. Sumu pursed his lips and spoke. "All right, now I'll tell you my choice, I refuse." Hearing this, the god of death's face immediately darkened. He roared in anger. "What? You fool, even ants are just ants, and to protect the light you laugh, yet you dare to refuse my invitation?" Unconsciously, he let out a light snort. Sumu coldly said, "So what if I'm an ant? An ant can still build great wisdom, and though its life is as fragile as paper, it still has an indomitable spirit. How could I, a humble person, bow my head and acknowledge a murderer as my master? A true gentleman would rather die than endure shame. If you have the courage, kill me again. I will accept my fate, and at worst, I'll start over." The god of death angrily sneered, "Then go die, ant." In an instant, his sharp spear lunged toward Sumu, but he was not worried. 3 seconds later, Sumu remained unscathed. However, at the very moment the spear was about to strike, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, moving so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, and it directly struck the tip of the god of death's spear. This sudden change stunned Sumu. At that moment, a voice emerged from the light, an illusion from a divine projection dares to cross the boundary and commit murder. "Do you truly think there's no one in my divine temple?" Upon hearing this voice, the god of death immediately recognized who had arrived. He let out a strange laugh. Michael, do you think you can save him?" At this moment, Sumu could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. The figure with angel wings in front of him was simply unbelievable. It was the great Michael of the Legion of the Angelic Temple, the supreme commander of the Legion of the Angelic Temple. "Go back to hell," Michael said coldly, and a trace of divine power appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he struck toward the god of death. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the god of death vanished, but his eerie laughter still echoed. "He is the cursed one, sooner or later, he will join our god of death temple." The situation changed so rapidly that Sumu could not hide his shock and muttered. "So this is the power of the highest commander of the Legion of the Angelic Temple? A single strike shattering the illusion of the god of death." The Divine Temple was one of the two major factions in the Apocalypse world, the center of the Divine faction, with the Angelic Legion being the prestigious fighting force within the Divine Temple. The God of Death Temple, naturally, was the central administrative organization of the evil faction. "You only activated the Death God's arm bone. How come it not only summoned the projection of the God of Death, but also called in this great figure, Michael?" While Sumu was thinking, Michael's voice suddenly rang out, "Young warrior, your choice is very wise." Sumu was startled and looked at him, then realized that he could move again. He quickly greeted, "Greetings, Lord Michael." Sumu wasn't sure if he had greeted properly. In his previous life, he had never encountered NPCs of this level. Michael smiled kindly at Sumu and spoke happily, "Your choice deserves praise from the Divine Temple. If you can complete my trial, I will grant you the title of Sorcerer of the Divine Temple." Sumu gazed in astonishment at the title. Although level 100 was still the primary title in use, it could only be obtained by completing the hidden quests of the Divine Temple. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he happily spoke up. "I am willing to accept your trial." He nodded in satisfaction, and Michael calmly said, "This is the spoils of war I acquired, and now I bestow it upon you. I hope you will be able to complete the trial." With that, he took out a necklace and handed it to Sumu. As Sumu received it, his eyes widened in shock. This was the broken necklace of the evil dragon. While he was still in a daze, Michael continued, "I hope it will help you forge a stronger path. May the light of the apocalypse shine upon you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the air, and the surroundings were once again bathed in brilliant light. Sumu stood silently for a moment, then gripped the necklace tightly in his hand. He couldn't contain his joy and jumped up in excitement. "I know this. In my past life, only one of the top players had this set of armor. It was unbeatable. And now, I've got the necklace from that very set. If Sumu manages to purify it into a legendary quality item, this reincarnation will be worth it." With the necklace in hand, it meant the other parts of this set would eventually come to him as well. With that, he would become invincible. After a period of enjoyment, Sumu decided to check what the Death God's arm bone was, the one that almost made him reset his character again. By this time, it had finished activating. Sumu had gained a lot of skills and equipment. He was so happy that he almost cried, muttering, "It's worth it, worth it. It's not in vain that I reincarnated as a human, Apocalypse won't bully me." However, Sumu couldn't be happy for long when he saw the level up requirement, 5 million experience points. He angrily cursed, "This is clearly bullying. This is just the experience needed to level up by 1, let alone anything else." Fuming with anger, Sumu set that aside and decided to open the treasure chest of the tree god to see if there were any rewards. You must quickly reach level 10 and also take the first 9 kills in the Mushin Temple dungeon. Right after, deep in the Green Phoenix Forest, Sumu began to check his items. He scanned through everything, finally deciding to check the tree god's wish first. He opened the quest and saw the faint figure of the tree deity appear. It spoke in a deep voice. "Warrior, thank you for rescuing me from my suffering. I was once the lord of this land, but now I am about to vanish. There is one thing I hope you can do for me and complete the task in my stead." Immediately, a quest was presented, and without hesitation, Sumu accepted it. Then, he couldn't help but exhale. This quest was in line with the goal of the Divine Destruction Core Trial mission. In the vast universe, the Earth quietly moves. However, after several hundred observations, it has been shown that the planet will reach its closest position to the eastern hemisphere of Earth at 4:49 am GMT +8 on April 14 th, 2129. The probability of a collision with Earth around 5:20 am GMT +8 is 2.7%. If the collision occurs, 6.4 quadrillion KZ will be released, equivalent to over 1 ton of energy from a TNT explosion. Although the collision may not necessarily happen in the future, after the apocalypse becomes a reality, the first invader of the Divine Destruction Legion will be Apophis. Not to mention what will happen to humanity in the future. In order to stop Apophis, one must face the final boss in this dungeon raid. Even though it has been significantly weakened, it will still be difficult to defeat, and death is inevitable. There are also 3 minor bosses beforehand that cannot be underestimated. In the previous life, it was still a professional money-making team at level 15 of Nation D, earning 9 first kills. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue, "This game is not as simple as I thought." Setting that aside, he continued to check the other treasure rewards from Tree God. This time, Sumu received quite a few things: 50,000 gold, 300 potential points, Windfire Triple Strike Shoes Level 10, a common purple skill book, and 1,000 points of prestige of the Divine Temple. Seeing these items, he happily exclaimed, "Nice, there's actually a common purple skill book for all professions, plus prestige of the Divine Temple, and Windfire Triple Strike Shoes are decent equipment. I've made a profit." Sumu did not hesitate and quickly studied the purple common skill book, receiving the skill energy activation. This skill could increase attack power by 100, with an effect lasting for 5 minutes. Sumu couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "You can summon an ultimate clone during combat." As for the prestige of the Divine Temple, it was easier to get close to the powerful NPCs of the Divine Temple by earning more intimacy points. Prestige of the Divine Temple was not a task that could be easily obtained. The higher the reputation, the higher the chance of triggering rare rewards. Finally, as the global individual achievement treasure chest, the products he received were numerous, including the authority to bless the guild. This was a valuable item that provided a boost to players. In the future, when establishing a guild, this would guarantee an advantage right from the start, and it also granted the title Demon Slayer. This specific buff was designed to defeat evil-type monsters. The more he looked, the happier Sumu became, excitedly calling out, and then proceeded to allocate his points. As a sorcerer, he of course focused on increasing his attack power and directly allocated all his potential points and magic attack points. A violent sorcerer, with a fireball spell, would teach others how to be a person. After activating the jewel request, he decided to take some time to work. The additional stats from external equipment were also quite nice. Now, he would head back to the city first and identify the equipment. On the other side, at the respawn point of Newbie Village, a group of people was chattering endlessly about what had just happened. At that moment, Sumu had respawned and returned. As soon as they saw him, everyone rushed over to thank him. The enthusiasm startled him. Sumu quickly stepped back, smiling politely and saying, "Everyone, keep working hard to level up. Newbie Village number 818, let's aim to be the first group of players to reach the main city." At this moment, whatever he says, they all listen, nodding obediently. On the other side, the chief officer of VSA is extremely angry. He furiously shouts, "Damn it, the credit for the whole world should belong to our nation D." Johnson reports the current progress. Johnson hurries to report, but the more he hears, the angrier the officer gets, and he shouts again, "If you can't handle it, then stop doing it." Johnson feels a bit helpless. The difficulty of this task is just too great. Inside the game, at the pharmacy, the beautiful alchemist stands at the door and waves to greet Sumu. This time, Sumu came to buy 100 bottles of purification potions and divine elixir, but they are really too expensive. Sumu feels a bit sorry for his wallet. The purification potion costs 200 gold per bottle, and the divine elixir costs 100,000 gold per bottle. Even though Sumu's rewards had given him a lot of gold, the purification of the evil dragon bone transmission is still too costly. The pharmacy owner quickly handed over the items to Sumu, then sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me deal with those male players, and also thank you for protecting the village." Sumu smiled at her, "No need to be so polite." Immediately after, Sumu found a place to purify the necklace. He kept muttering, "It must be a legendary quality one. In my previous life, I never even got to see such a high-level piece of equipment." Before long, the purification of the necklace was successful. Seeing the light it emitted, Sumu was overjoyed. The golden color truly meant it was legendary quality. To think that after being reborn, he could be so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a card. He smirked and said, "This perfect appraisal card must have its use, right? Quickly try using one. Attribute explosion for me, especially explosion for me." In the blink of an eye, the T-long necklace was surrounded by a soft golden light. The appraisal process was successful, and the necklace was truly of transmission quality, with very good attributes as well. Sumu was extremely happy. The power of this necklace was even higher than his purple weapon, and it had both elemental enhancement and excellent resistance. Moreover, his current attributes had significantly increased, making it no problem to pass the shrine of the ancient tree god. However, completing the hidden quest to clear the level without taking damage would still require a little more effort. So, Sumu decided to level up. In the forest, it was quickly cleared by Sumu. But at that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "It's here, the divine destruction core." Just a moment later, the beam of light descended, and the surrounding players noticed it too. They were astonished and started talking amongst themselves. "What's going on? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? What is that? Something fell here. A meteor?" In the blink of an eye, the entire forest heated up, engulfed by a brilliant fire. The heat was so intense that the players began to flee in panic. The wild animals in the forest also ran off to find shelter. At the same time, Sumu stood on the cliff, observing everything below. This was still just the simulation effect of the apocalypse world. The destructive power had decreased significantly. If reality were restored, everyone would be killed instantly. The fire quickly spread to Newbie Village 818. The players in the city quickly ran away, shouting loudly, "Run quickly, the fire is coming, Newbie Village is not safe." In an instant, when everything seemed to be hanging by a thread, a sudden step appeared out of nowhere. Looking closely, the owner of that step was the village chief. At that moment, waves of water appeared in his hands. They danced in the air, then collided with the flames that were approaching. Seeing this scene, the players were immediately astonished. The old village chief was so powerful. A dual-class player who knew both wizard skills and water magic. Not long after, the fire in Newbie Village was extinguished by the village chief's stream of water. The players immediately cheered and praised him. "Village chief, you're amazing. You must be a great recluse, right? Could you give us a hidden quest?" Hearing this, the village chief glanced at them. After a moment, he smiled and spoke. "Apophis, the spirit of death, has infiltrated. In order to protect the apocalypse world, he must not be allowed to leave the Green Phoenix Forest. I am here to send my blessings to all the warriors fighting against Apophis." As soon as the man's words ended, the system immediately issued a mission. The group of players excitedly shouted, "Look, a mission has appeared above our heads." Sumu, who was far away, also saw this mission and was a bit surprised. The first dungeon of the apocalypse world had opened. In the game, Apophis was looking for ancient items in the ruins of the Mushin Temple in the Green Phoenix Forest. In the previous life, Apophis had engaged in a massacre and was also frantically searching for a type of material needed by the Divine Destruction Corps Legion. But deep within the Amazon jungle, there was indeed a place resembling the ancient Mushin Temple. In the world of Apocalypse, many scenes and unique items truly existed in reality. They either hadn't appeared yet, or were located in areas filled with danger. Even if the secrets from the previous life were passed on to the country now, they would be of no use. To defend against the invasion, the current power of humanity was still too weak. As someone who was reincarnated, I will try my best to become stronger when the apocalypse becomes reality, and look for opportunities to fight. For now, this ancient Mushin Temple dungeon cannot be overcome by just spending money. I must understand its mechanisms and have enough strength. However, the appearance of the dungeon would certainly create a new climax. The players passionate about exploration had to be brave. Sumu decided to let them struggle a bit first, while he would log out and take a nap to recharge his biome. Outside, the real world had passed through a quiet night, and the light began to shine once again over the city. At the same time, in an apartment complex, after a long sleep, Sumu finally woke up. He stretched and yawned, then said, "That was a good sleep, much better than sleeping in the game cabin. Let's check the forum and see how those noobs in the dungeon are doing." The Apocalypse Forum was extremely lively at this moment, with everyone discussing the ancient Mushin Temple. Sumu casually skimmed through a few posts, then sneered and said, "What is this? The strange events ahead will scare you all to death." All the countries are strengthening their efforts on the ancient Mushin temple, and the fastest progress in the world is from the catch team of the great imperial capital's nation H. They've reached the first boss but still haven't defeated it. After thinking for a moment, Sumu once again entered the game cabin. He quickly appeared in Newbie Village. Wanair slowly walked up to him, her voice filled with surprise. "How come you're still only level 9? Sumu pouted and laughed. "Looks like you've been drinking a lot of experience-boosting potions." As he said this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. "I still have some green equipment and white skill books. Do you need them?" Without hesitation, Wanair nodded. "Of course, it's a good thing you've been providing resources. Even though we've been progressing well, we plan to reach level 10 before heading into the ancient Mushin temple. Are you coming with us? Is it possible to touch your feet?" Sumu raised an eyebrow and asked her. "Actually, I was just joking. You're still thinking from Wanair's special position. Getting direct intelligence is only natural." Yet Wanair thought it was real. She nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Ting Shui, we're all beautiful girls, just rely on your own abilities." Sumu couldn't help but tease, "But I'm only interested in you." She shyly lowered her head and whispered, "As long as you cooperate, I can gather the information and share it with you. As for the reward, I can give you a third of it." Sumu reflexively furrowed his brow. With such confidence, the power behind her company was indeed formidable. Wanair had spent quite a lot of money to recruit him and was not hesitant to reveal all this information. After thinking for a moment, Sumu spoke in a deep voice, "The news about the dungeon, which the whole world wants, is indeed worth a fortune, but I don't seem interested." As soon as the words were out, Wanair, somewhat surprised, asked, "Why?" Sumu glanced at her and kindly reminded, "Sister Wanair, I advise you to focus on leveling up first. Even when you reach level 10, don't bother with dungeons. You won't be able to defeat them. I'm off to hunt monsters, goodbye." With that, Sumu lifted his foot and walked away. Wanair watched his retreating figure, speechless. This guy, with his intelligence and strength, and surrounded by a team of well-equipped beauties, still rejected her. An hour later, the world channel of the game was in chaos, with players continuously tagging Sumu's name and chatting. Sumu truly saw all of this, and he responded calmly. "I'm heading to kill Demon's Garden now." The players immediately panicked, and one after another, they started avoiding the areas Sumu passed through. However, Sumu didn't care much and continued hunting monsters. At that moment, he had reached level 10 and unlocked new features for enhancement. He happily shouted, "Brothers, I'm level 10 now." Soon after, Sumu returned to Newbie Village and ran to the village chief's house. He said confidently, "Village chief, I want to create a guild." The village chief calmly looked at Sumu and said, "Warrior, you truly live up to my expectations. A warrior as outstanding as you must have your own guild. You are the great elder now, so it will cost 300,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this amount, Sumu's expression changed. He pursed his lips and said, "That's so expensive, are you robbing me?" The village chief curled his lips and laughed. "Warrior, Sumu, if you want to become a great elder, you have to invest in the early stages." Sumu fell silent, thinking for a moment. This time, he would no longer rely on others. He would create his own guild and recruit capable players to become a force for him to use. Soon after, Sumu decided to create the guild and named it Majestic Wind God Valley. He happily stepped out of the village chief's house. Fengshan Valley would undoubtedly become a powerful force to protect Nation H when the apocalypse came. At the same time, players around him also received the notification that he had created the guild. Wanair couldn't help but sigh. Mushin has created a guild already, and his actions are still faster than ours. I didn't expect Mushin wanted to be the boss on his own. Jiyu was also quite surprised when she saw this notification. She seemed to be calculating something in her mind. On the other side, a group of people hunting monsters received this news, and one of them quickly shouted, "Boss, I didn't expect this kid to beat us to it and set up his guild first. The boss snorted coldly and said, "Our Madman Guild is the strongest." Not long after, many people applied to join Sumu's guild. He frowned as he looked at the number of applications and then muttered to himself, "Use the first-tier blessing reward from the guild that was granted by the system earlier." Sumu then began granting blessings. The attributes granted by the guild's blessings were random and lasted for 24 hours. The first blessing of the day was free, but the next refresh would cost either diamonds or contribution points. After completing everything, Sumu went to find the blacksmith. "Give me 2 regular identification scrolls." However, the blacksmith snorted in annoyance and said, 200 gold coins. Sumu felt a bit helpless and replied, "Isn't it just the alchemist who likes talking to you?" Still, Sumu accepted the 2 scrolls and proceeded to identify the belt and windfire triple strike boots. When he saw the attributes of these items, he couldn't help but sneer, "Does this young master need to run away? What trash attributes are these?" However, fortunately, the attributes still turned out to be decent, so he decided to collect the windfire triple strike helmet to enhance the effect. He quickly posted an ad on the world chat saying that he wanted to buy a windfire triple strike helmet. After that, Sumu checked his chat box for the day. He let out a helpless sigh. Everything was a mess. It seemed that expecting these rookies, who hadn't even reached level 10 yet, to bring out a level 10 purple equipment was asking too much of them. But that wasn't all. He had also received something even more peculiar. A picture of a shirtless man, which startled Sumu quite a bit. "What the hell is this? I'm a decent man," he muttered. A moment later, he received a message from a stranger. The person claimed to have the windfire triple strike helmet. Sumu immediately sent a private message to the person, but the reply he got only made him even angrier. "I don't want to sell it. I plan to use it myself." Sumu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Why send a message then? Damn it, do you have something wrong with your head?" The more he messaged with the person, the more dissatisfied he became. "This assassin is even more disgusting than I am, so disgusting he might as well fly off into the sky, damn it, block him." Just as he was about to block the person, another message came through, "Can I join your guild? I want to give you this equipment." Seeing the message, Sumu couldn't help but snort. It's just a purple equipment, and he thinks he can join the Valley of Wind and Cloud. But in reality, Sumu did accept the person into the guild. A true man knows when to be flexible and adaptable. However, not long after, Sumu started to have darker thoughts. "I've never heard of Dark God, but maybe after getting the equipment, I can put him into a state of benefit bestowal and then kick him out." At that moment, Dark God appeared before him, repeatedly calling out, "Boss." Sumu lowered his head and thought to himself, "Why do I feel so embarrassed like this? If not, just quickly kick him out. On the contrary, he can't even beat you." At this moment, Dark God ran over and asked, "Boss, why does our guild only have 2 members now?" Sumu didn't answer, secretly laughing to himself. "Wait a minute, there will only be 1 member soon. Little buddy, the world is cruel, don't blame me for limiting you." However, this thought of Sumu was quickly cancelled, because this guy made a wise decision. Dark God cheerfully spoke. "Why is the guild's funds so little? Let me add some." This sum he referred to was 10 million gold coins, which nearly sent Sumu into a frenzy. Yet this guy wasn't satisfied and said, "Boss, could you add 10 million more first? If it's still not enough, just give me a call." Sumu's eyes brightened and he said, "Go ahead and accept the guild's blessing first, you can unlock the attributes." Dark God quickly followed suit and also handed over the Windfire Triple Strike helmet to Sumu. Now, Sumu had 4 purple equipment and 1 orange piece, all ready to take on the ancient Mushin Temple dungeon. While Sumu was contemplating, Dark God messaged him. "Boss, I've prayed over 100 times and finally got the attributes for enhanced attack and speed," and then a long string of messages followed. Sumu felt he was talking too much, but could only grit his teeth and hold it in, saying, "Don't rush, I'll take you along. This dungeon is really difficult, I need to prepare a bit. But you need to level up, level 6 is way too weak now. After getting rid of him, Sumu sent an invitation to Wan Air. Upon seeing the notification, she was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Mushin invited me to run the dungeon, the ticket costs 200,000 gold. A moment later, Sumu arrived at the meeting spot. He waved his hand to greet Wan Air, smiling as he said, Long-legged sis, what do you think? Are you getting on the ride? She turned to look at Sumu, a trace of doubt appearing on her face. Are you joking? Are you really confident about clearing the dungeon? Wan Air frowned and said slowly, everyone is stuck on the first level. When the monster is about to die, it enters a berserk state, no one can withstand it. Sumu replied nonchalantly. That's because you guys are just too weak. With eyes full of confidence, he lifted his lips and said, Anyway, if you join my team, at 9 o'clock bring the ticket money and get on the ride, I'll carry you through the dungeon. Wan Air still seemed doubtful, continuing to ask, What if we can't clear it? He shook his head and smiled. There's no what if. If we can't clear it, I'll refund the full amount. If we clear it, I want the loot. Sumu's words ignited Wan Air's anger. Realizing she had overreacted, she quickly ran off, not forgetting to tease. I was just joking, sis Wan Air, don't be mad. I'm off now, I'll be waiting for you. Half an hour later, in an open field, Sumu and Wan Air were already waiting there. A moment later, Dark God arrived, shouting loudly, Boss, I leveled up. But soon, he noticed that there was someone else. He exclaimed in astonishment, Your little sister is on time like this, and she's also our teammate? How lucky. Boss, do you need to introduce me a bit? Beautiful lady, hello. To fight together, we should get to know each other first. If you have time, could you help me call a few loudspeakers to discuss some business? Sumu glared at him as a warning, then turned to Wan Air with a smile, saying, Sister Wan Air, welcome to the team. Wan Air only nodded lightly without responding. At this moment, Dark God quickly grabbed a loudspeaker and began shouting, Mushin is coming out to kill the dungeon boss, 20,000 gold, only 2 spots, first come, first served. Sumu felt a bit speechless upon seeing this. However, it really worked. People quickly started discussing it, though the tragic scene from earlier was still fresh in their minds, so they decided not to go. After waiting for a while, Wan Air spoke up, both of these spots are for me. I'll bring my friend in. You think anyone can get in except those from the Madman Guild? So, agreed. Shortly after, Ting Shueisha and Ting Shueisha too quickly appeared. Although Ting Shueisha didn't believe Sumu could clear the level, they joined because of Wan Air. Ting Shueisha quickly approached, and Dark God immediately said with a smile, My boss is amazing, you guys just sit back and relax. She couldn't help but sneer, this little assassin is somewhat interesting. Just lying around waiting to die? Dark God smiled and looked at the two of them, then glanced at Sumu, asking, Boss, I can pretend to be XOMO, which is a bit confusing. What do you want to do? This guy was so mysterious, then suddenly exploded with an announcement on the World Channel, causing everyone to go into a frenzy. The group of people, including Sumu, stared in confusion, seeing the 1,000 gold for a megaphone. This guy actually used 1,000 of them in one go, such a move was really beyond words. Sumu really wanted to say, Big brother, if you have so much money, why don't you just take me along? A little while later, at the portal entrance of the dungeon, a group of curious players gathered around, looking to see what was going on. They couldn't believe that this 5-person team could achieve anything. Mushin didn't care much, leading everyone to jump into the dungeon. Before long, they had successfully entered the ancient Mushin temple. Dark God excitedly shouted, This place is so big. Ting Shueisha immediately reminded him, Be quiet. So he immediately became aware and shut his mouth. The group continued to move deeper in, stopping when they saw a few doors. Dark God hurriedly spoke up, Boss, the internet says the first dungeon is a maze, how do we get through? Ting Shueisha, who was behind, also spoke up. Do you need me to tell you the way? Since you said you wanted to lead us to take down the leader, then let's go directly to fight the boss of the first dungeon, how about it? Sumu heard this and snorted coldly. Or would you prefer to go your own way? I'll go mine. Shasha, dissatisfied, shouted loudly, so, you're just charging 200,000 gold per position, is that it? If it weren't for the captain bringing me into the team, I wouldn't have come. He shrugged indifferently, casually smiling as he said, if you're unwilling, you can leave the team at any time. Oh, by the way, if you leave the team, you won't get paid. One heir, hearing this, became even more dissatisfied, and Dark God, standing beside her, cheerfully chimed in. Girls, my boss said that if you take down the leader, you can get the loot. You can lie down and play, but if you're unwilling to do so, then you have a lot to say for a currency player. The argument was finally interrupted by one heir, after which Sumu led them further inside. The further they went, the more terrifying the scenery became. On both sides were streams of blood-red water, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Dark God couldn't help but cover his nose, gagging as he said, this blood stench really doesn't need to be so realistic. Why has the artistic style suddenly become so eerie? One heir also reminded them, be careful, there's a blood demon behind this waterfall. It moves very quickly and is hard to hit, even Team Z had trouble dealing with them. Only Sumu, walking at the front, was completely calm. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't attack them, this path is basically a freebie. Ting Shueishao too, a bit skeptical, asked, is that for real? Mushin wouldn't be lying, would he? His attitude made Wan Er a little uncertain. These blood demons seem scary, but they really don't seem to actively attack players. How does he know it won't be like that? As Sumu had said, they arrived at another door without encountering any obstacles. Dark God laughed proudly and said, sisters, do you believe me now? When my boss speaks, it's always spot on. Sumu paid no attention and walked through a door, entering a dark basement filled with human bones. Dark God too couldn't help but shudder. It seemed like this place had once experienced a great battle. Would these skeletons come back to life? No sooner had he spoken, the bones below suddenly began to tremble. They quickly assumed an attacking posture. Ting Shueisha couldn't help but scold, you noisy fool. Dark God never expected his careless words to come true. He panicked and mumbled, it's my fault. Soon after, a group of skeletons appeared in the basement. These were level 7 skeleton soldiers. Buried underground for many years, they hadn't tasted fresh blood in a long time. The skeletons drew closer, and Sha snorted coldly, cursing, Ting Shueishao too, we're not vegetarians. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a burst of energy. The skeleton that had charged forward instantly collapsed. However, it didn't stay down for long. Its eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, as if it had been injected with fake blood. It furiously swung its weapon at Ting Shui. She quickly raised a protective shield. This monster had thick blood and high defense, making it difficult to deal with. Wan Er quickly spoke up, Xiao Tu, provide fire support. Xiao Tu immediately charged forward and cast a fireball. Taking this opportunity, Sha also severed the hand of a skeleton. But at that very moment, another one slashed her shoulder. Seeing this, Wan Er quickly treated her, while Xiao Tu launched an attack at the group of skeletons. A series of bone spikes shot towards them at lightning speed, but the damage was minimal. Realizing this, she immediately shouted, the defense of these skeletons is too high, I can't deal any damage. Her bone spikes did nothing to them, and Sha became even more anxious, shouting loudly, damn it, what's up with these monsters? Didn't Mushin say he would help us clear the level? We're supposed to be going to this fire island? As soon as she finished speaking, a fireball flew from a distance and hit, burning a number of skeletons that were standing in the front. The one who had cast it was, of course, Sumu, who calmly spoke, don't rush, I'll handle it myself. Immediately after, he twirled the staff in his hand. A thick layer of bone spikes appeared, freezing the skeletons. But it didn't stop there. Sumu then cast a fireball formation, combining ice and fire, causing the skeletons to die in agony. Upon witnessing this, the other four immediately reacted in shock. Shasha couldn't believe it and shouted, "Is this damage even reasonable?" At this moment, One Air also began to believe, killing the boss he spoke of might really be a possibility. Meanwhile, Sumu had wiped out the group of skeletons and calmly said, "The skeleton soldiers have no elemental resistance, they're pretty easy to kill. Please help by picking up the dropped items." The four of them quickly ran to collect the items, obtaining quite a few, but they all ended up in Sumu's hands, which made Shasha dissatisfied. "These items are all for the captain? This is just ridiculous." Sumu casually shrugged, replying indifferently, "I'm really short on money. By the way, your fight earlier wasn't bad, very brave." Hearing this, she snorted coldly. "Don't think I don't know you're being sarcastic." Sumu curled his lips slightly, ignored them, and took a step to leave. Dark God hurriedly laughed and said, "Come on, ladies, don't dawdle, hurry up and follow. This money's worth it." Shasha angrily cursed, "I spit on you, idiot." A little while later, their group arrived at a cliff, where they split into two elemental paths, one of ice and one of fire. One Air exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the path the Z team took?" Shao Tu, frightened, trembled as he said, "If we go left, we'll be frozen into a rabbit, if we go right, we'll be roasted into a rabbit." Shasha also voiced her doubts, "This one can jump, are you trying to die?" But Sumu remained calm and said, "I'll go down alone. I'll be back in 5 minutes. One Air, lend me your shield." One Air immediately complied, creating a shield for him. Dark God, still confused, asked, "Boss, what are you going to do?" However, Sumu didn't answer. He quickly jumped into the fire pit, his figure swiftly darting through. Although he encountered a few obstacles, Sumu managed to dodge them successfully. On top of the cliff, the four of them had no choice but to wait. Shasha questioned, "Where does Mushin want to go?" One Air shook her head slightly, not knowing, but it seemed like he knew the location where the monster had appeared. At the same time, Sumu finally reached the point he had aimed for and stopped. He raised his staff high, destroying a block of ice that surrounded a distant flame. Not long after, he had returned to the cliffside. One Air asked suspiciously, "What did you pick up?" Shasha pouted and snorted coldly, "So mysterious, must be some treasure he wants to keep to himself." Sumu chuckled softly and pulled out a small chicken from his belongings. One Air vaguely spoke, "This item was never mentioned in the reports. Does it have any effect?" He calmly replied, "You'll know in a moment." And so, they proceeded into the snow-covered area. It was incredibly cold here, and their stats had significantly dropped. After a while, the ice surface suddenly trembled violently, and Sumu immediately shouted, "It's here." From below the ice surface, a sharp, pointed tail appeared, followed shortly by the massive body of a centipede rising from beneath. It was a human-faced centipede level 10, an elite-type monster. At this moment, it suddenly let out a deafening roar. Its scream was so unbearable that the group had to cover their ears to avoid being affected. After enduring the noise, Sumu quickly charged forward, continuously reminding everyone, "Focus your energy to resist the disturbance, spread out quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a fireball at the centipede's face, dealing significant damage. However, its health was so high that it barely made a difference. The monster spat out a liquid toward the group. All four of the One Air team suffered damage, but only Sumu, quick on his feet, used Wind Shadow to move and successfully escaped. Immediately afterward, he darted towards the centipede, shouting loudly, "Let me draw the aggro." The boss is immune to water attacks. Sorcerers, don't use flower rainbow. Warriors, find an opportunity to strike its belly. Dark God, not hearing any mention of himself, hesitated and asked, "So what should I do?" Sumu continued, "Little assassin, you're frail, stay aside and don't cause any trouble." By this point, Sumu had successfully positioned himself in front of the centipede, but as soon as he looked up, he saw its massive mouth opening, ready to spit something at him. Sumu quickly dodged to the side, knowing that if he were hit by this skill, even with his current HP and defense, he would lose health. Completing the quest without taking damage was Tree Deity's mission. He absolutely could not let the monster touch him, not even a single drop of blood. With that thought, he immediately raised his staff and commanded everyone, attack. Everyone unleashed their skills at the centipede, and its health began to drop. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, landing a solid hit on its tough belly, causing it to stiffen for 3 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, everyone attacked in unison, and its health dropped to just over half. The centipede's stiffened state was about to end, so they all followed up with another round of attacks before retreating. At that moment, the human-faced centipede lunged at them. Dark God quickly pulled up his pants and ran, shouting in fear, "No, I haven't even hit you yet. Don't let me meet your grandfather." One Air hurriedly reminded, "Everyone, be careful." At this moment, Sumu leaped forward, blocking the way. "Quickly step aside, it's grudges with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished and reappeared like a shadow, gliding past the whirlwinds created by the centipede. At the same time, he launched a fireball attack toward it, leaving the people watching outside stunned, continuously exclaiming in awe. "Mushin, is he activating an acceleration mode? No wonder he's my boss, his movements are so graceful." Under Sumu's powerful attack, the centipede's health dropped to only 750, and at that moment, its eyes turned blood red. Realizing this, One Air quickly shouted, "Mushin, the human-faced centipede is about to go berserk." It seemed as if it were in sync with her words, as the centipede let out a deafening, furious shriek. Its body thrashed violently in the air, and soon after, it coiled into a massive circle. Xiao Tu cried out in fear, "This is bad, it's happening so quickly, and it's going berserk." Sha Sha anxiously said, "The human-faced centipede is immune to all damage when it goes berserk." Dark God, however, remained calm and chuckled, "What's there to fear? My boss can defeat it in just a few minutes." At that moment, rays of green light began to emit from the centipede's body. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by the energy beams it released. Xiao Tu cried out in fear, "These attacks are coming in waves, we're doomed." But Sumu was not afraid at all. He threw something out and spoke aloud, "Go ahead, Pikachu." What Sumu threw was the chicken he had obtained from below the cliff. In that instant, the chicken emitted a dazzling light, forcing everyone present to shield their eyes with their hands. When the light faded, the chicken, once a tiny chick, had transformed into a giant golden rooster. It spread its vast wings, protecting Sumu and his group. All of the centipede's attacks were blocked. Seeing this, One Air couldn't help but exclaim, "So the first boss hides this kind of mystery." The others couldn't hide their shock either. At the same time, the centipede's enraged state and rampage ended, and its health was nearly depleted. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu cast a fireball. The centipede was instantly burned to death. A great number of items dropped from it. Sumu was stunned and shouted, "Purple gear exploded." One Air was also eager, quickly suggesting, "This is a wizard's purple gear, I want it. I'll offer 50,000 gold." Sha Sha nodded lightly, "Not bad luck. The first boss drops gear that One Air can use. That's a good price." Sumu decided to agree, but before he could finish his sentence, Dark God interrupted, "Wait a moment, I'll offer 100,000 gold coins." Sha Sha immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Do you even know how to play? Why are you bidding for a wizard's gear?" One Air also nodded in agreement, "Brother, you can't use this equipment, just let me have it." However, Dark God pouted and said, "I met a very cute female wizard yesterday, and I want to give this equipment to her." Sumu sighed softly, "I'll put it up for auction, and you all can bid for it. The starting price I've set is 100,000. Immediately, they started bidding. One Air raised it by 20,000, and Dark God added 10,000. After several rounds, the price reached 200,000. Dark God glanced at Sumu and asked, "Boss, will the money from the auction go to you in the end?" He gave a slight nod and replied, "The equipment is mine, so naturally the money will be mine as well." He smiled and added, "Got it." After speaking, Dark God turned to One Air and said, "We've only known each other for a day, and besides, I feel like you and your sisters still don't worship my boss enough." With that, he raised the bid to 500,000 gold coins. One Air sighed helplessly, "Forget it, the price is already at its ceiling. As long as someone's willing to spend the money and time, they can still get the equipment later." Sha Sha angrily cursed, "You must be crazy." But Dark God didn't care, as long as Sumu was happy, that was all that mattered. In the eyes of One Air and the others, he was just a fool. Sumu was also quite helpless, never expecting that the female equipment would end up in the hands of an assassin. The equipment auction was just a minor diversion, and they continued deeper into the dungeon. In the dark, the sound of arguments between Dark God and Sha Sha echoed, with Sha Sha mostly being the one to lose her temper. Sumu paid no attention at all. He walked forward and touched the next door. Immediately, a blinding light erupted. In front of them now was a vast forest. Sumu spoke in a low voice, "The forest ahead is the boss area. There are no small monsters here, but the boss has a special mechanism. Each of you should stand by a stone pillar, don't move randomly, and don't attack." While reminding everyone, he activated the boss mechanism, then added, "Remember what I just said. Wait for my signal to act. One Air's 4 will listen well, find 4 pillars and stand there." Sumu walked alone into the building in front. This hut had once been the residence of the workers who built the temple and also served as the entrance to the interior of the temple. On the day the temple was completed, the workers celebrated here. Sumu pushed open the door, and a dark, oppressive atmosphere greeted him. The sound of the system kept echoing. However, it seemed they had touched something they shouldn't have, and were now cursed with dark forces. 48 workers were trapped inside the hut. No one knew how many years had passed, but these 48 had merged into one. The moment Sumu entered, dozens of strands of dark energy surrounded him, accompanied by chilling sounds. Outside, Dark God too shuddered and said, "Did you hear that strange sound?" Sha Sha couldn't help but mock, "Little assassin, are you scared?" Dark God bit his lip fiercely, "Who's scared? I'm not afraid." However, she clicked her tongue dismissively, thinking to herself that someone so cowardly could still be scared. "So why are you even playing Apocalypse?" Apocalypse is an ultra-realistic game. Just earlier, there had been a room with the ghosts of people hanged in one of the corridors of the maze. She had scared him by saying those things were right behind him, making him freeze in terror. Hearing the two of them arguing again, One Air reminded them, "Quiet down, I just heard some noise earlier. Anyway, be careful, this thing isn't simple. The system just showed that the 48 workers have merged." Inside the hut, Sumu was still standing there. He watched the dark mist swirling around him for a while, then slowly stepped inside. But at that moment, a sound suddenly came from the door. Sumu frowned instinctively. The monster of this level definitely had some intelligence, and its appearance wasn't fixed. If it weren't for the need to pass the level without getting injured, he wouldn't have to be this cautious. Sumu hadn't walked far when he encountered a giant, one of the cursed workers. It charged straight at him to attack. Luckily, Sumu managed to dodge in time. "That was close, I almost got hit." He quickly threw a fireball at the creature. That was enough to take it down on the spot. But as soon as this one fell, others started pouring out. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed towards him, their numbers increasing rapidly. Seeing this, Sumu's expression shifted. "What's going on? Aren't these monsters supposed to come out one room at a time?" Sumu had no other choice, so he used the ice technique to freeze the mutated creatures. However, their numbers were so overwhelming that it left him somewhat surprised. Why are they all rushing out this time? He wondered to himself. The area within the house was too small, and he couldn't leave the wooden house, or the monsters would reset. Although Sumu's damage could kill all of them, being surrounded would likely result in an attack. The hidden mission would fail. But there was still one way, the skill he had learned before. With that thought in mind, Sumu activated his spiritual energy, boosting his attack power by 100. Soon, a clone of Sumu appeared. Immediately, both he and the clone began attacking the monsters. In an instant, fireballs were being cast continuously. He could kill a monster with a single fireball, but the clone required 2 fireballs. Even with the reduced damage, it was still enough to hold back the monster's advance. However, this skill drained too much spiritual energy. Before long, Sumu's spiritual power was running low. But to successfully complete the mission, there was only one option left. With that in mind, he glanced at his clone and suddenly, in a mysterious tone, said one sentence. "Sorry, brother." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumu kicked his clone forward. Taking advantage of the moment when the clone was torn apart by the monsters, he quickly drank a potion to restore his spiritual power. Then, Sumu swiftly created bone ice to freeze the monsters. The number was enough to trigger a kill. Now, he would move on to stage 2. At this moment, the remaining monsters turned and ran into the door. In the blink of an eye, a series of dark miasma poured out from within. Sumu saw this and frowned. It's starting to merge now. The merging process is irreversible. If it's interrupted, the mutated worker that was just killed will immediately respawn on the spot, and will have to fight it again. Only when the merging is completed can it truly be killed. However, if there aren't enough workers within 10 minutes, it will respawn endlessly and kill the players. Immediately after, Sumu turned and walked out. Dark God quickly shouted, "Boss seems to be going outside. Don't leave your positions, even if a monster charges at you, you can't run." One heir hesitated and asked, "What if we get killed by a monster?" Dark God raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Then you can't run. Just follow the boss's arrangements. Why are you talking so much like a noob?" But at that moment, Shasha, dissatisfied, shouted, "Can't you just shut up for a second? You clearly have the lowest rank, aren't you the biggest noob? The worst equipment and the most talkative." Their bickering was suddenly interrupted by an earth-shattering explosion. Amid the thick smoke, countless arms were writhing, and in the blink of an eye, the grotesque body of the monster appeared. It was a mutated fusion creature, an elite monster of level 10. Seeing this, the expressions of the 4 of them changed. One heir immediately looked uncomfortable, and Shasha exclaimed in shock, "Is this even a monster? It's so disgusting." One heir quickly shouted, "Look at its respawn state." At that moment, the monster suddenly let out a loud roar, its massive, round body rolling forward. Sumu, who was standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. He quickly dodged behind a large tree to avoid the creature, then conveniently threw a fireball at the monster. This boss had very high durability, and though his critical hit rate wasn't low, landing a fatal blow was still difficult. While Sumu was thinking, a vine-like arm shot toward him. Dark God shouted in surprise, "Boss, be careful." His shout startled Sumu, who quickly turned his head and fired another fireball at the approaching arm. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed in flames, the severed part of the arm sizzling audibly. Reflexively, Sumu dodged to the side, almost forgetting that the monster's blood was toxic and foul. They had to lead it to the pillar as soon as possible, or its resurrection ability would render any attacks useless. At that moment, other arms of the monster struck again. Sumu continued to fire fireballs to attack it while reminding everyone, "Watch out for the blood, the damage has poison and cannot be healed." Over by the pillars, one heir's group was also trying to fend off the attacking arms. Only Dark God, out of fear, climbed up the pillar, but the monster's claws still reached him. Fortunately, Sumu managed to rescue him just in time, allowing him to narrowly escape. Dark God sighed in relief, "I'm saved." Thankfully, the boss acted quickly. "Don't be polite, just do what you need to do." Sumu kept twirling the staff in his hand. At that very moment, the monster's feet were charging toward him. Dark God exclaimed in panic, "Boss, it's coming." But before he could finish speaking, Sumu had already used the flower rainbow to freeze the arms that were rushing toward the 4 pillars. However, they couldn't relax for long, as an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes, making them widen in disbelief. Even though it had been frozen by Sumu, the monster had so many arms that they could still move, and it was intent on grabbing him. Seeing this, the three of them, Wan Er, immediately shouted, "Mushin, get out of the way." But Sumu didn't dodge. He dashed forward with all his speed. The monster, unwilling to let him go, kept chasing after him, despite having only half of its blood remaining. Sumu ran straight toward the four pillars, urgently shouting, "Now! Do it!" As soon as his words fell, the four of them, Wan Er, immediately placed their hands on the pillars, and purple light began to shine from their palms. In the blink of an eye, the four pillars were surrounded by this light. Sumu hurriedly ran, but he continued to remind them, "Stay in the light, don't move." Not long after, the sky suddenly displayed a formation made of the same purple light. Soon after, beams of light shot down onto the monster's body. Thunderbolts suddenly struck, causing the monster to howl in agony. Upon seeing this secret realm, Dark God immediately shouted, "This special effect is so real. I can't believe this is just a game." Sha Sha also nodded in agreement, not expecting to see this in the game. At that moment, Wan Er suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's an extra bump on the boss now." Sumu over here also noticed the new bump. However, he didn't pay it much attention and immediately took action. The boss's resurrection skill won't work under the seal of light. Let them use their skills, victory is ours. Got it, let's get to work. The four of them responded in unison, then rushed forward together. Sha Sha and Dark God dealt two heavy strikes to the monster, while Wan Er and Sha Tu cast fireballs to start burning it. Under the intense assault of the four, the monster's health quickly drained, and its massive body rapidly disintegrated. Dark God cheered happily. "Boss, you're amazing." Sha Sha also excitedly laughed and said, "We've also got the first kill for the second boss." But before they could enjoy the moment, Wan Er suddenly shouted in alarm, "Wait, something's wrong, the corpse is moving." Hearing the sound, Dark God immediately turned around to look, but there was no monster on the ground. All he saw were the workers who had returned to their normal forms. They immediately bowed their heads to thank Sumu. "Thank you for rescuing us from the darkness. We know we have committed unforgivable sins, but we've accepted our punishment. Now, we wish to offer the wealth we have to express our gratitude." As they spoke, a cascade of jewels began to fall from them. It wasn't just one, but two large chests along with an endless amount of gold and silver. Seeing these things, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. The results of the battle were not bad, and Dark God, excited, shouted, "Another purple item dropped, and it's two of them." Sumu quickly went over and opened the chests. Inside were the crystal frost belt and crystal frost boots. Xiaotu's expression immediately changed, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "No way." Dark God was no different. He sighed with admiration and said, "The boss is really lucky. I'll take all three of these and give them to that little sister." Sumu felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, "I'd rather just auction them off directly." Without hesitation, he took the items to the auction. Dark God immediately offered 500,000 gold for each item. He glanced at Wan Er and asked with a smile, "Sis, do you need them?" Wan Er immediately shook her head, "I don't need them." Upon hearing this, Dark God became smug. "Well, that's good. I was thinking if you did, I would have raised the price again." The three from Ting Shui Xiaozhu, upon hearing this, had black lines on their foreheads. Sha Sha complained angrily, "This guy really values money above all else." Sumu, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh as he observed everything. "I've heard of a wizard, and coincidentally, it's a female wizard, but the three items dropped for her don't belong to her at all. Wan Er's probably about to have a breakdown. I really don't know where this guy came from. I've racked my brain trying to recall anything from my past life, but this guy truly has no reputation whatsoever." Forget about this, Sumu continued to lead the way through the next trial. This time, it was a dark staircase. Looking at the decorations on either side, Sumu couldn't help but sigh, "Mysterious ancient azure blossom truly is terrifying." Dark God nodded in agreement, saying, "Perhaps the stories recorded here are all true events that happened in the past." At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "You have entered the front hall of the shrine of the ancient tree god. Followers who wish to offer sacrifices to the high deity must complete the trial in the front hall. Those who fail will experience the taste of death." The system kindly reminded them. "Do not look directly into the eyes of the snake spirit. Death in this place will cause infinite respawns, and no items or experience will be dropped." Dark God reflexively frowned. The trial could respawn infinitely? Xiao Tu, however, excitedly said, "Isn't this just a great benefit?" Sha Sha couldn't help but scold in dissatisfaction. "Stop being so naive." Dark God shot her a glance, pouted, and said, "You act like you know so much. Even a chicken can talk a lot. Boss, should we stand in position first this time?" Hearing this, Sumu suddenly became serious and said, "You guys take care of yourselves for this trial. I can't help you." Dark God, slightly confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Sumu looked at the brand new and used straw mats, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you know what infinite resurrection means?" He paused for a moment before slowly explaining, "Infinite resurrection means you have to experience infinite death first. Following me, you all haven't had any real game experience. For this stage, why don't you go and experience it yourselves?" The four of them immediately panicked but still bravely moved forward, only to encounter level 8 dust serpents that suddenly appeared. At that moment, One Air quickly spoke up, using her area of effect damage skill to launch a full-scale attack. However, Dark God trembled and replied, "I don't have any area of effect skills, but nobody cares about you anyway." Sumu and his three companions activated their skills, launching a simultaneous assault on the incoming swarm of serpents. Yet the more they fought, the stronger the monsters' attributes became, and their bodies began to mutate. Sumu frowned in silence. Without a critical hit, he couldn't kill them in a single blow. This resurrection skill was indeed hard to handle. With that thought, he immediately activated Falling Flame from Heaven. In the blink of an eye, a matrix of fireballs appeared, engulfing the dust serpents nearby in a sea of flames. On Dark God's side, without an area of effect skill, he could only use melee attacks. He shouted fiercely, "Rotten snakes, I'll take you down with me." But the damage he inflicted wasn't significant, and he was counterattacked. In that critical moment, his body was suddenly enveloped in a green light. It was the protective shield One Air had cast. Grateful, he laughed and said, "Thanks, long-legged lady, turns out you're pretty kind after all." Time passed quickly, and they had finally dealt with the group of snakes. Their corpses were scattered everywhere. But before they could enjoy their victory for long, a tornado suddenly appeared, carrying with it the corpses of the desert vipers. When the tornado dissipated, a larger snake emerged from within. Sumu smirked slightly. "Here it comes, the boss faceless serpent of the third checkpoint." At that moment, the snake's eyes suddenly flashed with a green light. "Don't look!" Sumu quickly reminded them. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people around them had already fallen under the snake's influence. Their bodies froze, their vision blurred, and their blood drained continuously, as if they had fallen into endless suffering, powerless to resist. After a while, the blood bar was empty, and Dark God let out a scream. Xiao Tu and Sha Sha followed soon after, meeting the same fate. Only One Air still had some blood left, enduring the intense pain of the venomous damage. As a sport with the highest health, she managed to hold on a little longer. But soon, her blood was also depleted, and she fell. At the same time, Dark God resurrected, but once again, he quickly died. An endless loop of death and revival began. The four of them endured endless torment. Sumu stood nearby, observing. When he felt they had suffered enough, he finally spoke. "All right, now close your eyes and step back." With his protection, they finally returned to normal. Sumu raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a smile as he asked, "Well, how was the experience of Apocalypse?" The dark god trembled as he responded, "Boss, I admit I'm the worst and talk the most. Next time, just drag me along." Chuckling lightly, Sumu found them somewhat amusing at this moment, but quickly adopted a serious tone and said, "The boss is about to finish burning the corpse. Get ready to open your eyes and enter battle mode." Upon hearing his words, the four of them opened their eyes. However, when faced with the current form of the snake, they couldn't help but tremble. The snake, which had been normal before, had now transformed into the faceless serpent, a terrifyingly formidable creature. At this point, Sumu spoke again, instructing them to maintain a safe distance and emphasizing the importance of ranged attack skills. "I don't have any ranged skills," Dark God muttered again. "I don't have any skills to deal with the snake, but no one seems to care." They all rushed forward to attack the faceless serpent, but it evaded their assault. However, a fireball struck the body of the faceless serpent. Xiao Tu happily shouted, "I hit it." The faceless serpent, clearly dissatisfied with their attack, opened its mouth wide and sprayed venom towards them. Seeing this, Sumu immediately shouted, "Watch out for the snake's poison." He quickly grabbed Xiao Tu, who was next to him, and ran off, then shouted again, "Sha Sha, protect her. Assassins, fall back 30 meters." Everyone quickly followed his orders. Sha Sha created a protective shield in front of Wan Air, blocking the venom that was being sprayed towards them. At the same time, Sumu was running with Xiao Tu. His speed was very fast, and the venom could hardly touch him. Dark God, on the other hand, quickly ran a little further, hiding behind a wall where the venom couldn't reach, temporarily safe. At that moment, Sumu threw Xiao Tu behind him, then created a spark. Without hesitation, he shot it toward the serpent. Immediately after, he summoned his clone and issued an order to Xiao Tu. "Xiao Tu, apply the freezing support, increase the attack to drain its health." She nodded blankly, agreeing. Without any hesitation, she immediately created sharp ice that tightly bound the faceless serpent's legs. Taking advantage of this, Sha Sha and Dark God quickly rushed forward. 3 simultaneous attacks caused the faceless serpent's health bar to drop by half. At this moment, its eyes suddenly flashed, then fused together to form a gigantic eye. Not only that, but tiny green dots appeared inside it. Seeing this, Sumu immediately shouted, "Not good, she's about to use the serpent swarm venom curse." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of green snakes shot out from the faceless serpent's mouth. The damage wasn't high, but the sheer number of them was enough to cause fear. They slithered across the ground, constantly wriggling toward the group. They recoiled in fear, their faces showing disgust. Sumu's expression grew serious. In his previous life, he had fought the faceless serpent over 100 times, but the activation rate of this skill was very low. How could it be happening now? Unless the entire team had high firepower, it was impossible to kill them all. Sumu had to think of a way. It was just that at this moment, an idea suddenly came to him. Sumu looked at his clone, flashing a malicious smile, and thought that a little sacrifice was still needed. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu kicked the clone forward. He shouted boldly, "Brother, it's all on you, even if we don't succeed, we'll at least have tried." The clone fell straight into the mouth of the faceless serpent, successfully blocking its attack. Seeing this, the 4 members of Wan Air were immediately stunned, unable to say a word. Can it even be played like this? What kind of move is that? Sumu didn't care about their reaction and immediately shouted, "While it's weakened, take its life, attack." His words snapped the 4 out of their daze, and they quickly joined forces to attack the faceless serpent. The clone could only last for 3 more seconds at most, and its health was already running low. Before long, the clone vanished. Sumu quickly shouted, "Ignore the small snakes, just hide and focus all your efforts on the boss." It was so close to being defeated, but his acceleration skill was still on cooldown. If he was bitten, even a single drop of blood would prevent him from fulfilling his original intent. But there were simply too many, and Sumu could no longer evade. He had no choice but to take a gamble. With this thought, he immediately cast Fireball, and flames erupted, burning the small snakes one by one. The faceless serpent was also affected, leaving it with only a tiny sliver of health. Sumu urgently shouted, "It only has a little bit of health left." However, before he could finish his sentence, a small snake suddenly darted toward him. It flicked its long tongue and bared its fangs, intending to bite, which startled him immensely. The people on this side were also very worried, but fortunately, Xiao reacted quickly, using flower rainbow to freeze the small snake. Before they could bite Sumu, they were frozen. At the same time, the fireball finally reached the faceless serpent. The last bit of its remaining blood was drained. The body of the faceless serpent quickly collapsed, and the 7 small snakes vanished into the air. Sumu let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling a little more at ease. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and the system immediately sent a series of messages: "You have received a chain forging crystal. After using it, you will obtain 10 chain forging gems." Sumu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his luck wasn't too bad. One Air, slightly confused, asked, "It's successful? Earlier, we all thought your mission was." Sumu chuckled softly and calmly said, "Sorry to make everyone worry." He then went over to pat Xiaotu's head, complimenting him, "Thank you, Xiaotu, you're very reliable. Let's go check out the rewards." Soon after, they walked over to examine the crystals in front of them. Dark God looked around and then asked with suspicion, "What is this chain forging crystal used for?" Sumu slowly explained, "This is something that increases the success rate of equipment enhancement, a good item, and you can't even buy it if you want to." At that moment, a sound suddenly came from the ceiling of the dungeon, startling everyone. One Air cried out in panic, "What is that sound?" Sumu did not respond, but looked towards the door in front of him, where the door suddenly began to slowly open, and white mist swirled in front of them. Just then, the system's voice echoed, "The temple door has opened, and the highest reward is to offer a sacrifice to the god statue." Dark God furrowed his brows and asked, "Boss, is this the last door?" Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "It's the last one." Behind the stone door was the mastermind of all the crimes, the one who had caused countless people to tremble, bringing a massacre, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Divine destruction, Core Apophis. At that moment, Dark God suddenly spoke up, "Boss, aren't you tired after clearing 3 doors by yourself?" Sumu glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Would you prefer to take the 4th door instead?" Upon hearing this, Dark God immediately waved his hand in protest, "No way, we couldn't even get through the 1st door." Sumu slightly curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "This door doesn't have a time limit, everyone can take a break here and let your skills recharge." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down to rest. Seeing this, Dark God quickly turned his head to look at One Air and said, "Massage my shoulders, my brain is tired." Sha heard this and angrily shouted, "You're so rude, asking her to massage your shoulders like that?" Indifferently, Dark God shrugged and replied, "What else? Otherwise, you guys can go deal with the 4th door yourselves." One Air hesitated a little, but Xiaotu spoke up to stop her, "No, you can't let Sister One Air go." Sumu, hearing their bickering, was somewhat speechless. This Dark God is really showing off, he's such an airhead. He has a lot of money, but he's still pretty entertaining. To tell One Air to massage him, he actually said it out loud. He thought about how amusing the scene would be, but before that could happen, Dark God first had to survive Shasha's fury. She kept chasing after him, demanding to hit him, even kill him. After a while, once they rested, they finally entered the last door. Inside was a vast stone area. One Air looked around and asked with suspicion, "What happened here?" Dark God pouted and said, "The 3rd door chopped down such a tall statue, and yet there's still this nonsense about those who disrespect will be killed without mercy." At this moment, a deafening scream suddenly rang out. Dark God, frightened, hid behind Sumu, and disdainfully scolded, "Your little sister isn't scared, yet a man like you is trembling. What kind of man are you?" They stood still, waiting. A few seconds later, a sharp clawed arm suddenly reached out from beneath the ground. Its enormous body caused the earth to crumble into fragments. In front of them now stood a large dragon with 2 pairs of long wings. It hovered in the air, its bloodshot eyes staring at the group. Its body had been struck by lightning, causing blood to spurt from it. It was the earth-profound black dragon. Wan Er's expression grew slightly serious. It turned out that the destroyed statue of the god was the master of the Black Dragon Temple, and this was his mount. At that moment, the earth-profound black dragon opened its mouth and uttered a deep, rumbling voice, "You are the followers of the master." Without hesitation, Sumu nodded, saying, "Yes, we are indeed his followers. Heaven and earth bear witness, the gods can testify." Upon hearing this, the earth-profound black dragon spoke again, "You must avenge the master. Kill anyone who disrespects him without mercy. The descent of the mystic star, even if you must die, you cannot allow the mascot beneath the abyss to be taken away. Accept my strike." It let out a roar, then from its mouth shot out beams of green light. In an instant, the beams enveloped the 5 people, including Sumu. The earth-profound black dragon's buff greatly increases many attributes, but the shutdown mode is too complicated, and explaining it to newcomers is troublesome. Any mistake in operation would lead to being controlled, using such strong attributes to attack teammates, and the god statue being destroyed, causing the black dragon to die. The mascot of the Temple of Gods is related to the survival of the continent, and to complete the hidden mission, no mistakes are allowed. It seems you can only rely on yourself to fight. At this moment, a sword suddenly descended from the sky. It directly pierced the body of the earth-profound black dragon. With this single strike, it severed the head of the earth-profound black dragon. The powerful sword embedded itself into the ground, causing the earth to continuously tremble. The black dragon, which had been hovering in the air just moments before, now had its head fall to the ground. Immediately afterward, another tall figure appeared from nowhere, ruthlessly stepping on the black dragon's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, causing the faces of Sumu and the others to show undeniable fear. The one who had made the move was Divine Destruction Core Apophis. Dark God looked at the towering figure before him, unable to stop himself from trembling. If it weren't for the black dragon's shield, I would have been killed by that Apophis just now. At this moment, Sumu spoke to remind them, "You must not leave this light pillar for a single step." Wan Er hesitated and said, "Our current attributes are very strong. Let's fight together." The others also unanimously agreed to follow. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile brightly, thinking to himself, if, after the apocalypse descends, people can still unite like this in the face of life-threatening danger, courageously stepping forward, how wonderful that would be. But right now, it's not possible, their strength doesn't allow for that. He charged out alone and ordered, "Stay here, don't go out. This is the captain's order." Dark God quickly tried to call him back when he saw this scene. But Sumu was very determined, coldly scolding, "Shut up. If anyone dares to take a step out, I'll kick them out of the team. If you want to clear this level without taking damage, you'll have to rely on me. Please, just stay back." Immediately, he rushed forward, facing Apophis. At this moment, its attribute board also appeared. Upon seeing this, the faces of the 4 people behind him instantly changed. They couldn't help but exclaim, 2.8 million attack, 5 million health, 5,000 defense, is this for real? At this time, Wan Er suddenly shouted, "Wait, look at the severely injured state it's in. It took a critical hit from the earth-profound black dragon, all attributes are weakened by 90%, and it lasts for 30 minutes. Seeing this, they immediately felt relieved, but it wasn't long before Wan Er shouted again, "Look, there's another status on Apophis. True damage completely replays 100% of the feeling of harm." Dark God immediately panicked and shouted. In other words, fighting this boss won't result in actual death, but the pain effect can be felt to 100%. At this moment, Apophis's deep voice rang out, "Human sorcerer, why do I smell the scent of the god of death on you?" Sumu Biyu replied, "I was just wondering why this god of death keeps lingering around like an unshakable ghost." Upon hearing this, Apophis snorted coldly and said, "Then where are your foolish teammates? Come out and die. In front of me, humans like you are nothing but food." Sumu pointed his staff toward him, speaking coldly, "Dealing with you, I alone am enough." His words enraged Apophis. He gritted his teeth and cursed, weak, arrogant, foolish, brainless. No sooner had he finished speaking, the sword in his hand was enveloped in pale purple light. Sumu, growing impatient, sneered and cut the chatter short. "Let's fight." The moment his words ended, Apophis fiercely swung his sword down, sending rocks and debris flying. His voice grew darker as he declared, "Destruction is the fate you humans deserve." At the same time, Sumu used wind shadows to dodge the incoming stones. Then, with a swift motion, he cast several fireballs towards him. Apophis doesn't have elemental resistance, and with your current skill set that includes elemental damage, it's quite painful for him. Apophis couldn't keep up with your speed, he kept slashing at the air, his frustration growing. "Why won't humans dare to face me directly?" Sumu cursed inwardly. Face him head on? He wasn't that foolish. Before he could unleash his next form, Sumu decided to use the hidden locations from his previous life's power to gradually whittle down his health. He planned to use the flower rain bone for a sneak attack. The damage dealt by the ice bones was immense, and just a few strikes dealt over 9,000 damage. Apophis grew even angrier, shouting furiously, "Despicable, scheming humans!" Immediately, he thrust his sword into the ground, and in an instant, a series of blood-red streaks spiraled around the blade. Seeing this, Wan Er and the others behind him became worried. Xiao Tu urgently called out, "Area attack!" Mushin couldn't escape. Dark God pressed his lips together and said, "If we can't dodge, we'll have to endure 100% of the pain." Meanwhile, the players outside, engaged with monsters from other gates, received the notification that the team led by Mushin was fighting fiercely against the Divine Destruction Core Apophis at the shrine of the ancient tree god. All the players were astonished when they saw this notification. No one believed Sumu would make it to the final gate. All of the initial tasks in the game were issued by Nation H. Whether or not Sumu ultimately succeeds in defeating Apophis or earns the first victory, Nation H has already held its head high and proudly. At the same time, at Nation D's VSA research facility, Alexia saw the notification and couldn't help but speak up. "Someone from Nation H has finally come knocking." Johnson nodded in agreement, "And it's Mushin." The chief officer was extremely angry at this point, unable to contain his frustration as he cursed, "Mushin from Nation H again. This is truly an insult. You useless people, with all the resources given to you, and still you're all worthless." He then ordered, "Alexia, immediately arrange for our people embedded in Nation H to find Mushin. Make sure they force him to meet with the VSA battle team." Alexia quickly nodded, "Yes, Chief Kelvin." Furiously biting his lip, Kelvin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Those from Nation H are still young, they will certainly bow before the might of Nation D." He thinks he can just obediently serve Nation D. At the same time, leaders from other countries also had the same idea. They were willing to pay any price to bring Sumu under their control. Sumu, however, was unaware of their intentions. He was still engaged in a fierce battle with Apophis. Although this skill had a wide area damage effect, it had a mechanism to nullify the damage. That mechanism was water. Once the shockwave covered the ground, it wouldn't strike those in the water. So, Sumu jumped into the nearby river. The group outside, led by Wan Er, was growing increasingly anxious. Dark God panicked and exclaimed, "Could something have happened to the boss? How long has this skill been active? Why hasn't it stopped yet?" Just then, Wan Er suddenly noticed something and hurriedly spoke up, "Look. Mushin's health bar is still full, he's fine." They couldn't believe that he had truly managed to dodge the impact of the demonic sword. After using the ultimate move, Apophis would enter a frozen state. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu decided to activate his skill a few more times. Without hesitation, Sumu shot up from the riverbed and continuously activated Falling Flame from Heaven, launching a barrage of attacks at Apophis, causing his health to drop by half. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Apophis quickly drew his sword again, and within 2 seconds, he thrust it downward once more. The crimson glow flared up in an instant. Sumu, seeing this, was struck with panic and shouted, What the hell? How is Apophis able to use the demonic sword's shockwave twice in a row? He hurriedly jumped into the water to avoid it, grumbling angrily, "Damn system, are you messing with me? Can't you just beat me fair and square? Are you secretly changing the difficulty level?" At that moment, a deep, angry voice echoed from Apophis, "Die, you foolish human." Then, he walked over to the stream where Sumu was hiding. The boy hurriedly swam a little further to avoid the attack. At the same time, inside the game room, Sumu was trembling uncontrollably from shortness of breath. He could only force himself to hold back. If he breathed now, he would drown in the game and lose health. The mission was a non-damaging one, and TM Nguyen had already come this far. No matter what, he couldn't give up now. He had to persevere. Sumu couldn't give up, he wouldn't give up. However, not long after, he couldn't hold his breath anymore and had to surface. Sumu turned his head to look at Apophis, who was madly slashing at the ground, and a sense of chaos rose within him. This is too dangerous. This situation was different from his previous life, but he wouldn't be able to launch the demon sword attack anymore. Thinking of this, he immediately jumped onto the shore. The magic staff in his hand continuously fired fireballs, while simultaneously activating the special lightning effect. This could blind Apophis for 5 seconds and make physical attacks ineffective for that duration. He shouted angrily, "You insignificant ants, I can't stand you anymore." At this moment, Sumu was not afraid. The real man could only face him directly for 5 seconds. But how could Sumu do that? He always dodged to a small rock, and when the 5 seconds ended, he avoided direct confrontation and continued to fight in a roundabout way. At the same time, outside, the group of Wan Air watched Sumu fight, staring in amazement. Sha Sha, unable to hold back, exclaimed, "Mushin is really strong. I really want to know how he managed to avoid such a terrifying shockwave." Wan Air had the same thought. In the future, he would stand at the peak of Apocalypse. Apocalypse was not just a game, but the future would belong to Apocalypse. So, what role would she play in the future? Sumu used his speed to escape to the back of Apophis, then unleashed another round of falling flame from heaven, causing Apophis' health to drop significantly. Seeing this, the 4 of them outside cheered continuously. "Boss, go for it, Mushin, go for it." Meanwhile, inside the battle, Apophis was extremely angry, shouting, "Foolish human, do you really think you can defeat me?" He said he would show the kid his ultimate form. No sooner had he spoken than flames mixed with blood-red aura surrounded Apophis. Immediately after, he raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "End of the world thunderfire." In an instant, lightning bolts from the sky struck down quickly, only to be absorbed by Apophis' sword. The ground was also shattered by the lightning strikes. Apophis' destructive power was immense, with the ground around him almost entirely consumed by the thunderfire and flames. Even the 4 of Wan Air, protected by the Black Dragon, were affected, though not in immediate danger. However, before long, her light was eroded by the thunderfire, and Dark God couldn't help but shout, "So this is the reason the boss didn't let us leave the light pillar." They were also very worried about Sumu. Wan Air hurriedly opened the health bar to take a look. She gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Mushin's health bar is still regenerating." Sha Sha, unable to believe it, slowly speculated, "Could it be that Mushin is still alive? Did he get teleported out?" However, Wan Air shook her head, denying it. "No, Mushin's name is still shining. He definitely hasn't died, he must have avoided it." Amidst the battle, the thunder and flames of heaven and earth continued to swirl around Apophis' body. He spoke coldly, "Foolish humans, daring to dream of confronting the alien species." Upon hearing his voice, the expressions of the 4 people with Wan Air froze. Dark God quickly called out, "Where's the boss? Is it over?" But there was no answer. They could only wait. At that very moment, Apophis suddenly knelt down, his blood almost completely drained. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damned black dragon, if it weren't for you injuring my body. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed in the air. Apophis, you worthless fool, you're already done for. What kind of alien lord are you? You're nothing more than this. Apophis looked up in shock, while the four people with one air, upon hearing this, rejoiced. Their expressions turned joyful, and they couldn't stop cheering. Mushin was still alive, and had managed to dodge the wide-range attack just moments ago. Where was Mushin? Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze, only to see Sumu standing at the foot of Apophis. He muttered in dissatisfaction. How is it that you're completely unharmed? No one could have ever imagined you were hiding under his feet. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Sumu summoned his clone. Immediately, he yelled fiercely. Die! At the same time, Sumu activated the God of Death's arm, increasing all damage by 100%. Without hesitation, a fire and a spear quickly struck Apophis, causing him significant damage. His health rapidly dropped to 0, and the sword in his hand fell. Apophis knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. You humans don't understand, we are the true rulers, we are the path of kings. A cold snort escaped Sumu's lips as he stood on his shoulder, speaking icily. The rulers, huh? You can rule where you belong, but what gives you the right to come to our world? Are you a fool? As soon as the words left his mouth, a murderous intent flashed across his face. Without hesitation, Sumu drove his weapon into Apophis. Before disappearing, Apophis left one last sentence. We will meet again. Then, he collapsed to the ground, fully dead. The sky immediately cleared up. A beam of light descended from the heavens. Beneath the golden light, on the ruined battlefield still filled with lingering smoke and flames, the invader was eradicated. Sumu stood within that light, standing tall and dignified. The dark god outside worshipped loudly, my boss is so cool. One Air was also moved to tears. She had completely believed that Mushin in the future would definitely become a powerhouse that would astonish all of humanity. Apophis's body was quickly corroded by the purple light, and then a large number of items fell out. Sumu's eyes immediately lit up as a total of 12 purple great items exploded. He opened them to take a look, then looked at everyone and said, this glass welding tape set finally dropped the last 2 pieces. As always, I'll start an auction. The dark god nodded slightly and replied, I'll buy these 2 pieces right now for 1 million gold. At that moment, the system announced. Everyone has successfully defeated Divine Destruction Core Apophis, thwarted the alien plans, and protected the Apocalypse world. They receive 100,000 gold, 2 million experience points, and 1,000 potential points. Then, the system evaluated each individual, giving everyone a D rank, with only Sumu receiving an SSS rank. The Dark God joyfully exclaimed, we're lucky just to get a D for passing, and it's well deserved that the boss got SSS. At the same time, global national servers also broadcast the following announcement. Under Mushin's leadership, the 5-member team has successfully defeated Divine Destruction Core Apophis, earning the first skin reward for their server. Players were still desperately fighting monsters at various stages, dying repeatedly, unable to get through. Upon receiving this announcement, they were completely stunned, not expecting any team to clear the final level. At the Azure Crouching Dragon server, the players were still discussing intensely. Some didn't believe it, while others were filled with regret. In short, there was a wide range of reactions. On the other side, inside the shrine of the ancient tree god, Dark God happily spoke up, Boss, I'm heading back to the city, I can't wait anymore, time to open the first battle chest. Sumu nodded slightly in response, it's done, disband the team, everyone offline to rest. After that, everyone quickly said their goodbyes and dispersed. That night, in the villa of Wan Air in the imperial capital Nation H, she woke up from the game pod. She sighed in relief, sat up, and as soon as she stepped outside, she heard the sound of her phone ringing. Meanwhile, on the Apophis battlefield in the shrine of the ancient tree god, Sumu was still there. The source of life mascot, which allowed the invasion of the foreign creature, lay beneath. He really wanted to go down and investigate, but he was still too weak at the moment. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. The lingering soul of the earth-profound black dragon appeared, joyfully speaking. At last, someone has avenged me and my master. Sumu was somewhat surprised. He had never heard of a section like this after completing the dungeon. The voice continued to echo. For 10,000 years, I followed my master, fighting against those who sought to resist and invade with evil. I once helped my master destroy the fallen evil dragon, using its body to forge this armor for the warrior. As soon as the words were finished, a set of armor appeared before Sumu, the legendary damaged evil dragon armor of the legendary tier. Right after that, the black dragon left behind a sentence before disappearing, "May the light of apocalypse shine." Sumu received the reward and happily waved his hand to bid farewell. Earth Profound Black Dragon, Senior, travel well. With nothing else to do, Sumu quickly logged off and returned to the real world. The immortal light of apocalypse would be continued by them, and humanity's journey would go on. He yawned deeply and whispered. Still, the real world is more comfortable. The future will be a bloody battle, so let's enjoy this moment. Now, a good night's sleep, and tomorrow, I'll open the chest in the game. The next day, Sumu had a long sleep and then returned to the game. He began opening the treasure chests for the main rewards and got quite a lot. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. The equipment in the chest was really good, and the equipment expansion skills and divine temple prestige were rare and hard to find. At this moment, Dark God had sent a mass message that made Sumu feel very annoyed. He pursed his lips and muttered. This guy is so noisy. As for those old, worn-out scenarios, Sumu, being from Nation H, didn't care about them. He decided to ignore him. Sumu went to check his 9-star scepter and his own attributes. Additionally, this time, he had also picked up a fragment of a mysterious divine item. This kind of secret realm would definitely contain precious treasures. Later, Sumu would find an opportunity to collect all the pieces and explore it. What pleased him the most was the second legendary equipment, the one where he had pulled out the perfect identification talisman that he had kept for so long. Sumu quickly assessed the armor, and all its attributes appeared instantly. According to legend, this armor was forged from the bones of the evil dragon, with each scale crafted from cactus bones. He put it on. Smiling in satisfaction, his stats now overwhelmingly surpassed the purple tier equipment, even exceeding regular gear. From now on, I won't be the fragile sorcerer anymore, and even in close combat, I won't be afraid. At that moment, Sumu suddenly received a message. The player Wanshin wanted to join the guild. He instinctively frowned in suspicion. Who is Wanshin? Soon after, Sumu received another message from Wanshin. Mushin, are you waiting for me? The sender was none other than Wan Air. She was standing in a corner of the mulberry market, sighing as she left her sisters, Xiao Tu, though still a bit reluctant. Why was she sending such a message? Could it be that she was referring to the time from last night? When she had just left the game lobby, someone had called her. Wan Air immediately answered and whispered softly. Boss, do you have any instructions? On the other end, a deep voice quickly replied. The company has an important mission for you, related to the company's standing in the empire, and you must accomplish it. You and Mushin have some ties. Hearing this, Wan Air's expression changed. As expected, what was meant to come, had come. The boss on the other end continued issuing orders. From now on, leave Ting Shui and join the Valley of the Wind God. Of course, you will still command Ting Shui from a distance. He said that Sumu was not an ordinary person, the company had already noticed him, and moreover, the teams and even the countries were extending olive branches. He ordered her that, at any cost, she must keep him. Returning to the present, Sumu had just replied to her message. One of the top 10 sorcerers of Nation H in his previous life wanted to join his guild. It seemed he had attracted the attention of the forces behind Wan Air, who had come to curry favor. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Sumu pondered deeply and seriously sent a warning to Wan Air. Although my Valley of the Wind God temple is small, I will not become a pawn in someone else's hands. Therefore, your sister needs to think carefully. Upon seeing these messages, Wan Er replied without hesitation. Don't worry, I will cooperate with Ting Shue's power, dedicate myself to the Valley of the Wind God, and joining the Valley of the Wind God is my own decision. The negotiation was successful, and Wan Er joined the Valley of the Wind God. The one who reacted most strongly was, of course, Dark God. His messages were so frequent that they started to annoy Su Mu, but he didn't care and simply gave a casual order for everyone to gather at the guild hall. A moment later, Dark God, Wan Er's companion, appeared in the guild hall. Dark God looked at her and greeted her. Welcome, sister. Do you also think my boss is handsome, charming, and generous? It's good to have good taste. If you stick with my boss in the future, you won't miss out on any benefits. With his enthusiastic attitude, Wan Er didn't know how to respond, but he continued chatting away. Now we're all family, and Mushin will be our boss. I'm the second brother, and you're the little sister. Sumu couldn't help but intervene, saying, Stop, from now on, everyone should just focus on contributing well to the guild. Now is the time to consider which main city to choose. Have you all decided which main city you'll head to next? The structure in the apocalypse world is quite similar to that of the real world, directly corresponding to the large districts of the apocalypse continent. The scale and number of main cities on the continent also relate to the national borders that correspond to each major region in the real world. The H-Nation district also has many magnificent and mysterious main cities scattered all over. At this moment, Wan Er excitedly spoke up, I plan to go to Donghuang City, while Dark God is more unpredictable. Calmly, Dark God said, Boss, I don't really know anything. So wherever you go, I'll go with you. I plan to go to Lindong City. Su Mu responded indifferently. Wan Er seemed a bit surprised, You want to go to Lindong City in Kunlun Mountain? Only Dark God seemed confused and asked, What's that? The name of this main city sounds pretty cool. Wan Er slowly explained, Our H-Nation district has many main cities of different levels. Lindong City is listed as an SSS level danger main city on the official Apocalypse website. Then, she looked towards Su Mu and said, The path to an SSS level city is extremely dangerous, almost every area is a danger zone. Once you choose a main city, you can't change your decision until you arrive. Su Mu nodded lightly, I know everything you just mentioned. Wan Er grew more anxious, and you're still going? Some people, in their rush to level up, directly gave up the shrine of the ancient tree god, but now, all the teams that chose SSS level main cities are stuck on the road and regretting it. Su Mu remained calm and said, Don't worry, what others can't do doesn't mean I can't do it either. There are plenty of rewards and resources there, but if you're really out of options, then fine. You're just too stubborn. With that, she turned and left. Su Mu didn't try to stop her, only telling Dark God to prepare thoroughly. Tomorrow, we'll head to Lindong City. Dark God didn't think much of it and nodded quickly. After a few more words, the two parted ways. Su Mu went to find the village chief. He nodded, smiling as he said, I didn't expect you, warrior, to become a trial demon participant. Youth really has its power. It seems it's time to say goodbye. He also thanks Su Mu for the outstanding contributions to Azure Rain Village. Maybe you can make use of this. Go ahead and explore the wider world. With that, he handed Su Mu a magic teleportation stone. After accepting it, Su Mu left. On his way, he casually took on a main quest and headed towards the capital. Main quest? Su Mu spoke firmly, this time, I must take a close look at what Kunlun Mountain really has to offer. The apocalypse is coming, and the stronger you are in the game, the stronger you'll be in the real world. Every step I take, I must go all the way. The Valley of the Wind God will definitely become a force to support the world, continuing to fight in a desperate situation. As for those recruiting worlds? With that thought, he sent out an announcement on the World Channel saying he wouldn't join any faction, let alone work for another country. After finishing everything, Su Mu logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Tomorrow, he would have to start a new journey, and he wasn't sure how his parents were doing right now. At that moment, Sumu received a message. He exclaimed in joy, "Dad sent me a message and even transferred money to me." There was no mention of the failed exam. Perhaps his parents' love for him was relatively special. In his previous life, Sumu didn't understand that his parents, who were often away from home, always left him alone. He even blamed them for not loving him. It wasn't until the apocalypse descended and they sacrificed themselves to protect him that Sumu finally understood the greatness of his parents. Afterward, he took advantage of his free time to watch news about the apocalypse on television. When the news about the level city lord came on, Sumu couldn't help but discuss it. The team was transferring bricks, and the craftsmen were appraising the wealth of the land. It seemed the cause of this chain of military industry was starting to take shape. At the same time, in an apartment, a slender hand picked up a wineglass from the table. The person brought the glass to their lips and took a sip. It was Ji Yu. She sighed and spoke, "The apocalypse world is vast. Where should I choose to go?" The next day, Sumu logged into the game again. As soon as he entered, a series of notifications popped up. Because he had completed a quest, he received quite a few rewards, especially a random purple skill book. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that all his hard work in clearing levels without getting injured had been worth it. The rewards from hidden tasks are incredibly valuable. The opportunity to learn this career overlapping skill is simply beyond belief. A career overlapping skill is something that no amount of money can buy. Quickly, take a look at what this purple skill book is all about. After checking its attributes, he was extremely happy, and then immediately used his transformation magic. If he didn't alter his appearance soon, those forces in the real world would likely find him in no time. In the blink of an eye, the orb began to dissolve. Green light enveloped Sumu's body. By the time the process was completed, a handsome new face appeared. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Boss, are you online?" The person who arrived was Dark God. He laughed happily and said, "Quick, check my gear. I've collected enough purple equipment based on what you told me, and I've fully enhanced it." But just as he turned around, a strange face greeted Dark God, leaving him stunned and asking, "Are you my boss?" Sumu grumbled in dissatisfaction and said, "I just washed my face, you can do the same in the future." Before he could finish, Dark God once again exclaimed, "Boss, this set of armor on you looks so cool. Where did it come from? How much was it? Tell me, I need to buy a set too." "No, you can't buy it," Sumu shook his head proudly. But his pride didn't last long as he noticed Dark God's equipment, which was level 9 enhanced. This time, it was Sumu who was shocked. "Wait a minute, Sumu's full set is level 9, godly aura, how much did you spend on all of this?" Hearing this, Dark God tried to do some quick calculations, then sighed and said, "Forget it, it's not much, just a few hundred, not even close to 10 million. You can keep practicing on your own." But Sumu didn't pay much attention to it and directly interrupted, "Alright, stop talking, let's go to the teleportation array." Dark God immediately perked up, "Are we leaving now? I've been wanting to test how strong my combat power is right now." Sumu walked ahead, glanced at him, and asked, "Are you really deciding to go with me to the SSS level main city?" He casually replied, "If it weren't for how boring this life is, inheriting the family fortune and living such a dull life." Hearing this, Sumu seemed to feel a stab in his heart and sighed in sorrow. His heart really hurt. Why did he have to say so much? The two of them continued walking and talking, and not long after, they ran into Wan Air, who had just logged in. She asked in surprise, "Wan Air, aren't you able to teleport directly to Donghuang City?" Before she could answer, Dark God quickly interjected, "Come on, third sister, this is the way it should be. Our guild only has 3 people, we have to stick together." "That's right, hurry up and see the boss's expression change." Wan Air replied indifferently, "In my eyes, he's just Sumu. As for me, Dark God gave me all the glass welding tape, how could I not go with him?" Hearing this, Sumu glanced at Dark God and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, I don't understand this move, but I'm really shocked." Dark God raised an eyebrow and smiled, "It's nothing, we're family." After finishing their conversation, One Air once again asked to join the team. Sumu smiled happily and said, "Welcome back, now we have enough people." Thus, the three of them set off together, heading toward Lindong City. Soon after, a series of notifications appeared. The three entered the teleportation array, which transported them to Lindong City. It didn't take long before the scenery before them changed to snowy mountains. Dark God instinctively shivered and said, "Damn, it's so cold." The mechanical voice of the system echoed, warning that this place was filled with danger. Numerous battles between gods and demons had occurred here since ancient times. Countless warriors and demons from the divine temple had fallen here. The three of them quietly listened to the system's announcements. Dark God glanced through it briefly, then remarked, "The environmental details and the temperature are so realistic, even the sensation of breathing changes." One Air nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sumu paid little attention to these things. He was observing the death god's arm bone, originally thinking that the first activation would be enough to attract the attention of the god of death and Michael. However, he was surprised to find a second skill. He had originally planned to focus on leveling up first, but activating the second skill required upgrading the first skill to level 2. How much experience would this cost him? Moreover, the materials needed for the upgrade were in large quantities. At this moment, Dark God suddenly spoke up, "Boss, there are people nearby. My detection skill has alerted me." One Air sighed upon hearing this, "We've barely just arrived and already someone has targeted us." As soon as the woman finished speaking, a level 13 snowy ground leopard charged towards them from a distance. Dark God exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe there's a snowy ground leopard lying in ambush next to the traditional spawn point." But before he could finish, the monster's health was instantly depleted and it died with a single slash. He stared wide-eyed, astonished. "Who did that just now?" In that moment, a teasing voice suddenly echoed. "Isn't this Mushin, the one who took the first kill twice?" The one speaking was Blade of Massacre, who was at level 14. He sneered and said, "Why is it only level 13? Did I mistake the person?" Sumu shot him a cold glare and replied indifferently, "Yes, it's me." Upon hearing this, Blade of Massacre continued, "Then I must be really lucky to be in the same place as a big shot?" Sumu pouted and retorted, "Did I say I was going to take you along?" At these words, Blade of Massacre burst out laughing. He pursed his lips and said, "Do you still think this is Newbie Village? Whether you're taking me along or not? You don't just say it, you need to show me." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of ambushers that had been lying in wait nearby appeared and, in the blink of an eye, surrounded the three of them. One Air furrowed her brows and spoke up. "Most of the people who haven't chosen an SSS level main city yet have already grouped together." Dark God cursed angrily. "How are these people leveling up so fast?" She slowly explained, "The experience gained from grinding monsters here is really high." Sumu remained calm on this side, coldly asking, "Are you all here to rob us?" With a soft snort, Blade of Massacre curled his lips and said, "Everyone just wants to quickly reach Lindong City. There's a monster here that hasn't been dealt with yet, so we need a team to clear the way and be the vanguard." Smiling faintly, Sumu coldly replied, "I understand. We'll help you deal with the monsters, and you can continue on to the second stage resurrection point. Phoenix Radiance Road. What if I refuse?" He immediately became dissatisfied and said, "This is my territory. You haven't even checked what level I am. I guarantee you'll never make it to Lindong City, but if you let Wenshin come, I'll consider letting you join." As soon as he finished speaking, the players around them burst out laughing in agreement. These idiots thinking with their lower bodies were truly infuriating. Sumu glanced at the players around him laughing and joking. "So? How about it? Two of you sacrifice a bit. One Air angrily cursed, "Get lost," and shrugged indifferently.
Sumu calmly said, "Fine."
Then Sumu conjured a fireball and suggested, "This is just a regular fireball.
If you can avoid getting killed, I'll admit you have some skill, and will be willing to help you as the vanguard."
The expression on Blade of Massacre's face immediately stiffened, but the subordinates beside him kept urging him to step forward and face death. Then, with a heroic tone, he spoke up.
"Do you know who I am?"
"Don't talk about one fireball, even if it's 100, if you can kill me, I'll be here." But before he could finish speaking, the fireball shot straight from Sumu's hand into Blade of Massacre's face. One violent attack immediately sent him into oblivion, dying on the spot. The situation unfolded so quickly that those around him were stunned into silence.
They couldn't stop exclaiming,
"He's really dead, a fireball spell just killed our leader."
Sumu curled his lips and sighed.
Killing someone in an outdoor map increases your crime value.
500 crime points will turn you into a red name. A red name will 100% drop items, so what will that guy do? 2 seconds later, Blade of Massacre was resurrected. He was unwilling to accept it and yelled, "That was a mistake, I couldn't dodge it. That Bratmushin must be hacking, I'll file a complaint against him." However, before he could finish his sentence, Sumu grabbed his face and squeezed it tightly. He trembled in fear, forgetting that the resurrection point and teleportation point were in the same place. He had resurrected right next to Sumu. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret.
Sumu cast Fireball again, making him watch the naked chickens. The players nearby immediately stepped back in fear, whispering among themselves, but none dared to approach. At that moment, Sumu shot out a wave of bone shards, attacking them. One by one, they were killed by him.
After dealing with them, Blade of Massacre resurrected once again.
The people who had just died were the same, but they appeared very close to Sumu. And so, one after another, they were killed by him. Resurrection, then death, this endless cycle kept repeating. Until they could no longer bear it, they cowed out and begged, "I surrender, I surrender."
"Great Elder, I was wrong." A group of people outside saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the leader of the Blade of Massacre from the Whale Dance Squad? The one who bullied us before?" They were gossiping outside, and Sumu raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, "You just said, if I could kill you, what would you do on the spot?" Blade of Massacre, panicked, quickly responded,
"Mushin, Great Elder, I was just boasting a little, please, don't kill me." He continued crying and complaining, saying that he had been forced into this situation, that he too was a victim, that he had been trapped here for 3 days, and had even been made to take the female players away. Upon hearing this, Dark God understood and nodded.
"No wonder all these few hundred people are men."
Sumu furrowed his brows, looked at him, and coldly said,
"Tell me everything you know."
Blade of Massacre immediately nodded, trying to stand up, but was stopped by Dark God. Terrified, he kneeled down and began to explain. "I was part of the first group that came to Feng Ming Street. Currently, there are 14 teams, about 2,000 people who have passed through the Fox area."
Sumu frowned, silent for a moment. "If there are more than 2,000 enemy players ahead, I'm not sure. Some of the threats to One Air and Dark God may be unavoidable.
Leading these people alone will make it more secure."
After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Give me the position of the leader, and I will lead you through the map."
Blade of Massacre felt like he had found a savior and quickly led Sumu forward. Before long, they reached Snow Python's territory. However, he harbored malicious intentions. These snow pythons would always attack in groups of dozens, and each time, they killed the 3 of them Sumu without leaving a trace. He, on the other hand, was eager to see how the boy would handle it. At this moment, Sumu spoke again, "I know you're regretting your choice of Lindong City.
As long as you meet the conditions I set, I assure you I can make it happen."
The group was somewhat skeptical.
He calmly continued, "First, you must obey orders.
Second, anyone who is killed on the road for any reason will be directly expelled from the team. Third, anyone who hesitates or tries to escape when faced with danger will also be kicked out immediately. Ignoring their murmurs, Sumu went on, "You've all seen the blessing buff of my guild.
There are also many rewards, including purple tier equipment, and those with significant contributions will receive commissions.
There's also another benefit, but you'll have to put in the effort yourselves." He even used Wan Air as a tool for persuasion.
After some hesitation, they finally agreed.
Sumu nodded in satisfaction.
When it came to boosting morale with strategy, who could surpass him? However, it seemed like he was gathering a group of misfits.
No wonder other teams treated them like a liability. Putting that aside, he immediately called out, "Form the team based on your professions. Dark God, you'll lead the 6 other teams. Wan Xin, you take charge of the mages.
The rest of you, follow me."
The sorcerers took the front and headed toward the Shuehu area. Sumu led the way, venturing deeper.
Along the path, they encountered many snakeskins.
He cursed inwardly. No matter how many times he saw these snakeskins, they always made him feel itchy. These snow pythons are very good at concealing their traces. In the past, every time we passed through here, many people would die.
After thinking for a moment, he immediately ordered to stop.
Sumu quickly gave the command, "Sorcerer, cast fireball to attack the path ahead." Someone wanted to argue, but Dark God scolded them, "Don't be so wordy. The squad leader said to attack, so just attack." Immediately, no one raised any more objections and began using firepower to launch the attack. As the smoke cleared, the snakes emerged from beneath the ground.
Sumu, fearing the formation would be thrown into chaos, hurriedly reassured them, "No need to rush.
All archers use violent arrow on the snow pythons and push them back as instructed." A series of fire arrows were launched. But Sumu didn't allow them to stop and continued giving orders, "Sorcerer, keep casting fireball to attack the other snow mound. Archers, keep breaking their armor, don't give them time to react." Following his instructions, fire and ice simultaneously attacked the snakes in front of them.
After a while, the ice armor was finally broken. Sumu gave another command, "If you run out of blue, regain blue." Everyone continued to attack the snow pythons, fighting until death.
They followed his orders and never stopped. Outside the battle circle, Dark God couldn't help but sigh, "Boss, are you putting us assassins on the outermost circle so we can deliver the final blow?" Sumu nodded with a smile and responded, "Children are easy to teach." With Sumu's guidance, they successfully passed through the snow snake's lair. The players cheered continuously.
Sumu glanced at them and ordered, "All right, that's enough for today. It's already late, so everyone rest. We'll gather online at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late, we won't wait." They immediately received the order to leave, but before departing, Blade of Massacre approached Sumu, smiling and flattering him. "Mushin, my lord, there's something. Have you seen my back?" Sumu feigned ignorance and said he didn't know. After that, he had him sent away, leaving only Sumu in the area. He wandered around, following the memories of his previous life, heading in a certain direction. Sure enough, not long after, he encountered someone. A woman in purple stood on a cliff, her eyes filled with worry, and she asked, "Warrior, have you seen a man carrying a long saber?" Sumu thought for a moment before speaking. "I haven't seen him, but perhaps I can help you search for him." Shui Luo expressed her gratitude. "That man is my husband. He was taken by the Snake King while trying to protect me." She explained that the Snake King was the leader of the snow python, much stronger than ordinary snakes. She then asked him, "Are you truly willing to help me?" Sumu paused, thinking for a moment, then agreed to take on this dangerous mission. NPCs would doubt the player's motives, and hidden storylines wouldn't trigger unless certain conditions were met. If he had declined, it would have immediately ended the conversation, so he had to keep playing along. After some hesitation, he spoke. "The leader of the Snow Python territory is very strong." Before he could finish, Shui Luo spoke again. "I know it's very dangerous, but as long as you help me,
I will offer you the most generous reward. Sumu smiled faintly, and the mission was successfully triggered. Then, you saw Shui Luo handing you a scroll for the play, and you could only pretend to refuse. But in the end, Sumu still coughed lightly and said, maybe the scroll contains some important clues. I'll take it back and study it for a bit. After that, tell her that if there are any leads, don't delay. Thus, Sumu's mission assignment was successfully completed. The two of them moved forward and stopped at a cliff. Shui Luo slowly spoke, it's right there. The two quickly jumped off the cliff and arrived at the entrance of a cave, where they saw a sword. Shui Luo exclaimed in surprise, that's Lai Yang's sword. Sumu hurriedly reassured her, don't worry, maybe he's still. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw something and anxiously shouted, not good, behind us. Hearing his shout, Shui Luo turned around and saw a giant snake rushing toward them. It was the Snake King, an elite monster at level 20. Shui Luo glared fiercely at the Snake King and angrily yelled, beast, give my husband back. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed her sword and charged forward, slashing twice. But just at that moment, a small purple snake suddenly shot out from its mouth. Shui Luo was a bit startled and quickly raised her sword to block, but the snake changed direction. She realized where it was heading and quickly shouted a warning, be careful. It's heading towards you. Sumu was not afraid. He stood there calmly and said, bring it on. In the blink of an eye, the large mouth of the serpent was about to reach Sumu. A barrage of fireballs shot out from his hands, striking the creature and causing it damage. However, just as in Sumu's memory, the damage from regular attacks to the Snowfierce King was minimal. If he could shoot a fireball directly into its mouth, it would immediately shatter its ice armor. As Sumu was thinking this, the Snake King suddenly spat out a blast of bone-chilling frost. Sumu's body froze instantly, and his face darkened in an instant. He had forgotten that the Snake King's bone frost could freeze a target for 3 seconds, rendering them immobile. In that life-threatening moment, Shui Luo rushed in from afar, using her sword to block the Snake King's attack on Sumu. He breathed a sigh of relief, nearly having met his end. He quickly thanked her and then rushed forward, shouting, Shui Luo, hang on a bit longer, this is a great opportunity. Immediately afterward, Sumu began attacking the Snake King, reminding her, I'm here to find the right moment to break its armor, but your attacks are being countered by it. Sumu paused for a moment, then sneered and said, I still have a backup plan. With that, he activated his clone and used his God of Death's arm to increase his damage by 100%. In the blink of an eye, a great fireball shot straight into the Snake King's mouth. Just as Sumu had predicted, the ice armor on the outside of the Snake King shattered. He quickly shouted, Now's the time. As his words finished, Sumu unleashed falling flame from heaven, a fiery attack that descended from the sky, engulfing the Snake King's body in flames. Under Sumu's attack, the Snake King's health bar was nearly depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Luo immediately lunged forward, beast, die. She drove the two swords in her hands into the Snake King's eyes, and the excruciating pain caused it to howl in agony. Its enormous body thrashed and struggled, but not long after, it collapsed and died. Seeing the massive body fall to the ground, Sumu finally let out a breath of relief. It was over, at last. However, Shui Luo aggressively shouted, No, I still haven't found Lai Yang, it's not over yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward and plunged her knives into the Snake King's body once more. She sliced a long gash from its head to its abdomen. Only when Shui Luo's sword was blocked by something did she stop. Shui Luo, frowning in disbelief, found him. But what she saw was only a bloodied arm reaching out from the Snake King's belly. Shui Luo immediately collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling as she called out, Lai Yang. A fragment of their story surfaced at this moment. Lai Yang had once driven Shui Luo away, yet she had found him again. Lai Yang was Shui Luo's only obsession. She blamed herself for being just a shadow in this world, questioning why they lived together but could not die together. Sumu, standing by, couldn't help but sigh as he heard this. It's a pity this isn't a fairy tale. The ending was always destined to be incomplete. At this moment, Shueluo suddenly spoke up, I'm glad you helped me, or I would never have met Lai Yang. I still have one wish, and I hope you, warrior, can help me.
Sumu glanced at her and spoke indifferently, say it.
Shueluo took a deep breath and said, I hope you can bury me with Lai Yang, somewhere where we can see far into the distance.
Lai Yang liked that kind of scenery.
After finishing her words, she used her sword to slit her throat. Fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. Sumu was somewhat surprised. Even though he had heard about the mission before, witnessing it firsthand truly shook the soul.
Live and die together?
He sighed helplessly, then buried the two of them on the rocky cliff. He glanced at their graves for a moment, then shook his head, feeling emotional, and asked, What is love in this world?
Why is it that I only have a shadow in this realm?
Why must we live together but not die together? At that moment, a series of notifications appeared. He had completed the mission and received quite a few rewards, including Blazing Sunbreak and Shueluo.
That was it.
Sumu nodded in satisfaction. The skill scrolls were high-level items, and though these two scrolls could only be used once, their power was incredibly terrifying.
He would make good use of them.
After finishing the task, Sumu logged out to return to the real world. He was about to rest when he received a call from an unknown number. He raised the phone to his ear and listened, and a polite voice quickly came from the other end.
Hello, Mr. Su.
Given that you have turned down recruitment offers from foreign countries, the Empire has decided to reward your performance. Sumu listened in silence, not responding a word. He was lost in thought. As for the Empire, they had found the city of Tianchang where Sumu was located through the Azure Crouching Dragon server, and based on his appearance in the game, it was indeed very easy to pinpoint his location in real life. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu spoke in a deep voice, Wanshin is one of yours. Without hesitation, the voice on the other end confirmed it.
Yes, if there is anything you are dissatisfied with about Jiang Wan, I will immediately have her leave.
Otherwise, there is nothing to worry about.
If you're not satisfied, please wait a moment.
Sumu gently shook his head, but then he realized something and quickly asked in return.
You just said Wanshin's name is Jiang Wan, the same as the person who saved you in your previous life.
In the past, when Sumu was injured and carried back on a stretcher, his body was severely wounded. Where were the healers? In that moment of urgency, a slender hand appeared, placing itself on Sumu's abdomen, starting to heal his wounds. When he groggily opened his eyes, he could only see a beautiful figure appearing in his vision. Sumu recognized her. It was the same woman who, in his last moments, used a healing spell to pull him back from the brink of death. As Sumu lay there in a daze, her soft voice echoed again.
Do you feel any better? You're badly injured, and even healing magic can't fully cure you. You need to rest properly.
Thank you. Sumu looked up at her, intending to say something, but another voice interrupted.
Jiang Wan, we must leave now.
Another group of dark forces has attacked Luo Shuixing, and they need reinforcements. She immediately said her goodbyes and left.
My teammates are calling me, I have to go now.
May the light of apocalypse shine upon you. Take care, she really does resemble an angel.
Because of this, Sumu always remembered the name Jiang Wan.
Having left the past behind, he couldn't help but sigh.
Wanshin, Jiang Wan, how did I not realize this sooner?
I used to boast in front of her. At this moment, Sumu was extremely resolute. In my past life, I saved your life, and you will never forget this kindness, even in death. In this life, you will definitely protect me completely and ensure my survival in the apocalypse to come. The next morning, Sumu logged into the game again, but this time, the surroundings were completely empty, with not a soul in sight. He wondered to himself, didn't we agree to meet here at this time yesterday? Where is everyone? Do they all prefer to go online late? After thinking for a moment, Sumu opened the chat box to take a look. He then saw a long string of messages from Dark God. He said he had been killed by someone. Sumu furrowed his brows instinctively. What's going on here? Dark God briefly explained the situation to Sumu. Apparently, when their group arrived, they were swarmed by over 1,000 players, who wanted them to act as cannon fodder to push forward. Although Sumu's name was called out, they were still killed. Sumu frowned after hearing this. The players from Azure Crouching Dragon should have shown you some respect upon hearing your name, unless they came specifically for you. Immediately, Dark God gave Sumu a very familiar name, Madman Guild. Dark God continued to cry and complain, asking Sumu to seek justice for him. After hearing this, Sumu responded, "Wait for me, I'll handle it." The battle god of madness in Newbie Village had always been weak. Sumu had seriously underestimated him. Just yesterday, he had just established the loyalty of his troops, and today, he was already being betrayed. If this group didn't get wiped out, his name would be written in reverse. While Sumu was thinking, Jianwan appeared. She asked suspiciously, "Mushin, what's going on?" He gritted his teeth and explained, "Our team was blocked by the Madman Guild at the respawn point. I'm going to kill my way back. Are you coming with me?" On the other side, at the starting point of Fengming Street, Dark God, who had just delivered the news, was caught by someone. The man grabbed him and brought him over, saying, "Boss, this kid was hiding on the side, sending news to Mushin, and we've caught him." Battle God of Madness arrogantly commanded, "You guys continue to treat this little assassin well, but make sure he doesn't accidentally die." Immediately after, the madman began to beat Dark God mercilessly. Battle God of Madness grew even more pleased with himself, saying, "If Mushin doesn't show up soon, you'll end up just like Dark God here. If you're willing to go to the World Channel and say Dog Mushin, I won't hold it against you anymore." At the same time, from a nearby cliff, Jianwan watched the scene and angrily said, "These people are truly too overbearing. Let's go down and kill them." Sumu replied calmly, "Of course, but we can't act recklessly. You must kill them so thoroughly that they begin to doubt life itself." As soon as he finished speaking, he bought a challenge order. Sumu quickly joined the team, and everyone immediately rejoiced. Some suggested he should avoid the dangers, but Sumu told them that they just needed to kill all the enemy's mages. Soon after, Sumu activated the map of mountains and rivers that Shui Luo had given him as a mission, not expecting to directly receive the highest reward for the map of mountains and rivers, along with the quite useful burn effect. The battle god of madness had also noticed Sumu. He smirked and said, "You actually came. It's been a long time since I've seen Mushin. I hope you're doing well. I thought you'd be like a turtle hiding behind a woman's back, too scared to show your face." Sumu snorted coldly and retorted, "The last time, you were the one who was too scared to show your face after I killed you." Hearing this, he became enraged. "Things aren't like they used to be. I'm stronger now, and letting you call me out is already showing you some respect." Sumu couldn't be bothered to engage with him, as he was more focused on someone else. The person standing next to him was the Mad War Emperor, a legendary warrior from his past life. However, being surrounded by this group of unruly people, he truly seemed out of place. It was said that during this phase, he had strengthened his weapon to the highest level. At that moment, the battle god of madness angrily shouted, "Are you too scared to speak now? Is this all you've got? If you're so capable, don't log off. The debts in Newbie Village haven't been settled yet." Sumu became slightly impatient. He coldly sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you're scared I'll log off, then take this challenge." With that, he took out a flag and planted it in front of them. The atmosphere immediately became heavy with silence. No one could have expected Sumu to do such a thing. Even the battle god of madness was taken aback. He turned around to ask the person behind him, "Mad War Emperor, didn't the scout team return yet?" He answered casually. Aside from a few idle people, there were no other opponents around. Hearing these words, the battle god of madness immediately agreed. "All right, the challenge order within 2 hours is a good idea. Let's see how I can cleanly strip all your equipment this time." Mad War Emperor prepared to start the battle. Mad War Emperor snorted coldly at him.
Are you teaching me how to do things? The battle god of madness was somewhat dissatisfied. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that as a vice president, you don't even put someone like me, the president, in your eyes? He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, walking over to Sumu to speak. I've heard about your story in Newbie Village number 818. I have no respect for you. The decision to take action against you was made by the battle god of madness, not me. Saying this, Mad War Emperor reached for his sword and raised an eyebrow. I could stay out of your business. But you have one request. After they're done, I want you to play the death order with me. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan's face immediately changed. Once the death order is accepted, the consequences would be severe. He was level 15, and she suspected that aside from his level and equipment advantages, he might have other trump cards. Meanwhile, Sumu was also hesitating. He wanted to probe how many secrets the other held. This wasn't an easy character to provoke, but Sumu still decided to agree. Mad War Emperor, I accept your death order. The battle god of madness stood up, grabbed the flag from the ground, and smiled triumphantly. I respect you as a true hero, but I won't show mercy. Today, I will make you regret coming to this world. The challenge was established between the Madman Guild and the Valley of Wind and Cloud. In the blink of an eye, the place was thrown into battle, with smoke and fire filling the sky and screams echoing everywhere. At this moment, Sumu shouted loudly to remind everyone, all units, activate defense. Sorcerers and archers, counterattack their rear. The players of the Valley of the Wind God immediately formed a protective barrier to block the attacks from the Madman Guild. At the same time, the sorcerers and archers from the Madman Guild began counterattacking the rear of the Valley of the Wind God. Meanwhile, the warriors at the front charged ahead for a direct assault. Battle God of Madness, leading the charge, swung his axe and roared, Die! Mushin, I'll split you in two with one strike. The gap in our levels is just too large for you. However, before his axe could land, Sumu's figure had already disappeared. He gasped in surprise and shouted, So fast! How dare you! We'll attack together and surround all your escape routes, don't let him get away. Immediately, Battle God of Madness and his group began to encircle Sumu. However, Sumu's speed was too fast, they couldn't even touch him, which made them increasingly panicked. They had already taken significant damage from him, and the sorcerers outside were only able to heal them. At that moment, Dark God led a team of assassins and appeared, beginning to ambush them. Seeing this, Battle God of Madness immediately panicked. He urgently shouted, Hurry, go back and reinforce the sorcerers, kill their assassins. Sumu was very pleased with the situation. He continued to command, taking advantage of the assassin's speed to retreat, minimizing the firepower. The mages moved forward 50 meters, buffing the assassin, while the other two mage teams buffed the front line. Seeing his forces in a disadvantaged position, Wind War God shouted fiercely. A bunch of worthless fools, I'll handle this myself, and all other warriors, fall back to Chiyu. Before he could even return, fireballs rained down from the sky, burning those behind the Battle God of Madness with scorching flames. He angrily glared at Sumu and cursed the bastard. With a soft chuckle, Sumu pouted and said, Seeing you helplessly watch your backline in chaos, only able to rage, I find that quite satisfying. His words made Wind War God even angrier. He roared furiously. Satisfying my ass. Everyone, surround him. We have so many people, we can just swarm him and finish him off. That fire elemental scroll doesn't need to be used yet, this situation is perfect for using the Snowfall Twin Blades skill scroll. At this thought, two blades appeared in Sumu's hands, one green and one red. He smiled with satisfaction. Immortal, huh? The sudden appearance of the blades caused the enemies to panic. What skill is this? Isn't he a sorcerer? However, they had no choice but to charge in together. But the damage they dealt to Sumu was like a drop in the ocean, prompting them to angrily exclaim. What the hell is this? A critical hit and only 1 point of damage? Sumu curled his lips in a mocking smile.
The super defense of the falling snow twin blades, I'll stand here and let you slash me.
At that moment, the battle god of madness charged forward with an axe. In the blink of an eye, he reached Sumu, who swiftly swung his snow-colored blade. In just an instant, the body of the battle god of madness was frozen solid. He couldn't believe it, muttering, "How? How could this be?" Whether he believed it or not, in the end, he died under Sumu's blade. Seeing this, his subordinates immediately wanted to blow Sumu to pieces. Although each explosion caused minimal damage, with 100 of them, the combined damage was still considerable. So, they continuously hurled fireballs at Sumu. Unfortunately, their attack speed was nowhere near Sumu's. In the blink of an eye, Sumu appeared before them. Then, the sword in his hand began to unleash a flurry of sword lights. The number of people who had died under his sword was countless. Looking at the blade in his hand, Sumu nodded in satisfaction and muttered, "The ice and fire attributes of the falling snow twin blades are beyond the capability of ordinary people to withstand. But still, more than half of my health was knocked off. I'll need to heal a bit." However, before he could heal, Jiang Wan, who was behind him, had already started to heal him. Sumu glanced at her and said, "Jiang Wan, you're injured too." She shook her head, smiling as she replied, "It's fine, I'll heal you first. Protecting our MVP is more important." "Yeah." Sumu glanced at her, originally intending to thank her, but the scene before him made his expression stiffen. The bastard, the battle god of madness, had just been resurrected and had immediately killed Jiang Wan. He laughed arrogantly. "Didn't expect it, huh? I've been resurrected. Now, your bloodline is dead. Your death is just a matter of time. I must have overestimated you." At this moment, Sumu's face was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "You trash!" His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sumu didn't care about the flames surrounding him, while the battle god of madness on the other side urged a group of cowards forward. "Go, sorcerer archers, focus on him and take him down for me." At the same time, Sumu hesitated about using his skill. He still had another skill scroll left. This was something he had originally planned to save for later, but now, there was no other choice. Thinking about it, Sumu suddenly let out a fierce roar. Lightning surrounded him. This was the Lai Yang break. A massive sword appeared in Sumu's hand at that moment. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Without any hesitation, he swung it down. The ground was immediately devastated, rocks flying everywhere, taking the lives of the Madman Guild members along with it. In the blink of an eye, only Sumu's people remained. Meanwhile, outside, Mad War Emperor was still watching. The entire battle unfolded before his eyes. He couldn't help but be astonished. What kind of move is this? Can this really be the attack that a player can unleash? Is this guy even a sorcerer? How can he be so terrifying? What about the death order of yours? Another aspect, in the real world, in a high-rise building in the city, there is someone being scolded. A person pointed at the forehead of the man and scolded, "Look at this, these are all the good things you've done. Our Madman Club has worked hard to train 1,000 elite members." The person speaking was the owner of the Madman Club, Siyu Feng, and the one being scolded was Li Taizhu, whose in-game nickname is Battle God of Madness. This argument had arisen due to the recent duel with Sumu. Siyu Feng sighed in helplessness, "With our strength, it would have been fine to pick a mature A-level or S-level city lord. But you intentionally provoked me, damn it. It's too late to say anything now." At that moment, a woman entered the room and spoke, "Boss, He Tian is still continuing with the life and death command. You need to make a decision." In the next room, Mad War Emperor, He Tian, was still in the game lobby. Inside the game, Sumu looked at him and said, "It's our turn now, how do we activate the life and death command?" He Tian smirked and said, "It seems I misjudged your combat strength. You're much stronger than I thought. So what now?" Sumu raised an eyebrow and asked. Heh, you know, Mad War Emperor is very passionate about researching hidden quests. He's a great pioneer known for the hidden rewards, the Lone Wanderer. He must have a trump card. This battle is dangerous, but there's great wealth in adversity. His 10 weapons are a priceless treasure. At this moment, Tian spoke again. The owner of our club wants me to give up fighting against you. Hearing this, Sumu wasn't surprised. He continued asking, then, what about my choice? Recalling his past life, he had no interest in guild battles or personal duels, and the rankings were nothing but decoration. But when he reached his limit, that time when he single-handedly wiped out an entire guild, it made a name for him. This person, with his stubborn personality, was hard to deal with. Outside, Yufeng kept trying to stop Tian. I don't agree with you using the life and death order. Our club has already suffered enough defeats. But Tian calmly responded, I haven't used a single coin of yours. At this point, he tightly gripped the Chanquan sword, pressed his lips together, and said, I really want to fight him, I want a battle. The man trembled with rage, cursing, Tian, you. However, the words caught in his throat, for what he said was true, and he didn't even know how to refute it. Meanwhile, inside the game, facing Sumu, Tian said seriously, if you don't use that skill from before, I want to have a duel with you. Sumu didn't back down either, curling his lips into a smile and replying, I'll stay with you until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the flag planted in the ground was pulled out. The life and death order was accepted. The official battle to the death began. Tian tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. Ever since you claimed your first kill, I've wanted to settle this with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with a single strike, the shockwaves from his powerful skill continuing to emanate. This was the Ice Mountain Slash, a skill capable of dealing massive physical damage. Sumu instinctively frowned, his speed was just too fast. Blade of Massacre witnessed this scene and couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak up. This strike is too strong, whether in terms of distance or the range of the attack's power, it far surpasses that of an ordinary warrior. Could this be the Ice Mountain Slash? As soon as these words were spoken, a deep voice rang out. Of course, this is the Ice Mountain Slash. A bunch of clueless amateurs like you wouldn't even know that skills can be enhanced. Dark God turned around when he heard this and saw Steel Pillar. He was displeased and retorted. Who are the amateurs here? You might know more, but didn't we still manage to kill you? Jiangwan tried to mediate. Forget it, don't argue with people like him. Dark God snorted lightly and Steel Pillar coldly said. What's with the pretense of being noble? Don't think I don't know who you are. In an attempt to gain favor with Mu Shen, even changing the guild's name, Dark God, dissatisfied, snapped. Watch your mouth. He sneered disdainfully. What's the big deal? You're more worried about your Mu Shen. He's going to lose anyway. Steel Pillar's words made the three of them furious, warning him to shut up before he finally left. Meanwhile, in the ongoing battle, the shockwaves from Tian's skill were still as fierce as ever. This made Su Mu's expression turn a little grim. He hadn't expected that the man's skill had actually been enhanced before. Clearly, his weapon also carried a special lightning-type attack effect. In just that brief instant, Sumu used Wind Shadow to boost his speed and defense, dodging the strike. Even so, just the peripheral damage that grazed him had already caused a significant loss of health. Had he been at the center of the skill, that guy could have taken him down immediately. While Sumu was deep in thought, Tian had already lunged at him again, forcing him to dodge in a hurry. His attacks were sharp and his technique was extremely refined. He definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. It seemed Sumu would have to put some pressure on him too. Thinking this, he gripped his staff tightly and conjured a blazing flame that engulfed Tian's body. The sudden change caught Tian by surprise. In just a flash, the flames condensed into a massive fireball. Tian bit his lip hard and summoned a protective shield to block the attack. The moment the fireball struck the shield, it suddenly split apart, turning into small streams of fire that scattered in all directions.
In the blink of an eye, Tian's shield began to crack. The damage he received kept piling up, and his health bar was rapidly decreasing. As soon as the shield was completely shattered, Tian immediately leapt into the air. He gripped his sword tightly, then swung it down with force. Bolts of lightning burst forth continuously, crackling in the air. With a deafening boom, everything within a 10-meter radius around the blade was obliterated. Sumu struggled to dodge it. You didn't expect that others could only use the heavy sword strike on the ground, but he could use it in the air. During the second attack, he even knew how to use aerial strikes to avoid the slowdown effect from burning. This was hard to believe. Why didn't you, someone who was revived, have a golden finger like that? After thinking for a moment, you hurriedly retaliated with Flower Bone. However, before you could make a move, Tian shouted, "Ice Mountain Cleaving Slash." A sword beam descended from the sky like lightning, and Sumu couldn't dodge it. It struck directly, causing his health to drop drastically, leaving only a small portion remaining. You bit your lip fiercely, cursing inwardly, "This is still happening," but fortunately, you activated the effect of resilience. Tian's critical hit didn't deal full damage, or else this strike would have killed you. Plus, the skills outside of the mage class are still usable. Sumu doesn't have any enhancement skills, but the other guy has two. This is impossible to compete with. While you were feeling emotional, you launched your attack, sending a block of ice toward Tian. However, he easily shattered it with a single strike. At the same time, Tian was equally surprised. Both of his charging skills had been dodged by you. Even with his two enhancement skills combined, they hadn't even reduced 1,000 of your health. It seemed like he had no choice but to use that move. Thinking of this, he began activating his skill, and suddenly, a crimson aura appeared around Tian. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body. This was the blood sacrifice battle armor skill, capable of enhancing both defense and physical attack. Seeing this, Sumu immediately panicked. The warrior god skill was irreplaceable after level 100 and now seemingly invulnerable, which truly made him suspect that Tian might also be a reincarnator. He must have the golden finger. At this moment, Tian's voice dropped coldly, "Mushin, it's over. This ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian's figure suddenly vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was right in front of Sumu, and without hesitation, he struck down as though to sever him in one blow. Sumu's entire body was sent flying. He fiercely bit his lip. Does it have to be this strong? I just used the holy light skill to heal, and yet I was almost defeated instantly. You've lost, Tian said coldly, before charging at Sumu again and striking downward. Seeing this, Jiang Wan's group immediately panicked and tried to rush to help, but they were blocked by Steel Pillar. Shut up, all of you. If you don't, I won't hold back. Then, he happily shouted, "Mad War Emperor, kill him. Vent your anger for Madman Guild." At that moment, Tian's sword had already pierced Sumu's body. With a loud crash, Sumu's body slammed into the rock wall behind him, and dust scattered throughout the air. Seeing this scene, the members of the Madman Guild immediately became excited, continuously cheering. Mad War Emperor is invincible, Mad War Emperor is mighty, the Madman Guild is the strongest. In contrast, the people from the Valley of the Wind God became disheartened. Jiang Wan, injured, cried out, "Mushin is dead." At this moment, Steel Pillar, extremely pleased with himself, spoke up. "I'll give you two choices. Hand over all your equipment. From today on, every time we, the Madman Guild, encounter you, we'll kill you on the spot." As soon as he finished speaking, a man, with a lecherous grin, added, "But if this beautiful lady can spend some time with our guild leader, we'll spare you this time." Steel Pillar was also in high spirits upon hearing this. Hearing these despicable words, Dark God immediately cursed angrily. "That bastard, I'm gonna charge him next." But at that moment, something unexpected happened. A sword suddenly flew down from the sky and impaled Steel Pillar's body, draining his blood instantly. While Steel Pillar was still confused about what had just happened, a dark, cold voice echoed through the smoke. What did you just say? Upon hearing that voice, his face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Steel Pillar trembled and muttered. That voice. How can it be? Could it be that Sumu hasn't been defeated yet? Just as he thought, the person who had arrived was indeed Sumu. He glared at Steel Pillar and cursed. Scum! The situation shifted once again. The members of Madman Guild were thrown into a state of panic, while the people from the Valley of the Wind God were filled with extreme joy. The winner of the life and death match was none other than Sumu. The Madman members were so terrified that they logged off in droves, fleeing as though their lives depended on it. At the same time, Jiangwan, after her moment of joy, quickly regained her composure. She was a bit puzzled just moments ago. Sumu had clearly been injured, yet he still managed to win? How did he pull that off? Meanwhile, at the respawn point, Tian had returned to life. He stared blankly at the sky before sighing, I really lost, huh? 5 minutes earlier, when the air was thick with smoke and dust, Tian had stabbed his weapon into Sumu's body, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, it's over, he had thought. However, his joy didn't last long before his expression stiffened. Tian realized that the figure before him was only a clone. In his confusion, Sumu's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. That was to avoid your killing blow. I must admit, it was pretty dangerous. Tian was stunned and quickly turned around. When did your real body get behind me? Sumu casually replied, right at the last half second before you struck with your sword. Immediately after, I used the bone chains to bind you, which made you panic and scream. Your blood defenses right now couldn't withstand that attack. Unfortunately for Tian, all he could do was struggle in vain. Sumu's flames struck him down, killing him on the spot. Back to reality, Tian struggled to sit up, letting out a helpless sigh. His plus 10 purple gear was destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of experience points were deducted. Fortunately, his skills and potential points were still intact. Mushin was truly too powerful. At that moment, his sword suddenly appeared at the respawn point, flying out of nowhere and plunging straight into the ground. While he was still stunned, Sumu appeared, seriously saying, From now on, the Valley of the Wind God and the Human Guild will be sworn enemies. Tian glanced at him and replied indifferently. Victory makes one a king, defeat makes one a bandit. If you want to kill, then kill. Good spirit. Sumu smirked and said. Then, a fireball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw it, but the target wasn't Tian, it was the Steel Pillar that had just respawned. Steel Pillar didn't expect Sumu to be here, and as soon as he respawned, he was killed. He angrily cursed. Damn it. Mushin Tian also questioned. What do you mean? Why didn't you kill me? Sumu smiled casually and said. Gold is easy to earn, but a true confidant is hard to find. From the confrontation earlier, I sensed you're different from them. I don't want to cause conflict with you because of the Madman Guild relationship. After finishing his words, Sumu returned the gear to him. Tian was stunned and exclaimed. What's this? You're giving this to me? Sumu curled his lips and asked. Don't want it? Then cancel it. Tian quickly called out. Don't! And so, the two completed their trade. After everything was settled, Sumu turned and walked away. Before leaving, he waved his hand and smiled. I hope we can fight again in the future, but it won't be as enemies from opposing guilds. When Sumu returned, Dark God suspiciously asked, Why did you return the equipment to him? You don't have any equipment yourself, why throw it away like that? Sumu replied indifferently, I plan to form a fixed team of 5 people, that's all. Actually, Sumu had different thoughts in his mind, but he didn't say them out loud. Dark God, unaware, couldn't help but express his feelings. That's great, boss. I also want to form a fixed team with you. Sumu nodded slightly. In a fixed team, an assassin was indispensable. Dark God, afraid that Sumu would leave him behind, quickly clung to his legs and cried.
Sumu helplessly spoke up.
Alright, that's a normal fixed team, but since we're not ordinary, of course, we need you to be the assassin. Then, Sumu received a friend request from Itian. Of course, he accepted. His name had changed now, and it was very effective. After that, the two started to chat privately. Basically, Itian thanked Sumu for returning the equipment, and also told him that he had left the Madman Guild. He even promised that if they met tomorrow, he would defeat Sumu. Sumu also informed Itian that he would be leading a team to raid the hidden dungeon tomorrow. Upon hearing this, disbelief flashed across Itian's eyes. In the real world, at the Madman Club, as soon as Itian left the game pod, Yufeng immediately began to complain non-stop. He went on about Itian leaving the guild. Itian let out a helpless sigh. You're really annoying, I have something important to do right now. The task that Itian needed to accomplish was related to the hidden instance Sumu had mentioned. He had asked Sumu about it and suggested that Sumu bring him along, but Sumu set the condition that he must join the Valley of the Wind God. This put Itian in a bit of a dilemma. If he joined the Valley of the Wind God now, how could he continue to make a name for himself in the game later? But no matter, he didn't want to ruin his lifelong reputation just for a hidden quest. While he was still contemplating, Sumu messaged again. First, we meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Second, I need you to deliver a message to the Battle God of Madness. We will crush Madman Guild until it's disbanded. In the end, Itian agreed to join Sumu. Sumu wasn't too surprised. You are just like in your previous life, but if you want to join the Valley of the Wind God, you must follow my orders. Seeing Sumu's request, Itian immediately became furious. I'm the Divine Executioner, the War Emperor, I won't call you out. It's just words, but in the end, you still agreed. Sumu successfully recruited a boss into the guild. In the real world, Kunlun Mountain. A group of people was standing in front of a cave, seemingly having discovered something important here. Kunlun Mountain, the divine mountain of the H Nation, after sacrificing a whole army at a painful cost, the scientists had finally made an important new discovery at the Kunlun entrance. They had found a statue of the Ice Phoenix here, unsure of how it had formed or how long it had existed, and it had even been pierced by a long sword. Truly, it was a groundbreaking discovery in every way. An old man looked towards the man beside him and asked, Tian Yang, is your wife all right? Tian Yang gently shook his head and replied, She's fine, just a bit down. A few days of rest and she'll be fine. Uncle Qin mentioned Tian Yang's son, and Tian Yang said his son was busy playing Apocalypse. Uncle Qin could only sigh and offer some advice. Don't say it like that, the game just launched and it's already gaining global fame. A lot of people have gotten rich because of it. But in the end, they have to go out there and explore. They need to set off soon. On the other side, in the game world of Phoenix Radiance Road, Sumu led the group of players towards Xuehu's area. He slowly spoke. This cliff is also the boundary of the first stage. Everyone, move forward. Dark God exclaimed in amazement. This ice and snow cliff is truly magnificent. Jian Wan nodded in agreement. Below the cliff, the temperature of the snowstorm was over -100 degrees, enough to freeze any living creature within seconds. But just then, a distant cry for help rang out, startling everyone. Dark God muttered in surprise. What is that sound? Who is calling for help? By the time he looked back, he saw someone buried under the snow, continuously shouting for help. Dark God didn't hesitate and asked, Boss, is this an activated hidden quest? Before Sumu could answer, Dark God ran towards the person. He happily called out, This is an NPC. I'm going to pull him to trigger the hidden quest. However, Sumu did not think it was a hidden quest, and hurriedly reminded, You're so dumb, that's not an NPC, don't go near it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dark God had already run up close to the person. In an instant, the person's face suddenly changed, turning a terrifying shade of purple. Then, a disgusting, barbed tentacle emerged from his mouth.
Dark God trembled in fear and thought, "What is this thing?"
Luckily, Sumu had used his clone in time to block the attack for him. Watching the clone being dragged away by the tentacle, Dark God expressed his gratitude. What a terrifying thing.
If I had been bitten by that, I'd have died instantly.
Thank you, boss.
Quickly, the monster burrowed back into the ground.
Dark God asked in fear, "Boss, what kind of monster is that?
Isn't this area supposed to be Phantom Snow Vixen's territory?"
Blade of Massacre couldn't help but speak up. Our team has never encountered this kind of monster. Sumu slowly explained, it must be a real player captured by a monster, used as bait to lure in other players. While Sumu was pondering what kind of monster it was, Dark God suddenly yelled, "Boss, look, that snow pile is moving.
Could it be another one of those monsters?"
In the blink of an eye, a pack of blood foxes appeared from the snow, their eyes bloodshot and extremely frightening.
Sumu immediately reassured, "Don't panic, steady the formation." Someone asked in a panic, "With so many of them, what should the guild leader do? How should we fight them?"
Sumu slowly replied, "For Phantom Snow Vixen, it will always jump around once before attacking. We just need to predict its movements based on this fixed pattern and attack accordingly. If its jump point is on the right, then strike to the left, if it's on the left, then strike to the right." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a fireball towards a Phantom Snow Vixen. With a loud bang, the Shwetu was blown apart, scorched by the flames. Upon seeing this, Blade of Massacre quickly shouted, "Defensive warriors stay outside, Jia Chang go in and strike at the gap as directed by the guild leader." In the blink of an eye, they had formed their formation, and the Shwetu were attacked by their snow python. At this moment, Sumu immediately gave the command, "Don't stand still, attack while moving towards the bridge. As long as we cross this bridge, we will enter the second stage of Phoenix Radiance Road and activate the next respawn point." Following his words, they formed a circle and slowly moved across the bridge. Sumu continued to issue commands, archers and sorcerers go ahead to cover the other side, followed by assassins, sorcerers, and finally, warriors. They quickly crossed the bridge, with some too scared to go, while others hurriedly ran. On this side, Sumu was still commanding his group, fighting the Blood Phantom Vixen. A moment later, he quickly ordered, "Almost done, everyone, let's go. I'll clean up." Blade of Massacre quickly acknowledged, "Boss, see you on the other side." As soon as the words left his mouth, he led his people across the bridge. Sumu continued to kill Phantom Snow Vixens while casting a glance at them, feeling a bit emotional. These guys may not have much damage, but their speed of action is quite good. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from under the snow, and Sumu's face immediately turned grim. "This is bad." He looked toward the bridge and shouted loudly. "There are still people on the bridge, it's about to attack the suspension bridge. Be careful, everyone, the purple monster is rising up from the snow, its tentacles are wrapping around the ice pillar." Sumu immediately panicked. "This is bad, it's the same monster from earlier, it's trying to use the ice pillar to destroy the suspension bridge." Just as you thought, the purple monster has thrown the ice pillar toward the bridge. Those who hadn't crossed the bridge yet were thrown down below as the bridge snapped. Sumu was also shaken by the tremor, almost losing balance, but he gripped onto the vines on the bridge to steady himself. People on the other side of the cliff were a bit worried about him. He stepped onto the intact rope and made his way toward the cliff, constantly thinking to himself, "What kind of troublesome monster is this? I can't keep dealing with it, I need to cross the bridge quickly." On the other side, Dark God quickly shouted, "Boss, watch out behind you." But just as Sumu neared the cliff, the monster threw the ice pillar at the bridge again. Sumu immediately panicked. Why is it still like this? This relentless attack, is it trying to keep me here? Sumu quickly jumped into the air, skillfully dodging the ice pillar, then tossed a fireball at the monster, coldly saying, "Then I won't just stand by anymore." Boom! A tremendous explosion shook the air. But at the same time, Sumu was thrown by the ice pillar before being engulfed in a sea of flames, and he staggered backward. Seeing this scene, the group on this side immediately became frightened. Dark God anxiously shouted, "Boss, don't fall down, it's too dangerous." Fortunately, before falling into the river, the staff in Sumu's hand had latched onto a vine on the bridge, successfully pulling him back. He glanced at the others on the cliff and reassured them, "I'm fine, it's too dangerous." Biting his lip fiercely, Sumu grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Annoying, I can't believe I've fallen into such a passive position." Meanwhile, Dark God was desperately trying to issue orders to everyone, urging them to come up with a way to pull the boss up. But they shook their heads in response. "But I'm serious, our attack range isn't enough. That monster has already rushed to that spot." Sumu, at this moment, was absent-mindedly gazing at the path above. He thought to himself, he had to find a way to quickly reach the opposite shore. But at this moment, the monster had already come close to Sumu. Its grotesque appearance terrified him. Is this the full appearance of the monster? This is the flesh of the evil demon, a piece of meat that fell from the body of the supreme demon lord. It survives by continuously parasitizing on human bodies, and any contact with its skin would cause rapid rotting of the entire body. Sumu's face turned slightly pale. It looked exactly like the fusion mutation of the Temple of Gods. This arm that hadn't fully digested yet must have belonged to one of the players who was harmed on the snow-covered ground, with no chance of revival. It was beyond Sumu's understanding, and it couldn't be allowed to reach the other shore. Otherwise, everyone would die. He had to hold it back. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the person on the cliff, shouted loudly, "Cut the rope quickly, don't let it pass over there." Upon hearing this, Jianwan immediately panicked. Cut the rope? Blade of Massacre on this side shook his head in refusal. "No, if we do that, the president will fall as well. I won't cut it. Without the president, we won't be able to cross the bridge successfully." At that moment, the monster had already gotten very close to Sumu. He became even more anxious, bit his lip, and spoke up, "Since no one is taking action, I'll have to do it." Immediately, a fireball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Sumu shot it toward the rope, quickly severing it in two. Both he and the monster were left suspended in mid-air. Seeing this, the people on the cliff immediately panicked. They anxiously shouted, "President, below in the river, Sumu is trying to hold onto the rope, but the water is too cold." His fingers quickly froze, and even letting go of the rope became difficult. Now Sumu has become the monster's meal. On the shore, Jianwan and the others were crying non-stop, heartbroken over Sumu falling from the cliff. Meanwhile, below, Sumu was fighting against the cold and the monster. The water was so cold that his entire body was frozen, and he couldn't even move a finger anymore. However, freezing to death was still better than being eaten by the monster. Sumu glanced at the monster in front of him. He didn't want to die like this, it would be way too embarrassing. Well, forget it, survival is what matters. At that moment, the riverbed suddenly shook violently. Sumu couldn't help but feel startled. Why is there suddenly such a strong wind blowing up from the bottom of the cliff? While he was still wondering about it, a creature suddenly emerged from deep within the river. When they took a closer look, they saw it was a phoenix. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Welcome to the edge of the Kunlun Mountains." The legend says that only lucky warriors can hear the cry of the phoenix. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Is this really the legendary phoenix? It's almost impossible to describe in words. At the same time, below, Sumu also saw the figure of the phoenix. He frowned and thought to himself, the silhouette of the ice phoenix. I never expected to witness such a rare phenomenon. However, at that moment, Sumu also realized, the monster in front of me has become motionless, and something is emitting light from its forehead. Was there something like this in my past life? Could it be the ice phoenix spirit crystal from the legend? In my past life, this crystal was obtained by a sorcerer of the ice element. Later on, that scum escaped to an enemy nation. It turns out that the figure of the phoenix appeared to seal the corpse of an evil being, saving me all along. Thinking of this, Sumu hesitated slightly. Should I take the crystal? If I take it now, the monster will revive in an instant, and then I'll be swallowed up again. But not wanting to miss the opportunity, he wrapped the rope around his foot, leaned back, and reached out to grab the crystal from the monster's forehead. Immediately, the seal of the rotting demon was broken. As soon as he obtained it, Sumu immediately threw a fireball at it. He successfully pushed it back, but just when he thought he had succeeded, an abnormal change occurred. To his surprise, the monster seemed completely unharmed. Using its tentacles, it tightly grasped the rope, and Sumu's face immediately turned grim. This is bad, it's climbing up again, and its speed is too fast. Above on the cliff, Jiangwan spoke up. Mushin still has health left, he's still alive. Blade of Massacre nodded slightly and suggested. That could be true, let's all pull him up and see. Alright, let's go, pull the boss up. Dark God immediately agreed, rushing to help him pull the rope. Sure enough, not long after, Sumu was pulled up by them, and they all rejoiced. The guild leader is really still alive. Sumu looked at them and shouted. Everyone prepare, ranged attack team, aim and attack in my direction. No sooner had he finished speaking than the people on the cliff began their assault. Flaming meteor arrows and bone-chilling ice arrows were continuously hurled down into the river. The monster endured blow after blow, unable to chase after Sumu anymore. Seizing this opportunity, Dark God reached out and pulled Sumu up. Dark God joyfully exclaimed, "Boss, you're still alive and doing great." Jiangwan, standing beside him, quickly suggested, "Hurry, cut the rope." Blade of Massacre nodded immediately, taking a knife and heading over to sever the remaining rope. There was nothing left to support it, and the monster fell to the ground, but not long after, it leaped into the air again. Seeing this, the players immediately panicked. It's still not dead? And now it's jumping up again? This SSS level boss path is too difficult. At this moment, Sumu summoned his clone to attack the monster together. At the same time, other sorcerers and archers quickly joined in the assault. With the powerful onslaught from Sumu and his team, the monster finally fell down the cliff. After bringing it down, Dark God, who was beside him, hurriedly asked, "What was that just now?" Sumu slowly explained, "According to the system's introduction, that was a piece of decayed flesh from the evil demon." Not wanting everyone to worry, he quickly reassured them, "Don't think too much into it. The shadow of the evil demon appears in many places, it's just a special event. No matter what, we've survived, so let's keep moving forward." Meanwhile, in the real world, at Kunlun Mountain, the group of archaeologists was still outside the cave. They had set up camp to rest while waiting for the rescue team, but they were facing a tough problem. Uncle Chin's legs were infested by ancient, immortal centipedes. Tian Yang, frustrated, said, "How could there be something like this in the cave?" Uncle Chin pursed his lips. "Ancient centipedes have been extinct for ages, so how could they be here in the mountain cave?" Tian Yang looked up and spoke to everyone, "Let's see if we can find a way to deal with it." One of the team members whispered, "I've found it, they're afraid of fire and sulfur." He panicked and shouted, "In a place like this, with snow everywhere, where are we supposed to find sulfur?" While everyone was in a state of panic, Uncle Chin suddenly suggested, "Tian Yang, burn my leg." As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of Tian Yang and the others immediately turned to panic. However, there was no other choice. They had poured a liquid onto the centipede clinging to Uncle Chin, causing it to emit a piercing sound. Soon after, someone picked up a lighter but hesitated, unable to take action. Uncle Chin, seeing this, spoke up, "Burn it. If you don't burn it, my leg will be lost. Burn this monster, and I might still have a chance to survive." The person looked at Tian Yang. Tian Yang furrowed his brows and thought for a long time without speaking, but they were too slow. Uncle Chin directly urged him, and Tian Yang helplessly sighed, "All right, Uncle Chin, I'm sorry." He then began burning the centipede. The searing heat from the fire caused Uncle Chin to scream in pain as his flesh burned. The centipede on his leg could no longer withstand it and leaped off, heading in a different direction. The person beside them yelled in fear, "It's heading towards me."
Tian remained calm.
He drew a knife, slashed his own hand, and, gritting his teeth, said, "Come this way, beast." The person, seeing this, anxiously warned, "Yang, be careful."
Tian waited until the centipede was close enough.
He then grabbed a copper basin and trapped it inside. He quickly covered it, successfully imprisoning the creature. At this moment, the others finally sighed in relief, having caught the cursed creature. After thinking for a moment, one of them spoke, "We may have touched something we shouldn't have." He continued, "The Kunlun mountain range has a rich history filled with many myths and legends.
Who would have thought that we would now encounter a creature from 300 million years ago?"
Upon saying this, Tian let out a helpless sigh and added, "Actually, besides the ancient insect, I saw something else as well. However, I'm not sure whether it's still alive or already dead."
This statement sent a wave of panic among the others.
After hearing this, they quickly headed outside, but they soon realized something was off.
Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't the position of this ice statue supposed to be facing west? Has this ice statue moved?"
At the same time, within the game, on Phoenix Radiance Road, Sumu led the group through the snowy mountains, slowly speaking. Ahead is the second section of Phoenix Radiance Road.
Everyone, take a short break here.
Just as they were about to rest, Sumu suddenly reached out and picked a flower from the snow, then said slowly, "But there is a task. When you're free, remember to look for this type of flower around here." He reminded them, no matter how many or how few, collect them all. Before you exit the game, report the number of small white flowers you found to Jiangwan. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., gather here. The group quickly scattered to rest. Jiangwan glanced at him, her lips curling slightly. "It looks like my beauty sleep is ruined."
Sumu chuckled softly and replied, "What beauty sleep? By the way, give me your WeChat ID. I want to add you as a friend." Jiangwan, a little surprised, asked, "Aren't you supposed to be the hidden boss, being hunted by all sorts of forces? What if my real identity gets exposed?" Smiling faintly, Sumu replied casually, "Because I trust you."
Jiangwan widened her eyes in shock, then her face immediately turned red.
She whispered, "Thank you, sir."
In the evening, in the real world, Tianqing City, there was a match taking place in the square.
Many people had gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Sumu was also in the crowd, eating ice cream while commenting, "This warrior is too weak." The girl next to him was immediately shocked and asked, "Do you think the archer will win?"
He nodded slightly, causing the girl to panic. On the screen, the warrior was repeatedly swinging his sword at the archer, but the girl had used blink to evade.
This move stunned the onlookers.
Soon after, she shot an arrow into the air, and within moments, a rain of arrows appeared in the sky, surrounding the warrior and causing his health bar to plummet to 0.
The archer had truly won. The girl looked at Sumu and exclaimed, "How did you know she would win?"
Sumu slowly explained, "Her cooldown management is excellent, and she understands the warrior class very well. Even if she hadn't switched classes, she would have won for sure." The winner of this match is Yume, level 15, from Guild Shuri Chang.
The next match will be between her and Xiaojiu CC.
A little while later, Yume came out from the arena and looked towards the girl, saying, "It's your turn, Josie."
Josie panicked and said, "But I'm only level 12. She sneered and scolded, "If you leveled up more, would it still be like this?"
Yume coldly scolded, "If you're too scared, just admit you're useless." Josie was unwilling to accept it, denying, "I have contributed."
She scoffed, disdainfully curling her lips, "Contributed? By being a courtesan in the brothel?"
She then turned to Sumu, insulting him as a country bumpkin, causing him to choke on the ice cream in his mouth. Yume descended, standing in front of Josie, and coldly said, "Shuri City doesn't accommodate useless trash like you.
Either you fight me, or you admit defeat outright."
She could publicly acknowledge her own uselessness on stage and leave Shuri City.
The crowd below was clearly enjoying the show, cheering and encouraging them to fight. Josie, feeling disgruntled, yelled, "Sorcerers are not trash, and neither am I. Even if I can't win against her, I'd rather lose honorably. So, let's go." Yume snorted coldly and spoke. Only then did Josie panic, shouting, "I spoke too hastily. Master, you're so professional, could you teach me how to fight? I can treat you to a late-night snack." Sumu helplessly sighed, "Where's that national pride of yours? Level 12 fighting against a level 15 with a changed class, this is just bad luck for you. Late-night snacks? Forget about it." He thought that, but in the end, he still agreed. A while later, inside the game, Josie quickly logged in. Her ID was Xiao Jiu-CC. After Sumu saw Josie's attributes, he started complaining, "You're a sorcerer, why did you allocate potential points into health and defense? At level 12, your magical damage is only 200, it's still not enough." Sumu stood outside Josie's game chamber to guide her during the match. At the same time, in a separate room, someone observing the battle chuckled softly and said, "Momo really won't back down." The person next to him couldn't hold back and spoke up, "You care about Josie so much, isn't Momo jealous?" Hearing this, Shin Lang raised an eyebrow, smugly replying, "I've long since grown tired of Lu Momo." The other person couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction, "You're such a scoundrel. It seems that promoting Josie to vice president is going to be very difficult." Meanwhile, in the battle between Momo and Josie, Momo had shot an arrow forward, causing Josie's health to continuously drop. Seeing this, Sumu immediately panicked, "What are you doing? Why are you standing still? Use shadow in the wind to dodge." "You idiot." Josie, somewhat innocently, explained, "I'm waiting for the great master to guide me." At that moment, Momo shot another arrow. Before it reached Josie, the arrow split in two, causing Josie to cry out in fear, "I can't dodge all these attacks." Sumu quickly reminded, "Activate light shield to reduce the damage." Josie followed his advice and summoned a shield, starting to absorb the damage. However, she couldn't last long. Shivering, she cried out, "I'm out of strength." As expected, the moment after, Josie's shield shattered. At this point, Momo suddenly spoke up. "Your positioning and predictions have indeed improved, but all of that is useless. Let's see how you can dodge this arrow." Then, Momo shot out a series of arrows. Josie anxiously asked, "Your Excellency, what should I do now?" Sumu didn't answer, as he was thinking about what Momo had just said. Josie, without his guidance, didn't know what to do and could only take the damage. After a moment, Sumu finally spoke, reminding her, "Prepare the great fireball technique, the dragonflight arrow's time is running out." Immediately after, he began the countdown, and after 3 seconds, he ordered the attack. In an instant, Josie released a fireball. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be amazed. How did she react so quickly? Impressive. She used the opponent's skill interruption to strike first, leaving her no chance to counter. Momo truly couldn't react in time, she was hit by the flaming meteor. However, she quickly regained her composure. She sneered and scolded, "It's Josie, huh? Impressive, but you won't be able to block this arrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew a bow, and an arrow imbued with thunder appeared. The crowd outside couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That's the purple tier skill of the archer class. Thunderbolt Arrow, a level 12 sorcerer's technique. No matter how good the skill, it's impossible to block. Sumu also recognized this skill and slowly reminded her, "If this arrow lands as a critical hit, you won't be able to withstand it." Josie wasn't very concerned. She calmly replied, "It's fine. I've already felt great satisfaction just getting this far." Sumu wasn't willing to accept that. "I'm not satisfied. The extreme moves still depend on how you handle them. Frost Spike from Earth, 45-degree angle, crouch down." Josie immediately obeyed, creating a layer of frost that surrounded her. Instantly, Momo was unable to aim at her target, her bow and arrow hanging uselessly in mid-air.
At the same time, Sumu, standing beside her, reminded Josie.
Move half a foot to the right.
Seeing this scene, the people outside were somewhat bewildered. Even the sorcerer hadn't anticipated that frost spike from Earth could be used to block the line of sight.
At this moment, Momo's expression was a little unpleasant.
She hadn't expected Josie to be so cunning.
Since when had she become so clever? Or was it because of that boy standing next to her?
Thinking of this, Momo immediately sneered in contempt.
Ah, so Josie plans to rely on a man to defeat me. How laughable.
Sumu ignored her and continued to remind Josie.
The challenge is coming.
The moment frost spike from Earth vanished, Josie appeared in front of Momo, using the fiery flash, determined to be faster than her. Immediately, Josie followed Sumu's instructions and launched an attack. Momo's vision was obscured by the light, and the situation shifted. The onlookers outside were once again stunned, whispering among themselves.
I'm shocked again. How many more surprises does this little sorcerer have for me? At that moment, Momo still held her bow and arrow. Sumu continued to remind Josie.
Her magical attack is too weak, take this opportunity to deal some real damage. Understood, my lord, Josie immediately replied, then relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks on Momo.
This enraged Momo, and she clenched her lips fiercely.
If I use the shadow shield to dodge at this damned moment, all the accumulated power of my thunderbolt arrow will be wasted. At the same time, Sumu continued to remind her, the period of blindness has ended, and your skill activation rate is too low. With this amount of health, you're still in great danger.
Try your luck, fool. Sure enough, Momo regained her sight right after. She immediately shouted, I can see you now, you little wretch, die.
As soon as she finished speaking, the thunder arrow shot straight towards Josie.
Sumu calmly said, you no longer have enough spiritual power to launch an attack. The fireball spell you used earlier must not be interrupted. Keep it going until she falls. Josie immediately nodded and cast the fireball. The onlookers outside the match couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
It seemed that tonight had been worth it after all. This battle was very exciting, but unfortunately, the gap in skill level was still too great. Just when they thought Josie would lose, she suddenly activated the flowing flame formation, and fireballs rained down, causing Momo's health to continuously drop. However, at the same time, Josie was also hit by one of Momo's arrows, and her health immediately dropped to 0.
Momo smiled smugly.
In the end, I am the one who wins.
It's a pity, I almost let you embarrass me.
The crowd around them was also deeply moved by Josie's resilience, but something unexpected happened.
The Heavenfall meteor flame appeared in the sky again, and Momo cried out in shock, she actually triggered the flowing flame twice in a row?
Seeing the flaming meteor relentlessly fall before her, she gritted her teeth and muttered, you damn bastard.
With a loud explosion, the battle ended just like that.
Both were drained of blood, yet the victor was still undecided. The audience outside immediately cheered, even if the result is just a draw, this was still an incredible and unexpected battle.
However, at that moment, someone noticed something was off. The person quickly shouted, look, the match isn't over yet. Xiao Jiu-Si.
Hearing the sound, they all looked up at the screen. Josie's Windfire triple strike equipment had activated its survival effect, leaving her with one last point of health. Therefore, the winner this time was her.
At this point, Momo still couldn't accept it. How could she lose to that idiot Mu Luo Josie? Impossible.
In contrast, Josie was incredibly excited and cheered, we won, I did it, big boss. But when she looked around, she couldn't see Sumu anywhere. All she saw was the message he left behind, congratulations, luck is also a form of strength.
Let's have a late night snack next time.
The next morning, as soon as Sumu woke up, he tried to contact his parents, but he couldn't get through. He guessed that they were probably working somewhere in the ruins, but he was used to it by now.
It was fine. At that moment, Sumu finally noticed the message sent by Jiang Wan.
He couldn't help but sigh. Seemed like she had worked hard until late last night. A short while later, Sumu logged into the game. He glanced toward Jiangwan and gave an order: distribute white flowers to everyone. Divide the members into 10 squads, each person receives 150 flowers. Jiangwan gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. With the instructions given, he went to check the frozen crystal he had obtained earlier. As expected, these legendary items were truly treasures. Thanks to it, the damage of Flower Rainbow had been enhanced. Right after that, he casually assigned Dark God and Jiangwan as Vice Guild leaders. Dark God immediately cheered with joy. Sumu was a bit helpless. Any member willing to spend money for the guild was a good Vice Guild leader. Just then, someone appeared again on Windlit Path, a figure slowly approaching. That person was none other than He Tian. The moment they saw him, the others fell into a panic, but right after that, they noticed the new member notification and became even more bewildered. He Tian paid them no attention and walked up to Sumu. Sumu greeted him with a smile, "Welcome aboard." He Tian gave a slight nod and replied, "Thank you." Each of them had their own agenda. What He Tian wanted were the hidden pieces of information Sumu possessed, but Sumu was also confident once someone boarded his ship, there was no getting off. Immediately after, he swept his gaze over everyone and spoke, "We have enough people. Let's move out to the hidden dungeon sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove." Sumu walked while reminding, "The sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove is a dangerous hidden dungeon. My friend accidentally triggered a mechanism and got sucked in, causing the entire team to be wiped out. So you all need to stay alert and be careful." Hearing this, Jiangwan furrowed his brows. "Your friend? Could it be that you have more advanced information than the main company, all from this friend of yours?" A while later, on their way, they encountered a strange man. Dark God approached, patted the man on the shoulder, and asked, "Old man, what are you looking at?" But as soon as he touched the man, he suddenly shattered, and his blood began to drain away rapidly. He gasped in shock, "What's going on? What do I do now? I'm going to die." Fortunately, Sumu quickly shoved a flower into Dark God's mouth, and he narrowly escaped the peril. Then, he turned to the others and reminded them, "The rewards from hidden dungeons are generous, but with them come deadly dangers. Don't touch strange objects, or don't blame me if I don't save you when you're about to die." Everyone immediately nodded, and they continued on their way. Although they encountered many more statues like the one before, they didn't dare to touch anything. He Tian, walking behind, couldn't help but think to himself, "There's almost no information available about the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove. Sumu really is no simple person." Dark God, still shaken, asked in disbelief, "Boss, what exactly are these things?" Sumu slowly explained, "You've had your soul and flesh stolen. You can also call them shells." At that moment, a loud scream suddenly echoed from the other side. Someone had collided with and shattered the stone wall. Sumu glanced at Jiangwan and ordered, "Do it." Jiangwan nodded slightly and replied, "Understood." As soon as she finished speaking, she used her soul binding skill to restrain the person. Afterward, Sumu instructed that a white flower be fed to him. Dark God stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Are you out of your mind? Is there poison?" "Just now The person, once he regained his composure, responded, "Just now, I saw that thing move." Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately explained, it was an illusion. Everyone placed a white flower in their mouths. If they encountered any unusual situation, they would swallow the flower first, then decide if it was truly an illusion. Although the white flower had a slight bitterness, they could only obey and hold it in their mouths. After a while, they arrived at a vast plain. What astonished everyone even more was the sheer number of people present. There were as many as the soldiers of the Yuan dynasty. Sumu paused to think for a moment, then ordered, "Move forward, but remember, don't let the white flower fall." Dark God was a bit flustered and couldn't find the right words. He Tian, on the other hand, felt, "This is a bit interesting." Soon after, their group slowly walked past the statues kneeling on the ground. The numbing sensation quickly swept over them, causing hesitation.
At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, obscuring their vision. The surrounding walls also began to crack. They quickly raised their hands to shield their eyes from the flying debris. Dark God, in a panic, shouted, "These are pieces of human bodies, broken apart. Stay away from me, this is disgusting." In the blink of an eye, the altar before them was engulfed by shattered fragments. A moment later, a figure appeared in mid-air, and a deep voice followed. "It has been a long time since someone alive has come here. You carry the scent of purifying flowers." The person smiled faintly and said, "If you have made it this far, then come in and see. This place has been silent for a very long time." Soon, the mission was announced. Sumu immediately shouted, "Everyone, accept the mission to enter the altar." Following his command, everyone began to step into the altar, circling around the person who had appeared. At that moment, a green light suddenly emerged. Yuan saw something and gasped. "Look! Those empty corpses." Hearing her cry, everyone turned to look, only to see the statues charging toward them. The situation was too sudden, causing them to panic and fall back. There were too many of them, and they couldn't possibly fight back. In their confusion, the altar suddenly collapsed. A large hole appeared, and many of the statues fell from above. The altar fell rapidly, and before long, it had disappeared underground. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. "Welcome to the Snow Forest altar. The origin of this altar cannot be traced, but it once had another name, the birthplace of the demon god." Sumu silently listened to the system's voice, then quickly issued another command. "Warriors, lead the way. Sorcerers, take the rear. Other classes, stay in the middle and support each other." Very quickly, they formed into a neat line. Sumu led the way forward, and the eerie atmosphere in this place made Dark God shiver uncontrollably. He trembled and spoke up. "Boss, why do I feel like we're stepping into a biological research institute? Could it be that there are companies even during the apocalypse, at a time of crisis?" Jianwan replied seriously. "One thing we can be sure of right now is those dragon corpses. They were once humans, and they are failures. If there are failed products coming out of here, then there must be successful ones as well." While they were talking, Sumu signaled for them to be silent, as if something was appearing from the shadows in front of them. They held their breath and waited. Soon, they saw a hand slowly reaching out, with sharp claws and hands covered in grotesque sores. This was an elite monster at level 18, known as the Ice Phoenix Crystal. At that moment, Sumu immediately spoke. "This door can only be passed through once you're revived, so everyone, be careful." After that, they began attacking the monster. A series of fireballs and ice arrows were fired, causing it to take damage. In an instant, its health bar nearly hit the bottom. Sumu slowly walked up to the fallen monster. Tian also walked beside him, drew his sword, and struck down, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Simple." However, Sumu smirked and replied, "Not necessarily." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster that had been split in two quickly began to heal, and its health bar immediately filled up again. Sumu hurriedly spoke, "Has anyone noticed the longer thorn? If we cut off the bone thorn, it will regenerate." Upon hearing this, someone rushed forward, "So that's how it is. Watch me cut off this bone thorn and kill it once and for all." He originally wanted to stop them, but unfortunately, it was too late. The other person's axe, no matter how it struck, couldn't sever the thorn, which made the person panic. While he was in a state of confusion, the monster stabbed him with its arm, draining all the blood from his body. Sumu, feeling somewhat helpless, reminded them, "The bone thorns of the Ice Phoenix Crystal are very tough. Using flaming meteors to continuously burn them can soften the thorns." Everyone quickly started attacking with flaming meteors, but the monster's speed was too fast to hit. At that moment, many more green dots appeared behind the door, startling everyone. In the blink of an eye, a large number of monsters appeared, making the situation even more terrifying. Sumu's team quickly fell into chaos.
They could only attack the monsters fiercely, hoping to soften their bone thorns. But it was already too late, they were surrounded on both sides. Forced into a desperate situation, they had no choice but to slash wildly, blocking if they could, but if they couldn't, they would die. But no matter how much they struck, its body could always heal. After that, it relentlessly tore into the players. Sumu saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that so many ice phoenix crystals would suddenly appear. They attacked, catching everyone off guard, and the casualties are quite significant. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned his clone and then used his spiritual energy to launch an attack. He conjured up an enormous fire, engulfing the monsters in flames. He quickly reminded mages, quickly put up shields for everyone. Warriors and assassins, go cut the bone spikes, and sorcerers, use bows to assist in the attack. The fire is so large that it deals massive damage to the monsters, and they are also burned, reducing their defense by 10% and their movement speed by 20%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sumu immediately shouted, "This is a great chance, quickly chop the bone spikes." He Tian, being very obedient, slashed fiercely, and just like that, he killed an ice phoenix crystal. Seeing this, the players around them also started rushing to chop down the monsters. Even Dark God, who is usually timid, now charged forward. He smirked and said, "I have to test out the combat techniques the boss taught me." Earlier, Sumu had taken the opportunity to teach Dark God some skills. Assassins don't deal wide area damage, they don't have elemental weapons, and they certainly don't have healing abilities. They should never engage in direct confrontation under any circumstances. Instead, they transform into wraiths within shadows, exploiting their speed advantage to find the enemy's weak points. He spoke while demonstrating, appearing behind Dark God in the blink of an eye. Coldly, he spoke, "Assassins are the sharp blades that take lives." Back to reality, Dark God moved with his speed to the side of the monster, then used his dagger to sever one of its bone spikes. However, he didn't press the attack but moved with incredible agility. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, he delivered a finishing blow, causing the monster's health bar to deplete. Dark God happily shouted, "Boss, I soloed an ice phoenix crystal, but you didn't notice, there are 2 more ice phoenix crystals charging at you from behind." Sumu quickly reminded him, "Be careful behind you." Dark God hurriedly turned around, but the claws of the monster were already about to strike down. Fortunately, Jiangwan acted in time, creating a shield to protect him. He sighed in relief, "That was close, thank you." At the same time, he Tian, too, was not idle, charging from a distance to slay the 2 monsters. Sumu walked up to Dark God and reminded him, "And one last point, never lower your guard." After a while, they finally wiped out the ice phoenix crystals. The first round of the mission was complete, and everyone relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 3 of them, Jiangwan, began discussing the monster, eventually concluding that it was a special kind. Jiangwan nodded seriously, stating that some crazy Chu people had reached an agreement with the evil demon. The secret of creating reincarnated creatures was that those who were modified lost their personalities. Hearing these words, Dark God angrily scolded, "These morally corrupt people." Sumu, upon hearing this, curled his lips and scoffed, "The real collapse and the destruction of civilization will only come after apocalypse descends." Soon after, Sumu's team rested for a moment before proceeding to the next door. In front of them appeared a large clock. Sumu spoke slowly, "The test cards for everyone are here. This level is very difficult, and whether we succeed depends on our luck." Behind this door were many evil demon monsters, numerous demonic overlords, and divine destruction cores. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately panicked. Dark God exclaimed in fear, "What? A legion of divine destruction cores? Are you joking? We're only at level 10 or so, is this system even playable?" He then turned to look at Jiangwan and asked, "Do we really have to face a boss as special as Apophis, just like that dead guy?" Jiangwan helplessly sighed, "Demonic overlords or divine destruction cores, this. Really?" At that moment, Sumu had picked something up. He slowly spoke, "Each of you choose a white lotus for yourself, then hide in it. Quickly, everyone followed his instructions. The official challenge began. The clock's hands, which had been still, suddenly began to spin rapidly. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, silently praying, "Please, not the Divine Destruction Corps. Just send the weakest one to them, that will be enough." A moment later, the hand on the clock finally stopped, landing on the 8 o'clock position of the Black Spirit Gold. Sumu sighed helplessly, wondering why this name kept coming up. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light erupted. By the time the light faded, they found themselves in an intensely hot land, the scorching heat making them sweat profusely. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Brothers, look up! Can 10 suns not be hot?" Above them, there were indeed 10 suns, which explained the unbearable heat. Moreover, there were countless monsters surrounding them. Dark God exclaimed in panic, "Boss, is this really level 2? It feels like we're about to be finished." Sumu chuckled and replied, "Don't panic, it's just a randomly drawn demonic overlord at its most difficult." Upon hearing this, Dark God couldn't help but speak up, "Is this something a human would say?" At that moment, arrows suddenly rained down from the sky. Their target was the ice phoenix crystals on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were incinerated by the flames, with millions of them wiped out. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Heresy disturbs before the heat, it must be burned to ashes, never to be reborn. Mortals are forbidden from this place, leave now." The group of players, feeling a bit frightened, trembled as they spoke. "We also want to leave. Didn't we get brought here? Or could you tell us where the exit is? Isn't this the boss?" Only Sumu remained calm as he questioned the other person. "The Guild of the Art Divines will kill all of you. We're merely a step ahead, carrying out the will of the heavens. Show yourself and let's fight." His words enraged the other person, and an angry sound echoed through the air. Soon after, a bolt of fire struck down, setting the player's hair on fire. At that moment, a blinding light flashed again. When the light faded, a female figure had appeared. It was none other than the Black Spirit Golden Crow. Just a second ago, the players had been frightened, but now they were mesmerized, nearly drooling in awe. Is it really Evil Demon? She's completely a goddess. The Black Spirit Golden Crow glared at them, snorted coldly, and spat, "You ignorant mortals." As soon as her words fell, she swept her spear through the air, and a brilliant flame spread across the sky in an instant. The players suffered tremendous damage, as if they were being burned alive by the fire. Outside, Hitian watched the scene and couldn't help but speak up, "It seems like the dungeon setup has reduced the demonic overlord's strength." Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "That's why we brought the team here to face the trial." When he finished speaking, Sumu glanced at the others, then sternly reminded them, "Don't you need a network anymore? Anyone hit by Black Spirit Golden Crow's attack is basically guaranteed to die." With Sumu's reminder, everyone spread out and began to fight the boss. However, no matter how hard they fought, Black Spirit Golden Crow still stood proudly in place, because the damage they were dealing was extremely low. They looked at Sumu with suspicion, and he helplessly said, "Didn't anyone read the introduction? Sorcerers, don't use fireball, archers, don't use flame burst arrow. This boss has high fire resistance, you won't be able to deal any damage." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu threw a bunch of fireballs at Black Spirit Golden Crow, and on the contrary, the damage he dealt was immense, leaving the players stunned. They looked at Sumu in disbelief, as if to ask, "How did you do that?" Sumu raised an eyebrow proudly and said, "Of course, I'm not like everyone else." At that moment, Black Spirit Golden Crow was furious and shouted, "Impudent, foolish mortals!" Immediately after, she flew high up, escaping the players' attack range. While everyone was confused, not knowing what to do, Black Spirit Golden Crow created a brilliant circle around herself, with flaming meteors surrounding her. The intense heat kept raining down, causing them to enter a state of severe burns, with their health decreasing by the second. It didn't take long before some of them couldn't hold on any longer. At that moment, Black Spirit Golden Crow dove down fiercely from above, coldly scolding, challenging a divine spirit can only lead to one outcome: death. Seeing this scene, Sumu hurriedly shouted, "All sorcerers, use flower rainbow to slow down and increase damage output." Following his command, a series of bone ice shards continuously struck towards her, dealing significant damage. This only fueled her anger further. "A mere mortal dares to hurt me." As soon as she finished speaking, the weapon in her hand swept across in a wide arc, and a flaming meteor ignited. The players were quickly engulfed by a sea of fire. Sumu hurriedly reminded, "Don't group up, you'll get burned quickly. Everyone, take the chance to increase your attack." The sorcerers quickly summoned bone ice and shot it towards the black spirit golden crow. Sumu kept reminding them to stop when the boss's health reached 100,000. They attacked relentlessly, forcing the black spirit golden crow into a defensive position. At this moment, an aura of fury surrounded her, her eyes filled with rage as she shouted, "Mortal disrespect, prepare to face the wrath of the divine spirit. I will use the fire god to purify your sinful souls." At that moment, Sumu also quickly called out, "It's at 100,000 health, everyone, stop now. Immediately think about the woman you like, think carefully, focus, and let yourself be immersed in it." The players began to sink into their subconscious, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and strange herbs. Beautiful women, like flowers and jade, continued to appear in their minds. Jiangwan awkwardly asked, "I don't know." Sumu understood what she meant and quickly responded, "Think about men, if you have no target, think about me. This is the mechanism, hurry up." It seems that at the same moment, the black spirit golden crow had finished activating the skill Burning Heart. The player's subconscious quickly shattered, blood continuously draining, and even Sumu could not resist. Images from the past life kept flashing, causing him intense pain as he hugged his head and knelt to the ground. The whispers of someone's voice constantly echoed in his mind. Sumu forced himself to stay conscious, unable to think about these things anymore. He needed to focus on something that could hold his attention, something that could make him feel happiness. Perhaps what made Sumu happy was the scene of meeting Jiangwan in his previous life. She was like an angel who saved him from death. She had taken his hand and pulled him out of hell. Jiangwan was the faint light in the dark life he had. Instantly, Sumu's consciousness returned. He quickly looked around and saw Tian still standing there, completely unharmed. Sumu asked in confusion, "Why are you fine?" Tian slowly explained, "I don't have as many stories as you people." Sumu felt a bit helpless, unsure how to respond. Then, Sumu looked toward Jiangwan again. She had now frozen. He sighed softly, "Didn't I tell you to think of me? Am I not attractive enough?" This burning heart skill pulls people into their most terrifying memories, and they can't escape, not even to the point of death. Only if one focuses on good things from the start can they break free. Thinking of this, he suggested, "Let's attack that shield together." Immediately after that, the two began to break through the black spirit golden crow's shield. In an instant, everyone's consciousness returned. As soon as they regained their composure, they started whispering and gossiping, some even letting out a relieved sigh. "Good thing Sumu reminded us, otherwise we would have been done for." Seeing this, the black spirit golden crow immediately became furious, shouting loudly, "Impossible, this can't be happening. How could those mortals possibly break the burning heart technique?" The group of players from the south raised their eyebrows at her words, their eyes filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, the black spirit golden crow's eyes filled with rage as she screamed, furious at the audacity of using such a despicable method, showing disrespect to the divine spirit. No sooner had she finished speaking, she began commanding the flaming meteors to attack the players. The group, terrified, immediately scattered in panic. The black spirit golden crow snorted coldly and said, "Can you feel the difference between a god and a bunch of insects?" However, at that moment, her legs were frozen, trapping her in place. The black spirit golden crow gritted her teeth in fury and cursed, "Damn it, it's just freezing. Watch me deal with this." But Sumu coldly replied, "It's too late. Even if a god falls to the ground, it will become food for the locusts." He then summoned his clone. She cursed, "You are so arrogant. But Sumu paid her no mind, murmuring something under his breath, using up all his energy, as what fell down was mistaken for the divine altar. In the blink of an eye, Black Spirit Golden Crow's body was enveloped by two beams of fire and ice energy, causing her to suffer great damage. Sumu didn't stop, activating falling flame from heaven. The sounds of rumbling thundered non-stop. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the remaining players rushed forward and launched a furious attack on the Black Spirit Golden Crow. At the same time, the ice spikes created by Sumu pierced directly into her body. The weapons on her fell to the ground. The Black Spirit Golden Crow weakened, collapsed onto the ground, unable to believe, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could I lose? Am I not a divine spirit?" Sumu heard this and sneered, scolding, "You all think you're worthy? You think you're above others, yet you didn't hesitate to collude with the evil demon?" The Black Spirit Golden Crow, unwilling to accept her fate, shouted, "What is righteousness? What is evil? Only strength is the reason for existence." Tian, who was standing beside her, observed her condition. A little doubtful, after the blood of the boss had been cleared, everything seemed normal, but there was something off about the NPC's reaction. At that moment, dark energies suddenly surrounded the Black Spirit Golden Crow. She frantically charged toward Sumu, shouting, "Mortal, the scent on you is unclean, why don't you join me in hell?" But just as she reached him, a gemstone flew out from his body, causing her to freeze in her tracks. Sumu was also surprised. Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone. Could this be the awakening path that's staged? While he was still puzzled, the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone began draining the power of the Black Spirit Golden Crow, infuriating her. "What have you done to me?" Sumu coldly responded, "Of course, I've turned you into ashes." He spoke to the Black Spirit Golden Crow, "I guarantee that I will continue to slay gods from now on, causing the divine spirits to fall from power at the divine altar." Black Spirit Golden Crow was so angry that it couldn't speak, only leaving behind a message before being completely absorbed by the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone, "We will meet again." Sumu was not afraid, clutching the raw stone tightly in his hand. He coldly snorted and said, "I look forward to it." At that moment, Tian finally realized where this strange feeling was coming from. Other teams that killed the Black Spirit Golden Crow didn't encounter this situation. Why was that? Was it because they killed it first, or was it due to some particular trait of Sumu? At the same time, Sumu was reviewing the attributes of the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone and nodded in satisfaction. It had indeed reached the awakening stage, which meant it likely needed the power of the Divine Spirit. But the Divine Spirit boss was no easy opponent. Could it be that their mission had already been completed? They were ready to move on to the next stage. They had arrived at a stone door, the final boss awaiting them. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the door. Meanwhile, in the real world at Kunlun Mountain, the rescue team of the scientific archaeological team had finally arrived. However, the leader insisted on approaching the statue at the entrance of the cave. Though Tian Yang tried to persuade him, the leader of the rescue team, Shi Wei, stubbornly said, "Dr. Su, when did you become so nagging? I have to bring this back." Tian Yang was a little awkward, unsure of how to respond, when a colleague rushed over in panic. "Yang, it's bad, the ancient creature has escaped, and one of the rescue team members insisted on examining it. While we weren't paying attention, he opened it." Tian Yang heard this and angrily shouted, "What the hell is going on? How could this happen?" After that, he ignored Shi Wei and followed his colleague back. A little later, at their tent, an argument broke out. Shi Wei insisted on going into the cave again. Tian Yang angrily scolded, "It's easy for you to say." Shi Wei, however, confidently replied, "What's the problem? We can't just go back empty-handed, can we? No rush, if your archaeological team is scared, then you don't have to go." He then led his team out of the tent, laughing coldly as he ordered, "Come on, guys, let's go into that tunnel ourselves and catch some insects. We'll coordinate with the archaeological team." Tian Yang hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he followed them. Shi Wei nodded in satisfaction.
As long as he could find the ancient centipede in there, his mission would be complete. A little while later, Shi Wei led the group into the basement. It was still that dark, terrifying blackness. They continued to move deeper inside. Tianyang, walking beside them, kept reminding them, if we go a bit further, we'll reach the spot where we found the centipede. Be careful, we don't know if it carries a virus. Shi Wei sneered dismissively, what's there to be afraid of? We've got guns. Check the ammo, make sure the guns are ready. Seeing his stubbornness, Tianyang helplessly advised, don't shoot randomly. Those things inside are very valuable. This is a runway. If we damage the structure, we might get buried alive. Shi Wei originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, he noticed some movement in a corner of the cave. He quickly pointed his flashlight toward it and shouted fiercely, who is it? Just. Before he could get an answer, Shi Wei immediately fired his gun. Tianyang quickly reminded him, Shi Wei, what are you doing? There's someone there. Unfortunately, Shi Wei's gun continued to fire, and sparks flashed in the dim, underground space. Meanwhile, in the apocalypse world at the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove, Sumu's group had reached the birthplace of the demon god. The surroundings terrified the players greatly. What is that? A mutant? It's disgusting, this is too difficult. Sumu observed for a moment before giving orders. Assassins and archers, handle one task, place the small white flowers. Warriors, sorcerers, and sorceresses, focus all your strength on attacking the boss. Place the small white flowers into the beams of light. Upon hearing his command, everyone immediately followed suit, placing the flowers into the beams of light around them. In an instant, the flowers were enveloped by the light. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the mutant. This scene sent the players into a panic. In the terrified eyes of the group, a monster appeared within the spherical mutant. They immediately retreated, and before them stood a creature named Silverstroke. However, what was even more shocking was its attributes. The players were even more terrified. Its attributes were so bizarre, with its defense stats being incredibly high. Even Sumu was astonished, perhaps surpassing the current attack stats, but he remained resolute and spoke. We've come this far, how can we give up without trying? The mechanism hasn't been activated yet. Assassin, go check if there's any spot where the white flowers haven't been placed in the light. Dark God hurriedly volunteered to search. The rest of the group engaged in combat, but the damage they dealt was negligible, like scratching an itch. At that moment, the monster's eyes suddenly turned blood red. They couldn't inflict any damage at all. It ferociously slammed a fist down, instantly killing one of the players. The monster showed no mercy as its gigantic claws relentlessly swiped down, causing numerous players to perish. Just as everyone thought they couldn't fight any longer, Dark God suddenly shouted, I found it! I found the last ray of light, and I've thrown it in. As soon as he finished speaking, the beams of light exploded in the air before them, surprising him. Seeing this, Sumu also cheered. The mechanism's been activated. Well done, Dark God. At that moment, the rays of light seemed to transform into silk goats, tightly binding the monster and causing its health to rapidly decrease. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu also began to retaliate. At the same time, he instructed everyone, Silverstroke's defense has dropped to just 100 points. This is the time to unleash everything, the chance is limited. As soon as your words fell, everyone appeared at once. The flames and ice attacks poured down like a storm, causing the monster's health to drop continuously. At the same time, Sumu unleashed a brilliant flame attack. The damage he dealt was significant, but his firepower wasn't enough, and there was no time left. Sumu persisted in sending flames toward the monster, its health kept decreasing, but it was barely noticeable against its immense health pool. Biting his lip fiercely, he frowned and shouted, still not enough, everyone, go all out and attack. However, at that moment, the binding ropes on the monster began to break. The flowers inside the light were also slowly being destroyed. Sumu quickly shouted, "Tie it up as much as possible, close combat, prepare to retreat."
But it was too late, the bindings had come undone, its defense was steadily increasing, and all the white flowers turned to ash. Now free, the monster began attacking the players. Many had already died at its hands, their deaths horribly tragic, torn apart by it, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Sumu pursed his lips, quickly reminding them, spread out, flanking tactic, draw its fire, put everything into pulling the boss, assassins and archers, prepare, the next light boss will respawn soon. Everyone began to follow his instructions, using fire and ice attacks, but it had no effect. At that moment, Tian rushed forward with his sword. He struck the monster with all his might, but to no avail. The damage was so low it was barely worth looking at. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Heavy sword strike only dealt 19 damage." However, he did not give up, striking once more, but the result was the same. What was even more surprising was that it could still regenerate health. This made Tian's face look somewhat unpleasant. At the same time, rays of light began to appear again. Dark God hurriedly spoke, "The light boss has appeared, quickly release the white flower." In that instant, the white flower completely fell into the rays of light, and the vines tightened around the monster's body. Everyone quickly took their positions, then began their relentless assault on it. Sumu was not idle either, he continuously fired at it. Sumu knew very well that this was certainly a battle that would drag on. With the current formation, it could annihilate the entire team at any moment, but he still wanted to test his limits. Meanwhile, at Feng Ming Street, near the snowy forest, a group of people appeared in this area. The leader was Mozfa. He asked in a deep voice, "Subordinate, are you sure this is the Blade of Massacres team?" The other person immediately nodded and replied, "Absolutely sure, but Mushin, who's been making a name for himself, is also there." Upon hearing this, Mozfa immediately sneered. It seemed that this Mushin was no ordinary person. The other person continued, "Mushin's group has definitely obtained some kind of benefit. Should we?" Before he could finish, Mozfa's eyes filled with killing intent. He coldly asked, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The person lowered his head in fear, wisely falling silent. He then added, "You said Mushin is only level 11, a low-level account. What kind of skills could he possibly have to attract 2 guild leaders from major guilds?" The person became even more terrified, unable to say a word. Mozfa, on the other hand, grew even more pleased with himself. "I really want to meet Mushin, and I'm ready. Let's wait here for them to come out." The group behind him immediately received their orders. In this moment, Mozfa's eyes were filled with determination. "Mushin, you were once at your peak, but now you're different. Everyone has their moment of greatness. You're still only at level 11. If you're lacking, don't blame me." Elsewhere, at the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove, an hour had passed, but Sumu's group still hadn't defeated the demon Silverstroke. Its health remained above half. He couldn't help but frown. The firepower isn't enough. The entire team has been upgraded, but the firepower is still insufficient. We've already used the beam of light 9 times, and still haven't killed it. At this rate, all we can expect is for the entire team to be wiped out. At that moment, the demon's health bar had fully recovered. The players grew even more frightened. Its health had exceeded the limit, and they had no idea how to proceed now. It was also at this moment that the bright beam shot out again. Everyone quickly ran towards it and placed the white flowers inside. But before they could finish placing them, the demon suddenly tilted its head and let out a piercing scream, causing the players to instinctively cover their ears. Sumu's expression grew even more solemn. Damn it, it finally used its ultimate move. This is the soul absorption skill. There's no way to avoid it, no way to resist. Anyone within range of the soul absorption will be turned into a statue. In the blink of an eye, the players were frozen into statues. Even Tian and Dark God were no exception, though their states were quite the opposite. Tian found it rather interesting, while Dark God trembled in fear. Boss, I'll go ahead.
I can't accept this.
Sumu, on this side, also began to freeze. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, it's over, we've failed in the end. The whole army was wiped out, all the effort wasted. As Sumu was in despair, Jiangwan suddenly spoke up, Mushin, don't lose heart. Worst case, we can start over together. Sumu was startled and opened his eyes, then sighed in sorrow, I'm sorry for making everyone work so hard for so long. I knew it was going to fail, and I led everyone to sacrifice in vain, it's just. Before he could finish, Jiangwan interrupted, you're too competitive. Don't forget, we're in the same guild. We trust you and follow you. Don't shoulder all the pressure by yourself, we're friends. After saying this, she too was frozen into a statue, but her words continued to echo in Sumu's mind, I haven't heard the word friend in a long time. But are they really friends? The sapphire outfit she wanted, I auctioned it off. Clearly, I've long since discarded the word friend, but even for friends, I can't afford to lose. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the area had been frozen. The monster continued to grab the statues of the people, frantically biting and swallowing them. At this moment, its gaze shifted to something. Lost in the forest, the statue of the figure had a frozen egg as well. Not long after, the shell of the egg began to crack. By the time the shell fully shattered, Sumu appeared from within. 100 points of divine power were indeed a luxury. A luxury so great that in his previous life, even at the moment of his death, he had never attained it. But for this monster, he did not hesitate to use it all. As soon as the monster saw Sumu, its eyes suddenly filled with panic. Immediately after, it charged frantically towards him. Sumu coldly spoke, no need to rush, the more you rush, the closer your death becomes. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his avatar. Sumu looked at the avatar and said, I'll hold it down. You go activate the mechanism with the white flowers. Without hesitation, the avatar rushed towards the beams of light, while Sumu stayed behind to block the monster. The avatar continuously threw the white flowers towards the beams of light. In an instant, all the flowers were placed inside. The binding threads appeared once again. In a moment, they tightly wrapped around the monster's body. Taking this opportunity, Sumu unleashed the hand of the Grim Reaper, increasing his attack by 100%. Immediately after, he created the falling flame from heaven, burying the monster in a sea of fire. Although the damage Sumu inflicted was massive, it was still nothing compared to its health bar. He continued his fiery onslaught until its health dropped to only 1/3. At this point, Sumu stopped. He withdrew the flaming meteor and then created Flower Bone, Illusory Dance. Immediately after, Sumu threw it at the monster. This was the strike he delivered on behalf of Jiangwan. But it wasn't over yet, you created 2 bone ice blades. Without hesitation, Sumu swung them towards the monster. Coldly muttering, he said, this strike is on behalf of the Dark God. After that, Sumu jumped down from midair and coldly asked, how is it? The performance of a seasoned sorcerer, do you like it? Immediately after, a flame sword appeared in his hand, this strike is on behalf of the Divine Executioner, Hitian. He fiercely thrust it into the creature's chest, its health bar nearly reaching 0. There was just one final strike left. Sumu activated Flowing Flame Tian, slashing twice in quick succession, causing the monster to explode. He had avenged the entire valley of the Wind God. Sumu raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. The kill was successful, the magic performance was completed, and the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove had also successfully passed the trial. However, at that moment, someone suddenly appeared on the altar. A deep voice echoed, I never expected you actually succeeded. Sumu was somewhat startled. What was going on? He remembered that in his previous life, there was no storyline like this in this dungeon. Sumu turned around, only to see a figure in a cloak hovering in the air. The person slowly spoke, I shouldn't have appeared, but the evil demon aura on you made it impossible for me to ignore. But at that moment, the person was suddenly bound by something.
He couldn't help but sneer and hurriedly said, "What? What did I say? You're in such a hurry to get rid of me?" Sumu glanced at the person and suspiciously asked, "Who exactly are you?" The person answered calmly, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you need to figure out who you are. Go to Lindong City, that's where you'll find the answers you need." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man vanished without a trace. Sumu instinctively frowned, he was really eliminated. Could there actually be a supreme existence in this sky?
Sumu found it very strange. Ever since you were reborn, the world of Apocalypse has been bizarre everywhere.
Clarify who you are.
Because the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove was successfully completed, Sumu's entire team was revived. While everyone was still confused as to how they had one, they saw the corpse of the monster lying on the ground. Instantly, everyone cheered with joy. Dark God clung to Sumu's leg, crying, "Boss, I thought I'd never see you again. You definitely helped us clear the stage, didn't you?" He angrily pushed him away and scolded, "Let go." Even Tian came over to thank Sumu. That comeback victory was truly unexpected. I think it had something to do with that ice phoenix crystal, though this must surely be connected to one of Sumu's secrets. He ignored their chatter and quickly checked the rewards. Thanks to this mission, Sumu reached SSS rank. Seeing those letters, Sumu instantly lit up with joy. Only one of the 3 stages got a perfect score, and yet I still reached SSS rank. Could it be because, without me, the team couldn't have completed the final stage, so they gave me SSS? Besides that, there are many other rewards, notably a chance to learn a cross-class skill. Sumu could barely contain his smile. This is a rare and precious find. At the same time, Tian finished looking at the reward and cheerfully said, "Indeed, finding the hidden rewards in Apocalypse is the real key to becoming stronger." The people around him were also quite pleased with this. After a while, outside the snowy forest, at the teleportation point, Sumu's group had left the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove, preparing to rest. However, at this moment, Dark God seemed to have realized something, and he exclaimed in shock, "Boss, what you've discovered is that there are many people around us." In the blink of an eye, those who had been hiding in the snow began to rise, continuously shooting arrows toward them. He quickly gave orders, "Warrior, open your shield, sorcerer, heal, and everyone else, find cover." However, the enemy's attack was extremely fierce, and even though they had raised shields to defend, they still couldn't avoid taking damage. Sumu, Jiangwan, and Dark God took cover on one side. Sumu spoke in a low voice, "There are dozens of enemy sorcerers approaching from a distance, they are well prepared." Dark God hesitantly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Sumu didn't answer. Instead, he sent a message to the guild and began to explain the plan to everyone. The assassin will infiltrate the enemy's sorcerer formation, while Dark God, Jiangwan, and Tian will act together. Immediately afterward, the Blade of Massacre led the way, and everyone charged forward. Even Sumu led Jiangwan and the others into the enemy's ranks. Seeing this, Mozfa on the other side immediately sneered, 3 people daring to face off against hundreds of us? Mushin really thinks too highly of himself. He then immediately shouted orders, "First, kill the 3 Mushin, and then bring me all the rewards from their hidden instance." As soon as the words were spoken, they hurled fireballs towards Sumu's group. Tian quickly created a shield, blocking all the flaming meteors from the outside. At the same time, Sumu leapt into the air, skillfully summoning a flame. Mozfa paid no attention to this action, sneering loudly, "What a fool, daring to jump into the air. Everyone, focus on attacking him and eliminate him once and for all." Hearing these words, Sumu couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. He then quickly summoned heavenly fire, a brilliant flame that erupted in the air, enveloping Mozfa's group. In that moment, Mozfa finally realized the danger. Trembling, he muttered, "This is not a sorcerer's skill, what kind of skill is this?" After Sumu made his move, the hunt officially began, and their health bars kept depleting, giving the Valley of the Wind Gods people the opportunity to carry out their assassination. Seeing his own people continuously falling, Mozfa's face immediately darkened. "I'm level 17 and still don't have this skill. Mushin must have learned all the hidden skills and used them on me.
I must kill him.
As soon as Mozfa finished speaking, a suicidal assassin charged forward, shouting fiercely, "Die, Mushin!"
In that split second, his dagger stabbed downward, but Blade of Massacre jumped out to block the strike for him. Mozfa was horrified and shouted, "Damn you!" Sumu anxiously asked, "Are you okay?"
He shook his head and replied, "I'm fine."
"They're targeting me."
Sumu swiftly killed the assassin, then reached out to support him.
Jiangwan also casually cast a healing spell on Blade of Massacre.
He awkwardly apologized, "I'm sorry for causing trouble for the team leader."
Sumu angrily scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? Look at yourself. No one cares about who they came here for.
As long as someone dares to touch the Valley of the Wind God, they'll become the enemy of the entire team. From now on, Sumu will also make sure that everyone knows the Valley of the Wind God is not something to mess with."
Immediately after, he commanded his team to slaughter Mozfa's people without mercy. Witnessing this, Mozfa coldly snorted in rage, not expecting Blade of Massacre to latch onto such a big backer. Their well-prepared ambush was easily broken, and his teammates suggested retreating. However, at that moment, a knife was pressed against Mozfa's neck.
Dark God spoke coldly, "It's too late to run now."
In an instant, Mozfa stiffened, trembling, and begged, "Don't kill me."
Dark God scoffed disdainfully, "Why? Do you think you're handsome or something?" With that, he turned Mozfa's face to take a look, then opened his mouth to criticize, "You're not handsome at all, just die." Without another word, Dark God swiftly slit his throat.
Mozfa clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of shock. His teammates quickly turned and fled.
Walking up to Mozfa, Blade of Massacre immediately accused, "It was him who forced us to be a suicide squad."
Dark God raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't he just say he was going to steal our equipment?" Sumu immediately pouted, "Oh?
I didn't hear the sorcerer revive him."
"Let him speak again."
They keep talking about how to deal with Mozfa, how to kill him, making Mozfa so scared he nearly wet his pants. On another note, in the 5th stage of Windlit Path, a level 20 snow tiger monster was wandering through the snowy forest. But at that moment, a lightning-charged arrow suddenly shot from an unknown direction. It struck the snow tiger directly, causing its health bar to plummet to 0. At the same time, sitting on a high tree branch, a woman smirked and said, "That must have hurt a lot."
"She's from the Black Dragon Guild."
She looked down below, sighed, and muttered, "When will I get to Lindong City? I heard the first person to reach the S-level main city will receive a special reward.
I wonder what the SSS level main city will give."
At this moment, someone with the ID "My Heart Follows the Wind" spoke up, "The team has rested and is ready to depart at any time."
She nodded in response, "Got it."
Meanwhile, at the 3rd respawn point in Windlit Path, Sumu led the group, explaining the plan as they walked.
Tian, walking beside him, asked, "Do you have any different plans for the hidden quests from stages 3 to 5? Sumu sighed and said, "The upcoming stages will be tough. Everyone should focus on leveling up first. We'll meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. Following your advice, everyone quickly left. Sumu then opened the attribute panel to take a look.
He was somewhat astonished. The accumulated experience has surpassed my current level by several million. If I use all this experience to level up, I could directly reach level 15. However, Sumu ultimately chose to upgrade the God of Death's arm. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept in, making it a bit difficult for Sumu to maintain his footing.
He pursed his lips and muttered, "No way? If I upgrade the Bone Guard skill, will the God of Death come out and cause trouble?"
Meanwhile, at the 3rd stage of Phoenix Radiance Road, a snowstorm suddenly erupted, causing difficulties for those traveling through. They had no choice but to find a nearby cave to take shelter. They were a group of 5 people from the same guild, all at level 16. At this moment, someone kept complaining about continuing to the 4th gate, but the leader remained silent. After a while, Xing Xiaoxian slowly spoke, "We're about to enter the 4th stage, and this snowstorm is really ill-timed.
There's something wrong with this snowstorm.
Last night, I specifically researched the official documentation for the third stage of Phoenix Radiance Road.
2 monsters are currently asleep, one is the Ice Phoenix Eagle, and the other is the Icebone Serpent.
They only appear and move when a snowstorm hits. Hearing these words, Qing Xiaohua exclaimed in astonishment, the monsters on Phoenix Radiance Road are already very powerful. If these 2 types of monsters are added, no matter how strong we are, it will probably be difficult for us. Qing Xiaoxian helplessly nodded. Moreover, these 2 types of monsters are enemies of each other. Every time they appear, there will be great battles that are very disadvantageous to the players. Everyone, be careful and try not to get caught in the middle. On another side, Sumu had just upgraded his skill, Hand of the Grim Reaper. Sumu glanced over it briefly and frowned slightly.
Damage increased by 10%, and the duration has also been extended to 3 minutes. Not bad.
Additionally, he received a lot of rewards, among them a piece of the treasure map. Sumu exclaimed in surprise, I might be able to find clues about the legendary equipment.
My next set of evil dragon gear is finally within reach. He was so happy he couldn't stop smiling.
With the remaining experience, he leveled up to 14.
In the real world, at the Madman Club in Tianqing City, Yufeng looked at the person beside him and spoke, Xiaolin, I've treated you well these past years, haven't I?
Xiaolin, his secretary, sat on his lap, raising an eyebrow and smiling as she said, Boss Su, you're my benefactor.
Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh.
After a long while, he finally spoke, tonight, there's a meeting with the guild Shi Chang.
If the opportunity arises, we might discuss cooperation. You know what to do, right?
Xiaolin blinked and smiled, saying, got it, at the Qingchao bar in the evening. Qin Lang, in a very casual manner, had 2 women on either side of him, embracing them. Yufeng, sitting opposite, kept pouring him drinks, his attitude extremely flattering.
Qin Lang gave a cold smile and said, I heard one of your guilds was destroyed by Mushin. Was it that your team was not strong enough, or is Mushin just that formidable? Yufeng bit his lip in anger, wanting to retort, but couldn't.
Xiaolin, ever so perceptive, picked up a glass of wine and said with a smile, CEO Qin, we are all guilds in the same city, and I hope we can rely on each other more in the future. Qin Lang glanced at her, then smiled and said, all right, you can all leave now. Let the beautiful lady stay with me.
Mo, you can leave too. Mo left reluctantly, and Yufeng, in a cheerful mood, walked out. Looks like this deal is about to be done.
Once we have the support of Shuri's city, he'll get his revenge on Sumu. Meanwhile, at Sumu's house, he was currently lifting weights, his body covered in sweat. As he took a break, he scrolled through the news. He noticed a report about an avalanche on Kunlun Mountain. A research team had been buried by the avalanche, and among the rescue team was a person named Su Tianlang. Sumu's face immediately turned grim, your father is in trouble. He hadn't expected that he had gone to Kunlun Mountain. Is it because of the discovery of the Ice Phoenix statue? But from my memories of the previous life, nothing like this ever happened. My parents got into trouble because they were protecting me.
Sumu suddenly thought of a possibility. A lot of the maps in Apocalypse are similar to reality. Could it be that what my father encountered this time is related to me encountering the Ice Phoenix Phantom in Phoenix Cry Valley?
With a heavy heart, Sumu wanted to call his parents, but before he could, his mother had already called. She said, we're fine, the avalanche has been cleared, don't worry anymore. Sumu wanted to ask more, but his mother interrupted him, my dear son, after everything is settled, I'll come pick you up and bring you here. What your father discovered this time is incredible, and when the time comes, I'll take you to broaden your horizons.
Sumu nodded, then sighed in relief. As long as my parents are safe, that's good. You really scared me.
On another side, at Kunlun Mountain, after hanging up the phone, Yi Qing sighed helplessly, son, the avalanche was just a cover-up to block the news from Empire.
Although your father is fine, this discovery.
She paused here, then looked toward the rescue team, speaking helplessly, why are they frozen on the secret path of Kunlun Mountain?
What will they bring to the world? What exactly are these ice statues?
At Sumu's house, after receiving the news that his parents were fine, he went to bed to rest. However, before turning off his phone to sleep, he received a call from Zhengyu.
Sumu instinctively frowned. This girl, calling me this late, what's she up to?
Zhengyu wants to go to the same main city as you, and she has also obtained a rare material, a map fragment.
Sumu frowned when he saw the image. That's the map fragment of the treasure map you got before.
Zhengyu managed to find a piece of it too. Her luck's not bad. Sumu excitedly exclaimed, the treasure map records the location where the mighty demon fell. There's a high chance of finding legendary equipment, legendary skills, or even something beyond legendary in this secret realm. Still, Sumu couldn't afford to appear too excited, otherwise, others might think I'm being cornered.
Can't let myself lose face.
After thinking for a moment, he replied, this thing is useless. However, Zhengyu had already figured him out. The expression on Sumu's face immediately stiffened. He sighed helplessly, this is tough. While Sumu was unsure of what to do, Zhengyu responded. She said she would come to find him and give him the map fragment. Sumu felt that something was off about this, but the map fragment was right in front of him. With no other choice, he gave her his location. After exchanging a few more words, they said their goodbyes. At the same time, in a villa, Jiyu sat on the balcony, intently looking at her phone. After a while, she sighed again, actually, I found you, Mushin. But she didn't understand why Sumu didn't take the initiative to share information about his apocalypse with her.
Thinking of Jiangwan, she sighed in frustration and spoke up, is it because I'm not as pretty as her?
After a long night, at 8 a.m. the next day, everyone began to gather in the game. Everyone had leveled up. Looking at Dark God's level, Sumu couldn't help but suggest, your level is higher than mine, how about we play the life and death challenge? Dark God recoiled in fear, not daring to say a word. At that moment, the mechanical system's voice rang out, Phase 2 of Phoenix Radiance Road, Kunlun Mountain Range, players, please be alert.
Hearing this, Dark God couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. Last night, I checked the information.
The number of the two powerful monsters here is very high, I didn't expect them to be awakened.
Sumu calmly replied, just follow me, we'll head out now.
Meanwhile, in the cave where Xiao Xian and her group were taking shelter from the snow, everyone had gathered. Xiao Xian spoke seriously, everyone thinks the higher the level of the main city, the better, but no one has yet reached the SSS level main city. Players who reach the main city with a different difficulty level have also reached level 25.
They can't abandon their characters, nor can they delay any longer.
She looked at everyone and saw they weren't afraid, instead, everyone was very trusting of Xiao Xian. She thought for a moment before speaking again, I believe that as long as we can reach Lindong City, every sacrifice will be rewarded. We will fight together and break through. The Qingmang squad must not be afraid.
After that, everyone left the cave.
Xiao Xian walked ahead while reminding, we don't have any assassins, we can't sense any danger, but be careful everyone. They slowly moved forward.
However, after not long, Xiao Xian sensed something was wrong. She quickly alerted everyone. Before long, an ice phoenix eagle suddenly appeared in the sky.
Everyone immediately scattered, then used their mountain shield formations to protect themselves. Tan Xiaowu, the archer, led the charge, attacking. Xiao Jia kept an eye on the health of her older sister, responsible for suppression. Xiao Yan and Xiao Hua, the two of them, attacked as well.
As soon as the words were spoken, everyone continued attacking the ice phoenix eagle.
But just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Xiao Xian cried out in alarm, something was rushing out from beneath her feet at incredible speed, and everyone needed to be cautious. Before she could finish her sentence, a monster emerged from the ground, throwing her away. The monster that had just risen rushed towards the ice phoenix eagle in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two monsters collided and began fighting. The shockwaves from their battle were so intense that the members of Qingmang were sent flying in all directions. Xiao Xian urgently shouted, go, quickly leave this place. They swiftly dodged and scattered, eventually regrouping in one spot.
At that moment, the ice phoenix eagle released a snowball-shaped ice projectile. With a loud crash, an explosion occurred at the location. Xiao Xian led everyone as they ran.
However, they hadn't been running for long when a large number of demons suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path, causing them to panic. Not only were they blocked on the ground, but many ice phoenix eagles also appeared in the sky. They were now surrounded by two groups of monsters. These were their sworn enemies, and as soon as they encountered each other, they began fighting. The earth-shattering explosions echoed continuously, as the two groups of monsters, one on the ground and the other in the sky, relentlessly clashed. The impact of this battle was so great that Xiao Jie, standing nearby, was unfortunately caught in one of the attacks, causing his health to drop by half. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran over to support him, then glanced at Xiao Xian and asked, "Sis, what should we do?" She pursed her lips and spoke. "We can't escape. This time, we're all going to die. If we can't escape, then there's no need to hide anymore." Just then, a fiery array suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiao Xian looked up in surprise. "Who is it?" Flames continued to burn the monsters. Within the fire, they could see the Dark Gods group charging through the encirclement, slashing and killing. The Dark God kept shouting, following their leader and harvesting along the way to gain experience. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The two fierce monster groups, which had just been fighting, were now being slaughtered by the Valley of the Wind God's army, like fish in a barrel. Xiao Xian and the others watched in shock, speechless. While they were still in disbelief, a deep voice suddenly echoed from within the flames. "Before absolute power, everything is just drifting clouds." The group of people led by Xiao Xian turned around in surprise upon seeing the approaching individual. They were immediately astonished. "It's Mushin, how is he here?" Xiao Xian took the lead and walked forward, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all." Sumu shook his head with a smile and replied, "It's nothing. You must recognize them. In the previous life, Xing Mang had a certain reputation, someone who dared to fight and kill." At that moment, Xiao Xian suddenly spoke up, "Lord Mushin, may we join your guild? We will make sure not to be a burden to everyone." The people behind her were immediately stunned, then they followed her suggestion and wanted to join the guild. Sumu calmly responded, "You should contact Dark God, personnel matters aren't under my management." Soon after, Dark God arranged for Xiao Xian and her group of 5 to join the Valley of the Wind God. Sumu led the group forward. "Brothers, let's keep moving forward. We'll clear the areas of the Ice Phoenix Eagle and the Xing Hn Jiao." 3 days later, during the 5th stage of Phoenix Radiance Road, Sumu and his group arrived at this point. Sumu took a look around and then spoke, "The final checkpoint, crossing this lake, will lead to a new chapter." Everyone's level had risen once more. Thousands of Ice Phoenix Eagles and Xing Hn Jiao could be considered the best experience farming monsters of the year. They were finally nearing the main city, yet Michael's trial was still not complete. While you were thinking, the system emitted a sound, and beyond the shattered sky was the mysterious Lindong city. The legend says that beneath the Tiancong Lake, a terrifying aquatic monster lies in hiding. Jiangwan frowned slightly and muttered, "A deadly aquatic monster?" Sumu, on the other hand, remained calm and said, "It must be eliminated in an instant. Once disturbed, there's no chance of survival. If you don't know the mechanism, it will be difficult to deal with." At the same time, the members of Black Dragon Hall were hiding, observing them. "My heart follows the wind," spoke in a deep voice, "Didi, I've never seen this team before. Looks like they are newcomers." The little boy, the undefeated player, spoke up cheerfully, "The leader is the one who defeated the first boss twice." The girl beside him quietly reminded, "You should take a look, don't let their assassins spot us." At this point, she continued, "Although the situation seemed difficult, Apocalypse couldn't have arranged such a deadlock on the way to the SSS level main city. Keeping an eye on them might bring unexpected gains." Sumu, unaware that they were being observed, was instructing his team step by step to safely pass through this area. Dark God was extremely excited and volunteered to lead the way. He cheerfully said, "2 parallel slabs, choose the left one. If the thickness is uneven, step on the thinner part."
For the red spots, turn south and circle around the ice surface.
But as he spoke, he forgot what he was saying, and his words faltered. The others sighed in helplessness. A moment later, they followed the path created by the dark god, stepping forward one by one, and soon they were ready to reach the shore. But at that moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred, and the dark god saw something charging toward them. Fortunately, Tian reacted in time and created a shield to protect both of them. Unfortunately, the arrow from afar struck and shattered his shield, causing him to take damage. What was even more dangerous was that he had jumped onto a piece of ice he shouldn't have touched when the arrow struck him. Immediately, the surface of the lake began to shake violently, and everyone was in a state of panic. Sumu's face also turned grim. Tian's defense is already high enough, and with the mountain shield, it should have blocked some of the damage. Yet, each of these arrows still managed to drain 700 health. This opponent is no simple foe. But the more pressing issue for you right now is the creature under the surface of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the lake was completely enveloped by the beast. As soon as Sumu saw it, he became even more panicked. This colossal beast of the abyss has inherited the bloodline of the 9 shadows. It is a guardian beast, tasked with protecting Lindong City. At that moment, the colossal beast of the abyss spat something from its mouth, and whirlwinds began to appear on the ice's surface. Everywhere it passed, lives were lost. Not long after, Sumu's entire army was wiped out. A while later, at the resurrection point of the 5th stage, the dark god, still frustrated by the earlier attack, shouted angrily, "Who did that just now?" Sumu glanced around and coldly spoke, "Spying on the route, sabotaging our crossing of the lake. If you've already made a move, why don't you show yourselves?" Upon hearing this, a mocking voice echoed through the air, "Caught already? As expected of the great Mushin, holding 2 first-place titles, huh?" As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, and then all the members of Black Dragon Hall appeared, with Dede leading the way. She sneered and spoke, "We've shown up, so what now?" Sumu frowned slightly, "So it's them again." In the previous life, they were the #1 guild, Unshakable. The elite among elites, using life and death orders to eliminate the weak. The losers must leave, and the strongest competitors are left behind. Black Dragon Hall is formidable. With the quality of Sumu's team, they would likely be wiped out, but you have the confidence to take down the leader. After a moment of thought, he coldly said, "We are not to be trifled with. You all better apologize for what just happened." Upon hearing this, Deda's face showed disdain. She curled her lips and asked, "What did you say?" Apologies are out of the question, but she still wants to thank them. "Without them, we wouldn't know how we'd get past the lake," the voice of the undefeated little boy beside her quickly urged. "Get rid of them quickly, then let's head to Lindong City," he said. Hearing this, Dark God immediately became enraged and shouted, "Come at me. I've tolerated you long enough. If you don't die today, we won't stop." With his words, everyone quickly joined in the uproar. Deda's expression subtly changed, not being able to overlook it, but it was indeed difficult to deal with. However, one thing was certain: other teams could arrive at this location at any time and be thrown into battle. This would put her Black Dragon Hall at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, she immediately stepped outside and arrogantly said, "Everyone's goal is Lindong City, and I propose a one-on-one duel." Having said that, Dede pointed provocatively towards Sumu, "If you can defeat me, I will apologize." Sumu snorted upon hearing this, "That suits me perfectly." Unconsciously, he smiled. Dede curled her lips and said, "Let me see if the legendary Mushin lives up to his name." As soon as the words left her mouth, she fired an arrow. Sumu wasn't idle either and immediately threw a fireball. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Yet, Deda's arrow still pierced through the debris and shot towards Sumu. He quickly dodged, falling into silence. The longbow's ranged attack was powerful, capable of breaking through and shooting through the fireball, but its accuracy wasn't high. Right now, Sumu didn't have much health left and couldn't afford to be reckless. First, he had to hide to heal. Of course, Dede wouldn't let him escape like this. She drew her bowstring again, preparing to shoot another arrow. She coldly sneered and scolded, "You sly guy, but don't think you can escape." Sumu was a bit surprised to hear this. Before he had time to think about it, the arrow had already pierced through the tree he was hiding behind. The medicinal potion in Sumu's hand also showed signs of breaking. Everyone watched the scene and couldn't help but worry nonstop. He Tian Air clicked his tongue and sighed, "I really underestimated this girl from Black Dragon Hall." On the other hand, the people from Black Dragon Hall were extremely pleased and showed off. "Don't think running away will make you safe. Dede isn't just any ordinary archer. This arrow is far from finished, and he won't be able to escape." This voice reached Sumu's ears, making him somewhat confused. "Not finished yet, what does that mean?" But at that moment, Sumu realized the problem. The energy of the arrow had not weakened at all. In an instant, it suddenly split into 3 arrows, racing towards Sumu with a wind-piercing speed. This was the skill-broken heart pursuit, where the 3 arrows would hit with 100% accuracy. No matter how fast he was, there would be no escaping. Sumu's expression turned somewhat grim. At the critical moment, with his life hanging by a thread, he summoned his clone to take the 3 arrows in his place. Only then did Sumu let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. My clone, still full of health, was almost left with just a sliver of life. But at least I've found her weakness. Outside, Dede, seeing this scene, was somewhat surprised. She let out a cold laugh and said, "I didn't expect you could use your clone's skill to counter this move." "Well then, let's see how you avoid this next time." However, at that moment, Sumu suddenly leaped out from the bushes. You rushed towards Dede with a bow in hand. This took her by surprise, and she thought to herself, "Is he trying to take advantage of me while I'm gathering power to cause chaos?" It seems Sumu has seen through Dede's fatal flaw. Unfortunately, he's dreaming if he thinks this arrow, even with insufficient power stored, will make Dede bleed. Having thought this, she smugly exclaimed, "Watch me." However, at that moment, someone reminded, "Watch out above." Unfortunately, it was too late. Sumu had summoned his clone to interfere. Her arrow shot straight into the air. He smirked, disdainfully asking, "How can you miss so badly?" Immediately, Sumu activated the Shadow Mountain strike skill, sending Dede floating in mid-air. The onlookers were stunned, unable to believe their eyes, exclaiming, "This is a warrior's skill. How could a sorcerer like him have it?" Smiling faintly, Sumu raised an eyebrow, provoking her, surprised? "This is the reward from the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove. Hard not to fall in love with it. You just had the chance to learn a skill beyond your class." Dede bit her lip in frustration, unwilling to admit defeat, and spat, "Don't get too smug. The second half of my arrow will automatically attack, this time targeting your real body. Just one brush and you're done." Before she could finish speaking, Sumu's clone appeared in front of her, leaving her speechless and dumbfounded. Without hesitation, the clone delivered a palm strike, sending Dede flying. It seemed as if she would crash face first to the ground in embarrassment, but he quickly pulled her back. Sumu flashed a smile full of hidden meaning. "How about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the purple arrow in front of him pierced through her body, causing her health bar to plummet. With a cold laugh, Sumu curled his lips and said, "Now you've only got 4 points of health left. A light hit from me, and you're dead." "Still not apologizing?" Dede shouted in frustration. "You shameless one, I won't lose." Sumu wasn't in a hurry. He slapped her on the backside, his voice cold as he asked, "Are you going to apologize?" His mocking actions made the Black Dragon Hall members furious, but on the other hand, the Dark God members were utterly entertained. They hadn't expected him to play this way. At the same time, Sumu continued slapping Dede's backside, forcing her to apologize. Each slap took away a bit of her health, though the damage wasn't much. The humiliation was more than enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dede was repeatedly slapped like a child by Sumu, making her cry out in grievance. "My father has never hit me. Sumu showed no sympathy, curling his lips and saying, crying won't get you anywhere.
You've only got 1 health point left. Are you going to apologize or not?
The Black Dragon Hall members were now seething with rage, but they couldn't do anything about it, only venting their anger with words.
But Sumu didn't care at all.
He was waiting for Dada's answer. The humiliation was too intense, her eyes filled with tears as she spoke, sorry.
Sumu coldly ordered, apologize to all of my people.
She looked resentfully at everyone, then shouted loudly, I apologize to all of you.
Is that enough?
At this moment, Dark God almost had the words Big Boss is too cool written on his face. He looked at Etienne with pride, smiling as he asked, I told you to have the boss beat her up, wasn't that awesome?
Etienne lightly nodded but did not respond.
Jiangwan helplessly held his head in his hands.
Meanwhile, the people from Black Dragon Hall anxiously said, Didi, it's just good that you're all right.
She still felt embarrassed, her voice trembling as she said, don't discuss this anymore.
Sumu glanced at them and spoke in a deep voice, I'm not addressing what happened before, but now, is it all right for us to cross the lake?
Hearing this, My Heart Follows the Wind immediately became furious and wanted to curse, but Dede cut her off, I agree, but with a condition.
3 days from now, I want to have another fight. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked, is it really necessary? She yelled fiercely, yes, for dignity, but don't use any dirty tricks.
Dare you? And so, they finally agreed to a solo match 3 days later, at 2 p.m. in Lindong City Square. Having reached the agreement, they all left to head for Lindong City. Sumu, leading his people, entered the city, and the soldiers immediately bowed to them.
Dark God was not the only one to be impressed, these soldiers are paying respects to us.
At this moment, the system had issued a reward to them for successfully entering Lindong City. The reward was incredibly generous, and some couldn't help but feel emotional, saying, we've worked so hard all along the way, and it really was worth it. Sumu glanced at them and spoke seriously, everyone has worked hard.
Now, let's make use of the time. If anyone wants to change their class, now is the time. Following his words, everyone quickly dispersed.
The progress of the Apocalypse World Civilization Foundation was only one, but activating the exchange link between the main cities required the Civilization Foundation's progress to reach 2. Those who moved quickly would get the reward, the new beginning, the future. Sumu looked at the scroll in his hand and muttered. One of the benefits of the SS Main City reward, although it took a lot of time, was that using this would save him the effort of class changing, the bet of deception wasn't a loss.
With that, he immediately used it. 3 new classes immediately appeared, including Mindcaster, Spiritual Mage, and Talisman Master. Sumu smiled in satisfaction and said, these 3 classes are fantastic.
Sorcerer really does captivate people, but the strongest one among them is the class that I didn't have the ability to cultivate in my previous life.
After thinking for a moment, he immediately chose a class.
In no time, Sumu successfully changed his class and became a powerful Talisman Master. His skills also changed, with the bone snatching formation being strengthened to Flower Rain Bone. Additionally, the 5 Elements Talisman became a special skill of the Talisman Master that needed careful attention when used. Furthermore, he also gained the Talisman Master skills, Wan Fu Te and Lightning Shadow Step.
Wan Fu Te attacks the Azura Archmage group. Once activated, he becomes an unbeatable human-shaped violence machine.
His skill, the Lightning Shadow Step, which includes both teleportation and damage, is also fantastic.
Sumu further enhances the demon-slaying talisman, and once the level up is complete, everything will be perfect. There are too many tasks to handle jewelry missions, guild establishment, Kunlun fame, and even an invitation from the Divine Temple.
But the thing Sumu was most suspicious of is who the person he met at the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove is. A moment later, Sumu stood before a prestigious merchant. The man was strong-built, wearing a humanoid mask on his head, with 4 swords hanging on his back and a smoking pipe in his hand.
He glanced at Sumu and asked, what's the matter? Sumu replied indifferently, I'd like to exchange some items with my fame. The merchant chuckled upon hearing this, what can your little fame get you?
Here, you need Kunlun fame, and you must meet the precondition requirements.
Sumu thought for a moment, then asked the merchant to give him a task. If you're not going to say anything, then forget it. The prestigious merchant then offered the highest level tasks. The difficulty was the same across the board, so what was the difference? Yet, he still made Sumu choose. Sumu randomly selected one, only for the merchant to backtrack, saying, "These tasks are too easy. Let me offer you something else." Sumu was stunned and exclaimed, "Even the dangerous level ones are easy? Wouldn't switching to another task make it even more dangerous?" However, the countdown for the task had already begun, and with no other option, he had no choice but to accept. The merchant of fame took out something and spoke, "Take this to the northern city and find Boyu. She'll know what to do." Sumu took the object from his hand, furrowing his brows and remaining silent. A special intimate mission, so the reward must be extremely generous. But, going to northern city to find Boyu? At this point, Sumu immediately thought of something, and his face twisted in distaste. He remembered, Boyu is the NPC who caused a terrifying storm to sweep across the apocalypse world. Who knows how many players' blood is already on her hands? Sumu hesitated, looking at the merchant of fame, and asked softly, "Is it possible for me to not take this mission?" But the merchant remained silent, which only made him more anxious. "What's with the silence? Are you aiming at me with your sharp words?" Sumu had no choice but to turn and leave. I wonder if Boyu is normal now? If she's the same as in the previous life, won't I be just offering myself up to die? At that moment, the merchant suddenly spoke up, "Young man, some secrets aren't easy to uncover." Sumu was startled and glanced at him. "Is that meant for me? Does it not feel like you're an NPC? Or am I just overthinking things? What exactly is hidden in this world?" On the other side of Lindong City, Sumu had found a blacksmith. The blacksmith gave him a task to find someone who hadn't cheated him out of his money. And so, Sumu accepted the task. At this moment, the system popped up a notification. With the efforts of the entire warrior apocalypse, the world's fluctuation has increased by 2%. Sumu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Things were looking brighter every day. At the same time, the rankings for the Azure Crouching Dragon server appeared. A major figure had topped both the individual strength and weapon rankings. The world channel immediately exploded. Everyone was curious about who this heaven-piercing bull was. Sumu, on the other hand, admired this person. Not only did he possess a legendary level 15 weapon, but he had also leveled it up twice and even maxed it out at plus 15. It was just so unfair. However, after thinking it over, he quickly regained his spirits. Tall trees catch the wind, this guy is bound to attract attention. Putting that aside, Sumu found a spot to send a message to the people in the guild. The one who messaged the most was Dark God. After reading his message, Sumu immediately felt dissatisfied. "Are you focusing on looks for your class change? This guy never stops nagging." He sighed helplessly and then continued messaging everyone about the upcoming plans, arranging to meet them at 10 a.m. 2 days later. After giving the orders, he sat on the roof and gazed at the moon, unable to stop himself from sighing in awe. The nighttime scenery of the SSS level main city was truly beautiful. The moon over Lindong City was indeed rounder. In the real world, at the secret research base beneath Mount Kunlun, Tian Yang pushed Uncle Qin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and told him about Chi Wei's situation. He was going to be imprisoned for selling information to the enemy. Uncle Qin snorted and cursed, "Serves him right." Tian Yang sighed helplessly, lamenting the harm done to the research staff, especially the injury to Uncle Qin's leg. Prison is too light a punishment for him. Yi Qing, standing beside them, also expressed his dissatisfaction. "It's all because of greed for money." Uncle Qin nodded in agreement. "That's right. Do you know how much other countries have paid for the eternal ancient specimen? 100 million. If it weren't for this peaceful era, those pirates would have come with warships to steal it long ago." Hearing this, Tian Yang shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that, even after all this time,
we haven't made any significant progress in our research. So far, we've only drawn a few small conclusions about these ancient centipedes. As for the Ice Phoenix statue and the ice soldiers, there's been no breakthrough. At that moment, Tianyang suddenly spoke in a lower voice, "By the way, Uncle Chin, let's go down to the cold storage. I find those ice soldiers there rather strange." Uncle Chin was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let's go check it out." A little while later, in the cold storage of the secret research base, where the Ice Phoenix statue and the human statue were kept, Uncle Chin glanced around and asked suspiciously, "Are these ice soldiers hollow inside? Where are the others? Is it the same with all of them?" He said, then thought for a moment, before speaking again, "Are you suspecting that these ice soldiers are the parasitic bodies of centipedes, with that hole?" However, he spoke for a long time without receiving any response. He called out in doubt, "Tianyang, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, Tianyang's face looked very bad. He trembled and mumbled, "The ice soldiers are moving." Meanwhile, at Tianshang, after logging out of the game, Sumu went out for a late-night snack. He had to meet Boyu tomorrow, which made him feel a bit uneasy. At this point, being scared is useless. Let's eat first. While he was enjoying his food, a girl approached uninvited. She waved at him as a greeting, "Master, what a coincidence, are you here alone?" Sumu stared at her blankly and asked, "Who are you?" Josie, a little heartbroken, said, "Master, you don't recognize me? I'm Luo Lucy, the one you helped win the competition last time." Only then did Sumu remember who she was. As soon as Josie heard him recognize her, she happily and carelessly took a bite of a meat skewer, then smiled and said, "Last time I treated you to a late-night snack, so this time, you treat me, no problem, right?" Sumu was a bit speechless. Josie, unaware of his thoughts, happily continued eating and chatting. "Master, are you on the Azure Crouching Dragon server?" Sumu bluntly replied, "No." She sighed as soon as she heard, her tone filled with regret. She had originally wanted to tell him that the Qingjiang city lord had discovered the entrance to the secret map and wanted to invite him to form a team. "The entrance to the secret map?" he asked, surprised. Josie slowly explained, "A stranger accidentally deciphered its mechanism, then discovered the entrance to the secret map. Someone has already entered." Sumu casually spoke, "Is that map the secret realm Azure Emperor?" Josie was a bit surprised, "How does Sumu know?" He replied, "There's a player from Qingjiang City Lord's faction on the forum who's quite lucky. They quickly discovered a new secret dungeon and have already started activating the communication rights below the City Lord's stronghold." Sumu quickly sent a message to the 3 members of Jiangwan, instructing them to meet at the teleportation tower at 9 a.m. the next day to head to Qingjiang City. But when he saw the reply from Dark God, he genuinely regretted letting him into the guild. He then sent a warning message, telling him that if he didn't arrive early, he would be left behind. Dark God immediately started whining and complaining, prompting Sumu to provoke him. The next morning, in Lindong City, the 3 members of Jiangwan had arrived on time. Sumu looked at Dark God hopping around, pouted, and asked, "Why are you here?" He happily answered, "What are a few girls compared to the boss?" Then Dark God pulled out his dagger, raised an eyebrow, and showed off, "I've switched my class to Hidden Assassin Dagger Master. As long as I'm handsome, I get a +10 light effect bonus." Jiangwan on this side has changed to Radiant Healer, and in the future, her healing power will grow even stronger. On the other hand, He Tian has not yet changed his profession. Dark God asked suspiciously, "Why haven't you changed your profession yet?" He Tian shook his head and replied, "I haven't figured it out yet." Sumu, also surprised, said, "This is an important matter, you should think carefully." At this moment, Jiangwan spoke up again, "I received news that Black Dragon Hall will be transferring all players to Lindong City." Sumu furrowed his brow and said, "This isn't good for us, we should focus our strength and develop together." A while later, at the teleportation tower in Lindong City, a cute little fairy appeared in the air, smiling and saying, "Dear warriors, where would you like to go?" Sumu calmly answered, "To Qingjiang City." Upon hearing this, the little fairy winked and smiled, saying, "There are so many warriors going to Qingyang City today, you'll need to wait about 2 hours."
Sumu wasn't too surprised.
Just then, the little fairy suddenly spoke. "There is a secret technique that can help everyone avoid waiting, but the cost of using the technique is huge, just 5,000 su per person."
Without hesitation, Sumu pointed at Dark God. "Isn't this just a teleportation technique?"
He looked at him blankly. "In the end, you still have to pay." A little while later, they were teleported to Qingyang City. Just as the little fairy had said, there were indeed a lot of people gathered here. Perhaps it was because of the secret realm. Moreover, they also encountered some acquaintances, a group from Black Dragon Hall, Didi, and they had all changed professions. Sumu silently observed her, so she's already become a spell controller. The setup is not bad, 1 arrow to kill 1 person, but unfortunately, you're not just an ordinary sorcerer.
Didi saw Sumu make the losing gesture, but quietly befriended him.
She reminded him, "Don't forget our solo duel." In a small forest, where the entrance to the secret realm of Qingyang City lay, many people gathered here. This secret realm had also appeared in Sumu's past life, and he was still regarded as the great leader guiding them.
They quickly entered, only to find the surroundings extremely desolate. The place resembled the ancient world imagined by many. Jiangwan couldn't help but sigh. In every apocalyptic zone, there are different cultural backdrops. This place is like the mythical lands from our mythology. Look at those ancient mountain ranges over there.
Sumu shook his head in denial. "Those aren't mountains, they're ancient giants." Information and stories about the giants quickly appeared. He pointed in a direction and suggested, "Let's go, we'll head over there." Tian glanced at the direction Sumu was pointing and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the hilt of a sword?" Dark God, on the other hand, said in fear, "Do we have to go to the top of that sword hilt? It looks too intimidating." No matter how they reacted, they continued walking towards that direction, soon reaching an open area. But at that moment, Dark God suddenly shouted, "What just hit me on the head?" Jiangwan glanced at him and, irritated, asked, "What's wrong with you again? You keep jumping like that." He quickly shook his head, "I'm not joking." Then, Dark God suddenly saw dark shadows floating in the air. They continuously flew around the group, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone again, making him angrily shout, "Can't see them anymore, they were just right there." Panicked, Dark God drew his sword, pursing his lips. "No physical form, blood defense is all the same, and immune to attacks." "What the hell is this?" Tian casually replied, "It's a strange demon." Dark God looked around in confusion but saw nothing, though the sensation of being hit remained. He cried out in pain, "It hurts so much, is this thing really causing injury?" Tian glanced at Sumu and asked, "Is there a way?" At that moment, Sumu activated the 5 elements fire formation, and in an instant, a circle of flames enveloped the 4 of them. Jiangwan said anxiously, "This can provide temporary protection, but we don't know how many strange demons there are. We're still far from the mountain where the Azure Emperor transformed."